Welcome back, guys. This is the King of Weebs here, and this is what if Naruto was... what if Naruto had Madara's Prodigious potential, part 1. It's a 6-hour part, and it's only 5 chapters, or 8 chapters. I hope you will all enjoy this what if, and anyways, my ducklings, you're dismissed, and let's get into this. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Join the Discord server, the link in the description below. Also, we're on the road to 25,000 subscribers by the end of February, so let's try to get there. And anyways, my ducklings, enjoy this, and link in the description below for the Discord server and the actual fanfic, so if you want to go ahead, you can if you want. Anyways, let's get into it.
Uzumaki Naruto is a smart boy. It is a fact that he acknowledges and understands, because that's what everyone tells him, so it must be true. Tsukimi, the orphanage matron, is the one who tells him this the most. She is different from other people because she has deep lines on her face and her hair is grey. When he asks her why that is, she tells him that it's because when people get very old, they start showing signs of aging. The old woman is nice. She gives him and the other kids sweets sometimes when they're good, but sometimes has difficulty getting all of them to bed. But not all adults are like she is, Naruto notices. Sometimes there is an old man that people call Hokage-sama, even though he isn't Hokage anymore, and he stops by to see how the older kids who became Genin are doing. He seems nice, but he looks at Naruto strangely, tells him that he was a friend of Naruto's parents but won't actually say their names when Naruto asks. Politely, even. Sometimes. Naruto ignores this, however. If the old fart doesn't have anything good to tell him, then Naruto isn't going to listen. So because the retired, a word he learned from Tsukimi Baken, Hokage wouldn't teach him anything, and the Genin kids always ignore him, he tried rummaging through the old books that the orphanage had to find anything that could help. He eventually finds a discarded and wrecked book that one of the academy students threw away, and after skimming through the pages that weren't destroyed, he finds something called the leaf-sticking exercise. He wants to learn it. Apparently, chakra control is something that people need to learn in order to be a shinobi, and Naruto desperately wants to be one. His drive for it was quite simple. One day, when Tsukimi Baken's back was turned, an older boy snatched a locket from a girl that was Naruto's age. The girl cried and begged him to give it back, saying that it was the only thing that she owned that had her parents' faces in it. Naruto didn't know he could get so angry, but he didn't punch the older boy in the face, just like the Genin kids punched the dummies outside. The boy dropped the locket and started crying louder than the girl, whining for Tsukimi Baken at the top of his lungs. And Naruto is so completely satisfied with the hug he gets for returning the girl's locket that it makes the scolding he gets utterly worth it. Naruto didn't know he could get so angry, but he didn't punch the older boy in the face, just like the Genin kids punched the dummies outside. The boy dropped the locket and started crying louder than the girl, whining for Tsukimi Baken at the top of his lungs. And Naruto is so completely satisfied with the hug he gets for returning the girl's locket that it makes the scolding he gets utterly worth it. It had been so thrilling. And it was then that Naruto decided he was going to be a shinobi. Even if he didn't understand which he liked more between fighting and the girl's hug. The older boy hasn't tried picking on anyone since. Disregarding his motive for a moment, he still needs permission to go out. Tsukimi Baken. Naruto looks up at the matron. She seems to be in a good mood today. Yes, Naruto-kun. She gives her usual smile. Can I go outside to the trees? Naruto pleads. It is one of his favorite things to do because he always gets to see the shinobi kids training and jumping from tree to tree. Even though that isn't what he's going outside for this time. Tsukimi sighs, but her smile doesn't go away. Another thing that confuses him. You can, Naruto-kun, but you have to promise me something. Promise what? Naruto's brow furrows. Be back before the sun is down, or I'll have to call the shinobi to come get you. Tsukimi looks down at him in a way that said that he probably shouldn't disobey. I promise. Naruto nods resolutely. Tsukimi just manages to ruffle his hair before running off. Naruto doesn't bother to hide his grin. He finally gets to train. Hitaki Kakashi is a weary shinobi. Young, but weary. It is a fact that he acknowledges and understands, because it means that the people around him won't shut up about him needing some time off. During and after the Third Shinobi World War, Kakashi had what was either a slew of bad luck, or the gods had decided, fuck this person in particular. His first friend had died saving their teammate, giving him a gift that no amount of money or gold could equate to, and then he was forced to kill said teammate for the sake of keeping Konoha safe. The death of his much-loved sensei followed, taking with him the woman that he considered an older sister. Things had not been looking up for him at that point, but he endured. After the Kyuubi attack, Sandaime-sama delegated the next Hokage to be Tsunade. Kakashi distinctly remembers the shouting match that followed this decision, but Tsunade-sama eventually capitulated and became the Godava Hokage. She is a good Hokage, Kakashi knows, if a little bit temperamental. Her actions regarding Kumo's attempt to kidnap the Hyuga heiress was something that cemented his faith in her as a leader. She had been utterly ruthless with them. They had knowingly used Konoha's goodwill against them and tested the waters too deep. They threatened war against Konoha for killing their ambassador, Kidnapper, to which Tsunade retorted that they had already taken on the world 3 times now, and if Kumo wanted to fight, they wouldn't have a village to fight for afterwards. She could not be cowed with threats, and she knew they could not be defeated right now. Kumogakure was sent home with their tails between their legs, and their reputation in tatters. Kakashi is vindictively pleased by this. Not only does it improve Konoha's standing in the eyes of non-shinobi in terms of strength and sense of justice, but a guiltless little girl gets to keep her livelihood and her family remains unbroken. Family is something that he appreciates greatly. Kakashi thinks privately that recent ally Sunagakure is impressed with Tsunade's attitude as well, made evident by the large jug of very expensive sake sent to her by the Kazekage as a token of goodwill. It's been 5 long years since that night the Kyuubi appeared. Things aren't getting worse for him, but despite some notable moments, they aren't really getting much better either. He is an Anbu still, rising to captaincy since being placed here by his sensei before his passing. And everything is a blur these days. Wake up, eat, mission, come home, eat, shower, sleep. It is routine and boring, but he doesn't know what else to do. He doesn't have experience with other matters like friendship and love. He takes notice of women and wonders what it would be like to have a wife, but he isn't bold enough with them to make an advance. He tries to ignore his regular woes, however, and focuses on his duty. He is still on patrol after all. It wouldn't do well to have something bad happen under his watch. He has some attachment to his own credibility after all. Lost in his own thoughts, he unintentionally meanders into Riverside Park. Kakashi sees a boy with eyes and hair like Obito's. The spiky locks are a bit longer though, looking more like sensei. His face looks a bit more focused than Obito's ever did around that age. The boy is carrying a tattered book under one arm and a water bottle in the other. He is whimsically intrigued, and tries to catch his scent on the wind to see if the boy was related to anyone he knew. And he pauses. The boy's looks are familiar, but the scent is more so. He knows this scent like the back of his hand, and his mind blanks in conflict with joy and shame. This boy looks nothing like the two who sired him, but there is no question that he is theirs. Genes were funny sometimes, but this boy was meant to be his family. Kakashi often wonders what it might have been like. Him being the older brother, Sensei being the long-suffering but stern father, and Kushina, the fiery and embarrassing but loving and effective mother. Sarutobi told him that Naruto was dead. Sarutobi was about to be dead. Uchiha Madara is older than dirt. It is a fact that he acknowledges and understands, because it means that his time is running out. He had lived far longer than any normal human being should be conceivably possible to do, even the Uzumaki. After the battle with Hashirama in the valley and the subsequent faking of his death, he'd spent decades cultivating the DNA that he'd taken in an attempt to prolong his life and achieve the power that the stone tablet spoke of. But Madara had not been idle. In between his experiments with Hashirama's chakra and flesh, he'd been out in the world, trying to remember why he fought to bring peace to the war-torn lands of the elemental nations. And the answer came to him after many years, in the form of a stubborn crimson-haired woman and the equally fiery child she bore him. His natural protective instincts brought themselves to the surface of his mind with a vengeance. After all, the daughter of Uchiha Madara would be hunted until her last days. With some advice from his new wife, he developed a Juinjutsu to be placed on Kushina's heart, which would seal away her Uchiha power before it could surface. Her once black hair turned as red as her mother's, and her eyes violet. And so it was that Uchiha Kushina became Uzumaki Kushina, whose chakra was still so abnormally strong that Konoha decided that their previous Jinchuriki had run its course and it was time to replace her with someone younger and more powerful. Madara's opinion of Konoha had lowered further than he thought it could be. At this point, but at least knew Kushina would be kept safe. He had already been old by the time Kushina was born, and his dear wife Haruka's health had been failing. And at least this way he could still watch Kushina from the shadows. His plan went back into motion, but he always kept his eyes on Konoha. Kushina only ever knew him as Otu-san, so she remained ignorant for the most part about her heritage. Haruka sent a message to Kushina telling her that Madara had passed away peacefully in his sleep a year after her departure. She left out his actual name, but the stone on his empty grave read, Uzumaki Izuna. He hoped his brother didn't mind but knew that Izuna would have liked Haruka, even if he wouldn't like the rest of the Uzumaki. Over time, Madara's bitterness for the shinobi world started to come back. Everywhere he looked, there was some form of misery to be found. His wife was falling incurably ill, the side effect of being treated with infected tools after a scuffle with some Iwish shinobi prodding Azu's borders. Smaller nations suffered, with orphans created by selfish larger nations. Around every corner of the world, the shinobi nations caused pain. Haruka's death had only made Madara accelerate his plans. By then he had awakened the Rinnegan and summoned the Gedo Mazo before he transplanted the eyes into an Uzumaki orphan whose own chakra would sustain the eyes, whilst keeping a spare eye on a boy who held greater potential than even Namikaze Minato or the Sandaime Hokage. As time passed and Obito was in his clutches, he entrusted Kurozetsu and Obito to enact the plan and once again faked his death by using a Izanagi, programmed to bring him back after 5 years. After transplanting his original eyes back into himself, he spent some time evaluating the changes to the world and one single, glaring fact stood out and made Madara's blood boil. Kushina is dead. She and her husband died after Obito ripped the Kyuubi out of her, which told Madara something else, that Kushina had also been pregnant. But apparently, Kushina had sensed that Madara didn't know she was capable of, and before the Yondawa could seal away the Kyuubi into their newborn son, she teleported it away with an advanced Jikuken ninjutsu that took the full remainder of her chakra and life force to do but left the child without any Kyuubi sealed in him. Kushina would have died anyway with the Kyuubi ripped out of her, but Madara admired that even on the brink of death, Kushina would not let her son be used for Konoha's greater good. Sacrifices needed to be made, but Konoha's reliance on the Bijou to maintain the imaginary balance of power was pure weakness. As much as he hated the fact that Kushina was dead, it may very well have been the best decision. If she had sealed the Kyuubi back into herself, she wouldn't have been able to avoid attention from village officials that would attempt to weaponize her. It would have painted a huge target on her back for not only spiteful villagers but other greedy nations. Minato had died too in a combination of chakra exhaustion and giant claw through the stomach, but Madara didn't mourn the man. Such loyalty to a place like Konoha was enough for Madara to dislike him, and with his grandson now free of the Minato's influence, the boy could be taught to think for himself like a true Uchiha should. Madara didn't doubt that Minato would have tried to get Naruto into the trap of village above all, and be self-sacrificial. Madara sighed and stood up, his ancient bones actually creaking as he did so. He knew he didn't have much time left and Hashirama's DNA would only support him for so long, but he could at least spend his last years raising his grandson and turning him into every bit the legend Madara himself was. He would make sure of it. Spiky black hair with a slight blue tint. Check. Charcoal black eyes and a fair but healthy skin tone. Check. Unnaturally powerful chakra and abnormally large reserves. Check. This was definitely his grandson. If it weren't for a DNA test or being able to sense the chakra similarities, no one would have guessed he was Kushina or Minato's son too. The resemblance between Naruto and a young Madara was startling. If he were to hazard a guess, he would say that Naruto as a 5-year-old had as much chakra as Madara himself did at almost 8. Something easily attributed to his Uzumaki genes combined with the Uchiha. Taking a closer look, he saw that the boy was sitting underneath a tree by the artificial extension of Naka River that ran through Konoha from one side to another. This area was particularly quiet regarding civilian foot traffic, which was probably why Naruto chose it for the little chakra control exercise he was doing. It didn't surprise him that such a serene place could be found in Konoha. It was a very large village and there were even a few large parks that could be mistaken as forests within the walls. A leaf was stuck to his forehead. By the bored look on the boy's face, Madara could tell that Naruto had been there a while and had most likely mastered the exercise not long ago. He inwardly praised the patience it took. With reserves like Naruto's, he'd probably been out for hours. Still, that control would remain with him for the rest of his life. Madara also reasoned that now that Naruto had mastered the exercise he grew bored with nothing else to occupy him. He looks up to the sky. Perfect. It's only midday, giving Madara the opportunity to confront the boy and get the ball rolling. He stepped out of the trees, purposefully brushing his legs against a bush to get the boy's attention. Sure enough, Naruto looked his way and eyed him with all the suspicion a 5-year-old could muster. "Hello, child," Madara greets in his aged baritone, as though it isn't strange for an old man in a cloak to be approaching a young boy. "Hello," Naruto replied politely but still suspicious. "I noticed that you were practicing chakra control while out on my walk. Are you training to become a shinobi?" Madara asked, spinning a conversation as a typical old man would. "Yeah," Naruto seemed to relax and a bit of excitement entered his expression. "I can stick a leaf to my forehead now. Very impressive for someone your age. Madara commended. How long did it take you? I dunno, Naruto shrugs boredly. But it was ages. I came out when I woke up. How did you learn the leaf sticking exercise? You have to be much older to join the academy. Madara was genuinely a bit curious. I read it in an old book at the orphanage. Naruto reveals, looking proud, but the look was replaced with an annoyed frown. The rest of the book was all wrecked though. I don't know what to do now. Madara's lips twitched. So that was why he was looking so bored earlier. You must be good at reading then. He asks conversationally. Naruto nods, expression proud. Yeah, Tsukimi Barkan lets me go early since the other kids can't read so well yet. The woes of advancing faster than your peers. Prodigies often knew it too well. You know, I could teach you something too. Madara offers slyly. Like what? Naruto walks up to him, reservations and suspicion temporarily forgotten. Madara nearly smiles, wondering if he had ever been this trusting as a child. Well, I could teach you some more chakra control. I was a shinobi once too, you know. A strong one. Madara reveals. Really? Naruto seemed doubtful, most likely thinking an old man couldn't really be strong. How about we make a deal? If you can master this new exercise before the day is up, I'll come back and teach you ninjutsu tomorrow. Naruto is almost visibly vibrating in excitement. Madara went into an explanation about what the tree climbing exercise was, along with a quick demonstration. Naruto soaked up everything the old man had to say, and just before he began his own attempts at the exercise, he poses a question. Hey Ji-san, what's your name? It's polite to give your name first. The old man chastised mildly. Naruto looked a bit embarrassed at the reprimand but spoke up. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Well, Naruto, you can call me Madara. Now get to it, the day won't last forever. As Naruto sped up the tree and made it a not so astonishing 3 steps up before falling flat on his back, Madara thought that things had gone better than he could have expected him to. In time he would reveal the truth to Naruto about his heritage, but for now. Oof. Naruto wheezed again after failing. He wouldn't mind a few more days like this before he died again. They were few and far in between in his life. Naruto wasn't fully Uchiha, he was an Uzumaki, a Senju by principle. He took traits from both and yet, he seemed to be something entirely different. Madara watched as Naruto confidently jumped down from the top of the tree and landed softly on the dirt road, a feat that probably would have at least fractured the bones of any other child his age. But the differences were all physical, except in appearance. Naruto's chakra was already strong without training, and his body was more durable in every way when compared to an Uchiha or Senju child. When it came to looks and personality, however, Naruto was truly Madara's grandson, especially regarding their minds. He snapped back at Madara when he teased the boy, and he made more and more progress up the tree with every failure. Madara didn't let these thoughts distract him from raising Naruto. If anything, the presence of an Uzumaki body would merely enhance the boy's pre-existing natural talents such as the Sharingan and chakra strength to a greater level of potential. To what level was anyone's guess, seeing as the natural birth of an Uchiha and Uzumaki child in one had never occurred during the entire duration of recorded history, Kushina being a modified exception. On top of that, Madara was different to every other Uchiha who had ever awoken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He managed to reproduce before dying. Even he couldn't predict what kind of effects that would have on Naruto, being the only descendant of someone like him. Worst case, it meant nothing. Best case would be freedom from a curse. In fact, Madara may very well have died before attaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and never discovered the solution to its crippling, inevitable blindness. He was haunted by the loss of Izuna, and in his grief took the only thing he could to continue the fight. Izuna's eyes had never failed him. Madara would always remember that day. The day he lost his last brother, and the trust of his clan. I did it, Naruto cheers, snapping him out of his thoughts. I got to the top. You said that you would teach me ninjutsu. I said that I would teach you one, and tomorrow. Madara's cracked lips twitch. It's getting late, Naruto. The sun was nearly down already. As much as he would like to spend more time with Naruto, it would be suspicious if the boy didn't go back to the orphanage. And from what Madara understood, this was the first time that Naruto had ever trained in the shinobi arts. No matter how much energy and chakra Naruto had, his body wasn't ready for that level of rigorous training yet. Madara would wait, until he was certain that Naruto could handle it. Naruto looks around and notices that it's getting dark. His lips tilt down. I should go, Ji-san. Good night, Naruto. Come back early tomorrow for that jutsu. Madara nods stoically. Naruto smiles a bit tiredly, but picks up his book and water bottle and turns down the beaten path. Naruto. The boy looks back and takes in Madara's sharp expression. Don't tell anyone about me. Not even the person you trust the most. Naruto picks up on the seriousness in his tone, and gives him a nod. His expression slackens. The younger between them gives him a wave and runs off. That brat. Madara chuckles wryly. Only 5 years old and mastering Genin-level chakra control exercises. 2 in 1 day. That kind of determination was scary in the shinobi world, especially with a lineage like his. He hadn't asked for help, instead going purely on trial and error. He heaves a deep sigh and manages to pick himself up off the bench, using his cane for balance. Things can be taken slowly for now, but he is still plotting. He toils over a plan in his head on how to make his grandson reach his full potential. He is not a good man, but he would do anything for his loved ones. Madara does not stop thinking until he reaches the village wall and the stars are out. He is careful in making sure that no village guard sees him and taps a part of the wall lightly with his cane, just hard enough to push a panel in. A wooden hatch opens up, enough for him to duck under without too much stress on his back. He built this entrance to an underground hideout for his personal use up until he left the village. Judging by the amount of dust that had gathered and how his belongings were all untouched, it seemed as though no one had yet discovered it. No matter, for now, it was just a place to hide between the times that he got to see Naruto. He takes a seat on the wooden throne, dust exploding from the cushion despite the gentle dip, and falls into a deep sleep instantly. Naruto drops into his bed after he eats dinner and has a bath. Big day, Naruto-chan. Tsukimi teases after tucking him in. He doesn't answer, but he does let out a quiet snore into his pillow. Hiruzen has barely a chance to blink before he is picked up by his throat and slammed against the wall of his office. He does take note of a masked man with a red left eye, giving him a glare of pure hatred. Oh dear, this wasn't how he expected his evening to go. Kakashi. Sarutobi splutters, choking on his words. You lied to me. Kakashi's voice is comparatively calm compared to his eyes. Someone steps into the room and gasps in shock. Kakashi, what are you doing? The newcomer shrieks. Sarutobi recognizes it as Shizune, Tsunade's young apprentice. You told me that he was dead, so why? Kakashi's grip tightens. Did I find a child with Sensei's and Kushina's scent? The copy nin's voice rose with every word, angrier and angrier. Sarutobi cannot answer, partly because he doesn't think that for your own good and his excuse will do anything to soothe the ANBU's anger. Mostly because his throat was being crushed. Suddenly he is dropped and he falls to his knees. He gasps for air, mouth moving like a fish out of water. Kakashi, another voice barks. Tsunade this time. What the hell was that about? Answer me. He told me that Naruto was dead. Kakashi's voice is consumed in frustration, enough to ignore protocol. I found Naruto playing near the river. Why? Why wasn't I told? Naruto. Tsunade's hard tone is replaced by confusion. What do you mean you thought he was dead? Sarutobi realizes that things will not go well for him when she finds out what he has done. After Sensei and Kushina, Kakashi swallows thickly. Died. Sarutobi told me that their son was dead. But I found him. He was meant to be my responsibility. Kakashi, I need you to calm down. Kakashi heeds her words, but does not stop his hateful glare. What's your excuse? Tsunade asks him, a bit menacingly. Lying to one of my shinobi like this? The village, he rasped desperately. The village was weak. Kakashi-kun was needed. Kakashi would be of greater use with passable mental health. You're going to have to come up with something better for undermining my authority like this. Tsunade interrupts him ruthlessly. Tsunade turns away from him in mute disgust. It breaks his heart that another one of his precious students feels that way about him. Shizune, take Kakashi to the waiting room. Tsunade orders. I need to have a word with my former advisor. Why yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizune hoops her arm around Kakashi's and drags him out, pointedly looking away from Hiruzen. Kakashi allows her to lead him out, but his Sharingan is glinting more viciously than any Uchiha that the old man has ever met. There is a moment of silence while the Sandaime drags himself back into his chair. He wasn't going to lie to himself, he was truly terrified of what Kakashi could have done to him if Shizune-chan and Tsunade hadn't been there to save him. There was a reason that he was only an advising old man. He was well and truly beyond any combat capacity he might have had a mere few years earlier. I don't think that I need to tell you that you're being asked to leave. Tsunade starts off. This manipulative behavior has a time and place, when it serves to protect Konoha and its subjects. Hiding this from Kakashi was a bad idea, but what I'm confused about is why you thought it would even work, even if it had been the right thing to do. I can't trust your input any longer. The hardness in her tone has returned, but it is the truth that hurts him more. So he nods silently. Good. Tsunade nods in satisfaction. Tsunade steps out of the room, no doubt to assess Kakashi's current state. Hiruzen silently despairs at her cold dismissal, but having things put into perspective like that makes him realize that he had probably only made things worse, and he knows that he has brought his suffering upon himself. Deep down, Hiruzen acknowledges that maybe he had put the village itself before the subjects too often. He thought he was doing what was best, but it should have been obvious that an emotionally traumatized boy like Kakashi could have been thrown completely off the deep end and become a gigantic flight risk, because of his stupidity. Kakashi's constant enduring of underappreciation and mental stress speaks well of his character, but not of the people he is supposed to protect. They remain ignorant of the perils he goes through each and every day. Hiruzen wipes his eyes and picks up his belongings. He has no right to interfere anymore. Orochimaru was lost to him long ago and Tsunade was seeing him for what he truly was. He only hoped that his last student would see him as he always had. Tsunade sighs as she steps into the hall. It was just one thing after another today. Though to be fair, she hadn't expected Kakashi of all people to assault a former Hokage. Seeing Naruto must have riled him up beyond his normal sense of calm. Naruto. She'd heard whispers of another prodigy to be from teams that babysat at the orphanage. They would complain about one boy in particular that was a handful, even for the Junin. He showed a remarkable ability to pick up what he watched, and the story about him getting into a fight over some girl's pendant still made her smile. She thought back to his parents. She wasn't actually well acquainted with Kushina, despite the relation, but she did know Minato. Mostly because Jiraiya wouldn't shut up about him when the kid was his student and always brought Minato with him when he saw Tsunade, if only to show him off. The kid was flaky and annoying, but both he and Kushina had been taken before their time. Nobody deserves dying with the knowledge that their child's future is uncertain. And there's Kakashi too. Tsunade sighs again as she steps into the conference room, where she sees Shizune chattering to a quiet Kakashi. The kid had seriously been through some tough shit. Having to look after himself after his father commits suicide and finding the body himself one night was bound to have some psychological effect on him, but then proceeding to lose two close friends, one of which he had to kill, and a sensei that was probably more like a father figure to him, it was going to get to the point that Kakashi just wouldn't be able to keep himself afloat in his own despair. She needed to do something immediately. She thinks back to Sakumo. The man had no attachment or bonds to help his mental state save for his son, but wasn't discouraged from doing the honorable thing and removing himself from Kakashi's life. With the way things were going, Kakashi may very well do the same thing as an escape from being unable to cope with his losses. Tsunade toils over it for a while, watching Shizune comfort Kakashi out of the corner of her eye, and thinks she may have a plan. She strides into the room and plants herself in front of the frozen Anbu. "Alright kid, this is how it's going to be." Tsunade puts on her best stern voice. "I'm giving you another 5 years in Anbu at maximum, after that, you're going to become a Junin sensei." Kakashi's face becomes instantly disbelieving and he nearly shoots out of his chair to protest, but Tsunade is quick to settle him down. "You can, of course, send your new subordinates back to the academy if they fail your test, but at the end of the next 5 years, you will not be returning to Anbu. For all intents and purposes, you will be another public Junin." Kakashi looks quite flabbergasted when she is done, making her smirk with open amusement. Shizune seems hopeful, and Tsunade knows that her student is concerned for Kakashi for more than one reason. The Junin isn't exactly fit to take care of a child in the capacity of a family member, but she thinks that he can probably take up a position as a sensei and help not only his students, but himself. After a few silent minutes, Kakashi breathes out a resigned breath and manages to say only one thing. "Hi." Tsunade smiles, and hopes that she has done right by the kid. "We can talk about your assault of a Konoha citizen another time. And your enrollment in an instructor's course to see if you actually are fit to teach Genin. You overreacted. Badly. You're going to be punished, regardless of your station." Kakashi's head droops. "Do you even know how to use hand signs?" Madara's question halts Naruto's desire to dive straight into learning the ninjutsu the old man promised him, and he realizes that no, he doesn't know how to use them. The old man sighs and mutters something about more than just blood, before beckoning him over with his hand. Here, Madara stops him, but close enough to see his hands. This is the Ram seal. It's the most commonly used seal because it is the only neutral seal. All it does is speed up your chakra so that it can be used for breaking genjutsu or activating a ninjutsu that you're already skilled in. And this went on until Madara had shown him all 12 basic signs, and made him repeat them back to him while doing them. A correction here and there, and nearly half an hour later, Naruto could perform all of them well enough to perform a jutsu. The seals you need for this jutsu are first, tiger, ram, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger again. Madara weaves the signs as he says them and takes a deep breath. Facing the river, he breaths out the jutsu. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Naruto gawps when a house-sized fireball engulfs his vision. The old man's hair billows behind him as the Jutsu boils the water and cooks whatever is unlucky enough to be caught under the gigantic flame. Madara stops the Jutsu when he runs out of breath, and Naruto is still in complete awe. I'm gonna learn that. He is given a gentle push from Madara's cane and it's enough for him to clumsily fly through the signs 3 times before getting him right enough for a first attempt. Madara turns and sits on a wooden bench. Madara waves a hand-sized fan to stave off the heat. There isn't exactly much shade right next to the river, but he wants to watch his grandson master the coming of age for the Uchiha clan, even if said grandson doesn't know it yet. He smirked at Naruto's first attempt when he blows out a flame as big as a house cat, just like his own father laughed at him for doing the same. Naruto's shocked exclamation of annoyance makes him even more amused. And then Naruto sets to work with the same perfectionist attitude that he did to master the chakra control exercises yesterday. He stands in place for hours, weaving the same hand signs over and over again, and by midday he can create a fireball as tall as Madara. He is impressed, very impressed, but it isn't just the small amount of time that Naruto has spent on this jutsu, but rather how little chakra the boy has used over the course of the day. Maybe, little, wasn't describing it accurately. It was more a matter of the great quantities of chakra that Naruto has used over the day having had no major impact on his reserves. Even a seasoned Uchiha Genin would be hard-pressed to match Naruto's feat. It was usually quite common for an Uchiha child to master the jutsu in a few days, but like Madara at that age, Naruto's chakra coils weren't able to express the full strength of his chakra through them yet. The lungs didn't magically fill up with fire chakra, they were supplied to by the tenketsu attached to them, which needed training through use to apply more chakra. It was vital that Naruto learn how this worked before he got older. If he were to receive an ignorant teacher to the nature of chakra as a whole, then Naruto would be at risk of never reaching his full potential using it. As the hours pass, Naruto's fireball becomes more than adequate for his age, and Madara believes that he has mastered the jutsu. All that was left was to grow older in order to make him more capable of using it. Naruto, Madara beckons, and his grandson bounds over, face alight with joy. I can make the fireball now. Yes, you can. Madara agrees, but with grim voice to capture Naruto's attention. But ninjutsu also comes with responsibility. If you show off your jutsu without thinking about the consequences, you might get in trouble. Or worse, the enemies you'll meet when you grow up and graduate will have the upper hand. Naruto didn't really seem to understand, so Madara was forced to endure a good 20 whys in a row. So the bad guys won't know how to beat me if I keep it secret. That's right, good lad. Naruto beamed. It is the first of many lessons subtly taught, enough that Naruto's young mind would keep it up without questioning it. Over the course 3 years, Madara was forced to realize that in his current condition, there were just some things he could not do for Naruto. Naruto had just turned 8, which meant he was finally ready to start Shinobi Academy. He would be bouncing if Gigi hadn't been strict about being too emotional, or whatever. He was done with kiddie school. He was allowed to be happy. Tsukimi Barkan had equipped him with some flip-flops and a kimono shirt, and some pencils and books that he was supposed to need. He recognized one of them as a book he learned the leaf-sticking exercise from. It was nice looking at a new one instead of the tatty one he had before. Gigi always said you should take care of your belongings, especially your equipment that you need. There were lots of kids around. He guessed they were going to be his classmates. It was kind of funny how they all looked like baby versions of the adults standing with them. Was that normal? Maybe he needed to ask Barkan. Gigi knew a whole lot too. Uzumaki Naruto, his name is called by a man with a scar on his face. He steps forward, arm raised. Here, several adults look at him. It makes him feel a little shy, the way they speak to each other in hushed whispers. Naruto doesn't like it. Who can tell me the 2 founding clans of Konohagakure no Sato? A pink-haired girl raises her hand. Your name again please? Iruka-sensei is very polite. Not like the previous teachers. Haruno Sakura, she chirps, standing up. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Very good Sakura-chan, take a seat. Now, can someone else tell me who the leaders of those clans were? Senju Hashirama. A boisterous voice shouts from the back row. Naruto looks back and doesn't recognize them as one of the clan kids. Raise your hand if you would like to answer. Iruka-sensei ignores the shout, so Naruto raises his hand. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. He stands up. Senju Hashirama was the leader of the Senju clan. That's right, take a seat. He does so as the loud boy in the back squawks indignantly. It almost makes him smile. Iruka speaks up again. I heard one of the clan leaders' names, but not the other. Can someone tell me who the other leader was? His eyes seem to trail deliberately over another dark-haired boy's. Said boy raises his hand. Uchiha Sasuke, he stated without being asked. The leader of the other clan was Uchiha Madara. What? Naruto couldn't stop thinking about the name Uchiha Madara, but he didn't see Madara for nearly a week. I waited for you but you didn't show up. Naruto scowled. His youthful petulance had only been tamed so much. Don't be so quick in jumping to conclusions. You failed to notice that you were being watched last week. Watched? Naruto looked alarmed, but was also trying to hide his guilt at sounding so pushy to the old man that was teaching him. Yes, I did not reveal myself because it seems that your fellow orphans decided to follow you here. Madara revealed, purposely adding a mite of annoyance to his voice. You need to practice taijutsu anyway. An old man like me can't do anything more than tell you what to do. That might work for jutsu but not for things that will hit you back. Naruto looked more guilty, but it seemed he didn't want to completely concede fault. He could have a worse trait in Madara's opinion. Not wanting to give up was a valuable behavior, but knowing the facts and choosing his battles was another thing Naruto needed to learn. But why does that matter? You could have taught him too. I also don't want to train him, Naruto. I chose you to train for a reason. Madara baited. But why, was the golden question. Madara smiled. All I will say is that we have a connection, and you have vast potential. You can find out yourself exactly why it is that I am interested in your growth in particular. Konoha has a wealth of information at its disposal, and its history since the foundation of the village is well recorded. Figure out our connection, and then you will understand. You have my name already, and you have yours. Start there. Naruto stayed silent while Madara sat down on the bench. This link that we share is the reason that I must remain a secret to those around you. It is the reason why your life is at risk for as long as you remain weak. I have a great deal of knowledge myself, and that knowledge may be used to harm you if you recklessly give it away to just anybody, orphans or otherwise. So go. I will be here at the same time, every week, and when you have gained the knowledge you need to understand why I have chosen you, ask. I shall answer all of your questions. A deep breath, so that his dusty lungs could continue. When you can be bothered, that is. You are young and full of life. Konoha was built so that children like you could flourish and be given the time to become strong adults. When you are ready, look for answers. Until then, you'll just have to put up with being annoyed with the way I'll train you. Madara took a deep breath of the fresh Konoha air. It seemed things were going to go quicker than he thought. But perhaps that was for the best. He was on his last legs, so to speak. A man more bone and dust than anything else. Naruto was a citizen of Konoha, and that afforded him a service in the form of caretakers and friends that could help him adjust to modern parlance and social cues, and it gave Madara the ability to focus on actually teaching Naruto abilities, and providing educational hints on what might be a good thing to believe in order to preserve and advance what he cared about. He felt that while Naruto was too young to impart his age-earned philosophies and beliefs upon, he could set puzzle pieces in the mind of his grandson. So that when an event occurred that was related to something he spoke of, a piece would fall in place and Naruto would unintentionally understand something that he might not even remember being taught. It was like teaching him to walk. He liked to think. Madara did not have the time left on this earth to mold him in every way, but Obito hadn't exactly turned out how he wanted when trying to turn him into the second coming of Uchiha Madara. I'll give you a hint. Madara allows, for the sake of speeding up the process further. What is the immediate question? I'm training you and teaching you for the same reason that the other children in your class get taught early. That's it. A deep heaving breath to continue again. That's all you're getting from me, brat. Naruto lets it go, but he does give distracted and concerned glances towards Ji-san. Occasionally the coughing and raspy breathing doesn't stop and Madara can't say goodbye sometimes before he leaves. Tell me what you learned today. Madara's voice can barely escape his mouth. Iruka-sensei and Mizuki-sensei showed us how to throw kunai. We can't have our own yet, they said, but Iruka-sensei said I was really good for someone who never threw one before. Madara's breathing calms, and he listens with a smile as Naruto recounts his day. Naruto can't help but wonder, is this old man the Uchiha Madara? Are you gonna die? Naruto asks quietly, voice somber but steady. Tsukimi is not surprised at Naruto's question. He has always been quicker on the uptake than his fellow orphans. She could hardly lie to him. Yes, she croaks. It was inevitable. She was old, there was no medicine for that. Not that she would buy it. Every bit of money she had would have to go to the children if they weren't going to be provided for by Konoha's council. And if they did, she wanted what money she had to go to her granddaughter who rarely had time to see her given her busy life trying to get her bakery up and running. Do you have any family? Naruto poses another question, and she would not be surprised if he had managed to tell her thoughts from her expressions. Tsukimi smiles at the concerned boy. Yes dear, my family is very beautiful. I miss them when they aren't here. Naruto fidgets with the line of his shorts, looking down. What's family like? She smiles wider. Family is wonderful, Naruto-kun. Words can't describe to you the love and happiness family brings you. One day you're going to have a family of your own, and you'll realize too that there is nothing you won't do to protect and make them happy too. She goes on to tell stories both funny and sad at Naruto's behest, and unknowingly impresses upon him. Family is wonderful. Naruto and the other orphans are not woken up by Tsukimi the next morning, and Naruto has decided it's his responsibility to let someone know. His first and only stop is the Hokage's office. He doesn't bother going to the academy for the rest of the week. Tsukimi Barkan died. I don't know what to do now. Shizune kneels down before the crying boy and pulls him into a hug. Don't worry, sweetie, everything's going to be fine. Naruto is one of few that are given their own apartment, with a caretaker that stops by once a week with some frozen meals and teaches him how to cook and clean. He is one of the only kids at the orphanage who isn't placed into foster care after the process is rushed following Tsukimi's death. And he thinks he knows why. His first encounter with death is something he remembers intensely. Gigi, are you my grandfather? Yes, Naruto, I am. Single Tomoe Sharingan meets triple Tomoe. Training barely changes, but Madara is going in full force teaching in comparison to before. It is true that small chakra reserves are easier to control at first. Madara agreed after listening to what the academy instructors had to say about it from Naruto. However, easy doesn't always mean best. Some chakra control exercises can't be learned unless you have a certain amount of chakra. People not born with the potential for large reserves like you or myself could never hope to achieve the utmost perfected chakra control. Why can we learn it and other people can't? Naruto asks astutely. Madara had known at some point he would need to explain exactly what made him different to normal people. He hadn't expected Naruto to catch on so quickly. Shared smarts was a blessing and a curse. I will only explain this to you once. You must never tell anyone what I am about to tell you until you are powerful enough that it won't matter. Do you understand me? Madara's question was firm, and his eye dangerously sharp. Naruto only nodded in response. His Sharingan read Madara's lips so that he could remember forever. Good. Madara sighed and leaned back into the wooden throne. I will first need to tell you the history of the Uchiha and Senju. And it went on for nearly 2 hours. Naruto sat patiently but enraptured with Madara's tale. The Uchiha bloodline's origin, the link between the Senju and Uzumaki. Just what it was that he and Madara were different from the rest, with an embarrassing speech on how babies were made thrown in. To Naruto, it may have well been torture. He regretted asking after the first 5 minutes. Your mother, while not showing it in any way, possessed my genes which were passed on into you. That is why you look so different to your parents, because you look like me instead. But why aren't they here? Naruto asks morosely. Why did they die if they were so strong? Madara stays silent for a few moments, looking at his hands on the top of his cane. It is because of me. Madara states in monotone. My dream to bring peace upon with world drove another like-minded man to take up my goal, Suki no Mi. What? Suki no Mi was my plan to force the world into an inescapable, perfect genjutsu. One that would control all beings to submit, and each person would have their individual utopia to reside in forever. The problem with my plan was that I needed the Rinnegan, the combined DNA of Uchiha and Senju, along with the 9 Bijou, and a lifespan that would allow me to fulfill the plan at the correct time. I did not have that time, so I made an apprentice out of an Uchiha to fulfill it for me. What's that got to do with Ka-san and To-san being dead? Naruto asks, stomach dropping. Madara looked up from his hands, and Naruto is reminded that the old man isn't strong enough to keep the Sharingan on all the time anymore. A fading charcoal eye looks him in his crimson ones. Naruto held his tongue. He wanted to shout out all of the anger that was boiling in him. He didn't want to say something that would turn the only person he had against him. Naruto, Madara calls, softer than he ever had. No matter what I have done, and how evil I may appear to you now, you can always trust that from now on, I would do anything in my power for you. How am I supposed to believe you? Naruto leapt to his feet, face red with fury. You still haven't told me why they're dead and now it feels like you might have killed them. I haven't done anything since meeting you to make you believe that I am your enemy. At least listen to my words before you decided to kill me. Naruto looked stunned. I wasn't going to, he trails off, unsure what to say to something that hadn't even crossed his mind. Madara looks like he misjudged the reaction too by the way he sucks his lips in, a semi-frustrated expression. So he begins to talk again. My apprentice killed her in a sense. Extracting a bijou from a person kills them. They may manage to last a short while without dying afterwards, but there has been no record of anyone actually living. It is only because of how powerful your mother's chakra was that she managed to survive so long after the extraction, and if she had been given medical attention then she may have lived long enough to raise you. The problem is that a female Jinchuriki's seal is at its absolute weakest when they are giving birth. My apprentice took advantage of that to obtain the Kyuubi sealed within her. I don't know how he knew where she would be, that information should have been kept secret. Giving birth to you, having the strongest bijou taken out of her, and then not receiving medical help because the threat of the Kyuubi destroying the village was all too much for her to live. If she had the choice, she would have stayed with you as all parents want. Madara breaths deep, ancient body not able to deal with so much talking at once. Your father understood that there was no hope of your mother surviving, so he sought to make a new Jinchuriki. I'm a Jinchuriki. No, Madara denies. Kushina took over the sealing ritual, and used the power that your father was going to use in order to send the Kyuubi away. She couldn't bear the thought of you suffering as she did, regardless of what Konoha needed. On the brink of death, she made a decision that would leave her despised by village officials, but at least give a better chance of her son living happy and healthy. Both of your parents suffered terrible wounds to save you from the Kyuubi. Given that your father lived long enough to attempt turning you into the new Jinchuriki, I would wager that he was strong enough to either kill my apprentice or leave him to lick his wounds for at least a decade later. It probably didn't matter either way. Zetsu was still at large, probably plotting. Being a tool created in his darkest moments, it wouldn't stop until it fulfilled its purpose. If you had the chance, would you change anything? Naruto asks, somewhat rhetorically. There is no point in dwelling on what I would change. Even if the things I have done remain secret and not a single person knows, it would still be the truthful past, least of all the past that has had a tangible effect on our reality today. Naruto is quiet, toiling this information dump in his mind for several dozen minutes. Old man, Naruto begins his declaration, drawing Madara's eyes to him. Train me to be the strongest. I'm gonna have a family one day too. I'm not gonna let him down. Several weeks passed since some important revelations changed Naruto's outlook, but the only thing that changed about his training was that Madara was no longer withholding helpful information now that he knew Naruto could keep secrets. Teaching Naruto about the Sharingan was one of many things, as well as other Uchiha Jutsu, and while Madara could no longer participate in Taijutsu training, he could still use the occasional Genjutsu if he was feeling well to help guide Naruto's movements. In the era of warring states, there were Taijutsu users everywhere. While fewer in number, they have not changed. They still remain weak in skill and power, and the true Taijutsu masters were the only ones in the spotlight. Madara lectures. Ninjutsu and Genjutsu did not have the same great repertoires they did after the founding of the hidden villages. Before that, it was important to master each jutsu with a measurable ability very quickly so that it could be used in battle instead of training to develop new jutsu based off of them. Naruto listens intently as he did pull-ups on a wooden beam, strengthening his body and therefore, his physical energies. So why is Taijutsu still so important? We have those jutsu. Now, Naruto barely articulates his sentence through each pull-up. Taijutsu is more an umbrella term that governs all things physical in combat. It is not just forms of martial arts, it is the chase as an enemy runs, it is the speed at which you evade kunai, shuriken, sword strikes, and even jutsu. Most shinobi use ninjutsu and genjutsu as their first and last resorts when it should be the opposite. Using taijutsu conserves your chakra for when it is needed, and the chakra in your body automatically converts itself into the appropriate energy for fueling and repairing your body in the midst of combat. It is more than fine to use your chakra when you see fit, but do you understand what I am trying to tell you? Naruto drops from the beam and grabs his bottle of water, taking several small sips at a time as to avoid spewing it up. He has learned his lesson from the first time he did. He answers his grandfather's question, putting that thought away. Don't leave gaps in your skills. Naruto states. And what do you mean by gaps? Madara presses, making sure that his charge had practice in conversation and also to find out if he had taken his teachings to heart. If you rely on any skill too much and it doesn't work, you might not have any other options to win. Naruto sits down, legs sprawled out. You can't do anything if the only thing you're good at keeps getting counted. If you're not the best as you can possibly be in a world where people can pretty much do anything with chakra, there is always going to be someone better than you to take away everything. Good. Madara leans back in his chair, but not taking his eyes off of Naruto's exhausted but thoughtful face. Something was clearly bothering him though. Could he have the right answer, that took him so long to discover himself? What bothers you, my grandson? Ji-san. Naruto addresses quietly as he looks up at Madara. Can your chakra get stolen? Close. So very close. It depends on what you mean. Madara indulges. I mean, taken away forever. What if I couldn't use chakra anymore? Perfect. Possibly, Madara replies. But it is not a simple matter of just being unable to use chakra ever again. Chakra is built into our bodies from conception, to birth, and to death. If you took chakra away from someone who wasn't a shinobi and never learned to use it, the same effect would be created by doing the same to people like us who train our lives to use this power. They, and we, would die. Naruto looks a bit disturbed at that, and with good reason. I thought, Naruto cuts himself off. Didn't you say that the Rakudo Sennin gave humans chakra? Why would he give us a weakness like that? I told you the legend of how the Rakudo Sennin brought peace to the world, by giving humans chakra and teaching them ninchu for cooperation and the active facilitation of peace. Madara corrected, inwardly thrilled that he actually has someone to talk about the point with. You say, legend, like you don't believe that's the truth. Naruto observes, dark eyes showing curiosity and not disregard or rejection. Legends are often derived from actual truth. Madara acknowledged, but just the same, they are hardly ever the real truth. You observed yourself just now that the glaring weakness of all beings is that their chakra can be drained from them, killing him, so it stands to reason that we should question why exactly that is. Did the Rakudo build this weakness into us on purpose, or is it something necessary tied to our biology that we need to have this weakness for the Rakudo to teach us how to use chakra in the first place? Naruto considers this for a few moments. I think both could be as likely as each other. Naruto thought aloud, eyes narrowed in thought. I don't know anything that could say that the Rakudo Sennin was really a good guy fighting for peace. Maybe he used pain and death to terrorize people into submitting to his will of peace. Reasonable, given the information I have taught you. Madara admits, but the Rakudo would have left a darker legacy upon the world had that been the case. After he died, his sons continued a legacy of war between them, as evident by the never-ending conflict between the Uchiha and Senju, and it could easily be argued that they are the cause of the 1,000-year strife and the era of warring states. It was they who showed the world how to use chakra against your fellow man. It could have been that they were using what they were taught by their father, but it is more likely the reason behind that conflict was because of personal behavior instead of their father's legacy. Why is that more likely? The sage is just a legend now, it's not like there's anyone left that still practices ninchu. True, Madara admits, but consider what I told you before. It is not as though the Rakudo left a legacy of suffering on the world. The hearts of the people he brought peace to did not change, only their perceptions of his sons. He went far and wide, to every corner of the world to spread his religion, and they passed on their knowledge to their offspring, teaching them that the sage was a man of goodwill and that his sons were misguided and irresponsible, and that is a legacy that was still visible in the world until less than 100 years ago. The Uchiha and Senju were regarded as nothing more than war-mongering tribesmen, undeserving of the power they were born with. But then they forgot. Naruto realizes, when the Uchiha and Senju banded together, everyone else banded together too in desperation so they would have the power to fight back, when the Uchiha and Senju both wanted real peace for once. And so they forgot their own legacies, and brought upon the age of the hidden village. Madara smiles, pleased at his grandson's reasoning. They sought more and more power and then forgot why over the span of 100 years, before sinking into the same pit they sought to never fall in. Might is right. They became even worse than the Uchiha and Senju ever were. They employed tactics, such as attacking small and harmless communities to provoke responses from other villages, and kidnapping children with Kekkei Genkai in order to give themselves strength, instead of earning it on their own. Like Car-san, and the Hyuga girl, indeed, was all Madara had left to say on that matter. But back to what I was saying earlier. Everything has a weakness. Individual jutsu have weakness in opposing chakra natures. Genjutsu can be broken, but only think on this weakness of possessing chakra that could be stolen as something you need to improve all of your skills for. Chakra can only be stolen by jutsu more powerful than the chakra itself. It is a natural weakness in your body, but it can be improved, even though the answer for the occasion may not be as simple as having stronger chakra. We have talked about this. Do not rely on a single thing to save you, or that thing will betray you by not being what you need it to be. Not even the Sharingan can be the key to open every lock. A labored breath. Perhaps it's better that you experience it for yourself. Combat will be revealing for you. Madara hands the boy a fresh-looking, small book. Bingo book, Land of Fire South. Pick your mission well, and do not leave until you are certain you are ready to. Getting blood on your hands for the first time is no simple matter. A terrible incident involving their distant relatives occurs, and Madara has little good to say about the dead. He seemed to have a view on family that kept his immediate relatives in higher regard. They got what they deserved. How cruel, grandfather. Do you not love your family as you love me? Madara doesn't so much give an eye roll in his grandson's sarcastic remark. Naruto was well aware what Gigi thought about those who betrayed him. There was only one survivor. Sasuke is in my class and it was his big brother that did it. Weak. He didn't finish the job. Mean. Madara goes off on another lecture. The fact that even one survived means that there may be some foul play, and I doubt that just one man killed an entire clan. No, there may be more to this tale than meets the eye. Perhaps my apprentice lived after all. Naruto narrows his eyes. Madara smiles at that. It was easy to stoke the flames of determination within a hot-blooded boy like his grandson. What would you do if I were to die tomorrow? Before or after I stopped laughing? Naruto is back to being dry. Madara's brow twitched at his grandson's response. Suddenly, his sense of humor wasn't so funny when it was turned against him. As it was, however, Madara whacked him on the head with his cane. Ow. You're a wily little fox. What happened to the rugrat that used to beg me for jutsu? He realized he was getting the jutsu either way. Naruto made an annoyed face. Too bad you're a brat who can't use them all yet. Madara dismisses that comment. His grandson might think he was going soft. You'd keel over if you tried one at your age, old man. Children these days, no respect and no skill. Old people, mush for brains and smell no matter how much they shower. Naruto yelps when Madara strikes him again with the cane. Alright. Under the cover of night, 9-year-old Uchiha Naruto moved swiftly through tall trees and windy weather. His grandfather told him this would be his final test. If a shinobi was to thrive in this cursed world, no matter their lineage, then they must learn to kill. Naruto had spent the past week tracking a group of missing nin that had been terrorizing neighboring towns of Nami no Kuni. He had a sword tucked to his waist in order to compensate for the lack of reach he had on adults. No matter how unskilled they were, they still had bigger bodies. If they managed to grab him at his size and physical strength, it could be all over. He extends his sensory ability, and finds his prey within it. 13 signatures. Good, they're only a few hundred meters away. His Sharingan swirls into life, and 3 Tomoe in each peer ominously into the darkness. Naruto reaches the camp, and sees what his sensory power could not. 4 women and a child locked up in a slave's cage, looking unharmed for the most part but still terrified. Their chakra resonates in distress. Don't you worry now, sweethearts, a shabby-looking man leers at them. We're going to take real good care of ya, ain't that right, boss? The man looks around when he doesn't get a reply. Boss, Bo URK. He drops to the cold ground when a kunai hits him between the eyes, and unfortunately draws the attention of the rest of the camp. Naruto swoops in behind another bandit before more alarm can spread and puts his sword through the rogue's back out of his chest. There he is. Another howls, and the last 5 turn to the intruder. He's just a kid, the same one exclaims. That brat still killed the boss. Get him. The bandits draw the swords and descend upon Naruto. One swipes clumsily, hoping to catch the boy in the chest and end it quickly. His underestimation rewards him with a quickly flicked kunai in the throat. The remaining 4 are more cautious in approaching. But to Naruto, it doesn't matter. They all die tonight. Not fighting the surge of adrenaline, he attacks the one who is holding his sword a bit too loosely and gives the blade a good push to one side with his own. He quickly makes a chopping motion against the bandit's hand, lopping off several fingers. He is forced to dodge an incoming kick from another before he can finish the man off, and reels back when the erratic swipes attempt to make him flee. His attacker resembles a weed in the wind with how haphazardly his arms are moving, and all Naruto needs is one swift cut to the culprit's head, going straight down vertically from the top of his head, and when the sword stops, it is resting in between 2 halves of a nose. The last 2 attackers halt in their tracks unwillingly, and drop to ground like puppets with their strings cut upon gazing into Naruto's hypnotic eyes. Naruto has a perfect line to finish of the 2 unconscious bandits and the other one currently screaming his head off after losing his fingers. He sheathes his sword and weaves his hands through several hand signs as he takes a deep breath. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The screaming intensifies for only a moment, and disappears before their ashes do in the wind. Naruto escorts the terrified women and little girl to the nearest village, where he turns in the heads of the missing nin and receives a hefty reward that he needs to seal into a scroll in order to take back home. They were bad people, Ji-san. Naruto reveals in a solemn tone. Really bad. He is under no illusions as to what they would have done to the women if he hadn't gotten there in time. His grandfather has given him the talks and lectures on issues like this, and tells him that there really are bad people like that in the world. The women, as a token of gratitude, swore not to speak a word of what he looks like to the authorities that question them. He wasn't one to pressure people after experiencing something like that, but he knows that he isn't strong enough to beat every enemy that would come after him for the mere fact that he has the Sharingan. Did you run into any problems? As usual, Madara is more concerned for his grandson than for some strangers, but he wasn't so callous to the point of being unsympathetic. Not a problem. Naruto stuffed some food into his mouth that Madara prepared for them both. I expected it to be more trouble than it was. And the fight itself? Naruto pauses before he can put more noodles into his mouth, and carefully considers his answer. It was Fun, Naruto admits slowly. I could feel my heart pounding, and Madara stops him by putting a hand on his head and ruffling the black spikes. Now, you have tasted true combat. Madara speaks gravely, but there will be many more foes in your future. Stronger, and faster than the ones you fought. Do you understand a little of what it means to be strong now? Naruto swallows and nods. Madara has told him that experience was the only way to truly measure one's own strength, and he felt that the fight could have easily gone the other way if the enemy had only been a bit smarter and more aware of their surroundings. He understands now, the mountain-sized difference between his strength and his grandfather's, and resolves to work twice as hard to obtain an even greater power. 11-year-old Naruto made his way to the hideout, his shoulder-length spiky black hair swishing with the wind. He decided he wanted his hairstyle to be like his grandfather's, and was allowing it to grow longer. He is so absorbed in his training that often he doesn't even bother going to the academy. Naruto doesn't think that he has the time to listen to the same old stuff on repeat for the next 2 years until he graduates and makes a greater effort to train himself past his current limits. His grandfather helps, of course, providing a wisdom that Naruto had never really appreciated up until his first kills little under 2 years ago. He absorbs everything that Madara has to say, masters every jutsu, and scrapes up every shred of energy he has to make himself not just stronger, but the strongest. Madara lectures him in strategy, history and shinobi as a whole with their many styles and kekkei genkai, and pushes him to his absolute limit in taijutsu training. Swordplay, genjutsu, sharingan, shurikenjutsu, and quite a bit of medical ninjutsu. There are many things to learn and Naruto wants to master them all. Naruto knows all the forms by now, but committing them to muscle memory and actually being strong enough to use them was a different story. On the days that his grandfather is too sickly to watch and help, Naruto would either train on his own or go to the academy if he was in need of a day to relax. He aces his exams and wipes the floor with everyone during taijutsu spars, and it frightens off the less confident students. Naruto also develops an interest in fuinjutsu, not because of his heritage inclining him towards it, but because he doesn't want to get caught by a seal that could potentially lead him to powerlessness. As with everything he learns, he studies this art rigorously, not to mention that fuinjutsu was basically untouched on seals or barriers that could enhance his training. His grandfather was the closest thing he had to Seal Master Sensei, but Madara hadn't actually needed him to train. Not when he had Hashirama constantly testing his mettle. Madara was only lesser to Hashirama in reputation. Konoha had made sure that it forgot how Madara had once been Hashirama's equal, rivaled him blow for blow, and was once regaled as an unstoppable monolith of power, even having Hashirama on the receiving end of what was possibly the only instance of Uchiha mercy up until that point. Better in a great many fields, taijutsu a mere one of them, but Hashirama gained a certain something that outclassed Madara, senjutsu. If he had known where to learn senjutsu at the time, perhaps he would have beaten Hashirama in the state he was without the Rinnegan or the man cells hitching a ride in his body to keep him alive. As someone with similar powers to Naruto, he made the perfect teacher to reach his full potential, and what he could not teach, Naruto had the time gifted from youth to seek out his answers. Eventually, Naruto just quits going to the academy. He was required to sit in a meeting to discuss his future with the Hokage and 4 academy administrators to make it evident that the program was not helping him grow, and since early graduation was prohibited after the Uchiha incident, he had nothing to do in class besides go over the same points he already knew several times a day. Mind numbing, Tsunade agreed easily, telling him only to train even harder with the time given to him, and as she did so the academy admins folded like wet paper and their arguments disappeared into nothingness. He was still required to show up for at least 6 months a year in order to make sure his literacy skills were up to scratch, and also to instill some of that Konoha spirit, but 6 months a year to train in exchange was a worthy sacrifice. So he had 2 years to train himself as much as possible before being tossed into Genin life. He hoped that the pay was all right. Looking around to make sure he wasn't being followed, and sensing around for good measure, he carefully enters the hideout as usual. Something was off though. Gigi was weaker, but he could still usually at least feel his presence. He couldn't feel his grandfather's chakra. Ji-san, Naruto called out, voice echoing through the cave. Naruto made his way further and spotted his grandfather sitting in his usual chair. But something was wrong. Naruto still couldn't sense the strong chakra that should be there. Gigi, Naruto tried again. He tried to shake his grandfather awake. No response. Wake up, Ji-san. Naruto shook harder in panic. His mind registered the ugly truth, but the boy still wanted his grandfather to wake up. Naruto collapsed to his knees, and for the second time he could remember, broke down crying. He sat there on the dirty cave floor, and remembered the times he shared with the last of his family. 6 months later, Tsunade smiles as the young Uzumaki enters her office. Naruto picks the days well to ask for help, seeing as no one else was around. Happy 12th birthday, Naruto. More stern and serious than she remembers. Thank you, Hokage-sama. What you here for? She asks him casually. I want to take the graduation exam. You have good timing. Your age group is about to go through their own exam. If you can wait 2 weeks, you can take the test with them. I can, Naruto replied simply. Good, Tsunade smiled. I need you to wait while my assistants get the paperwork ready. You will need to attend the last few weeks, but I probably won't be able to get you in time if you sign up any later. Are you sure you still want to go through with it? I am sure. I do not want to wait any longer than I need to. Alright then, take a seat in the waiting room. Shizune will be there as soon as she can to help you fill in the forms. Soon, being 10 minutes later, and yet it still felt like forever. Uzumaki Naruto, Shizune calls. Naruto stood up and approached her, glad the eternity of waiting was fading away. Sorry to keep you waiting, Shizune gives a sheepish smile. It's been pretty intense with the Genin exams coming up. There are quite a few clan heirs in this class, so we need to run things by their parents a bit more than usual. Just put down your details here so we can put you into the academy system. You don't need to do anything besides get your photo taken if you graduate, and it stays that way right up until you get chosen for promotion. What is this section meant to be? Naruto asked politely, eyeing the words, stipend mission credit. Oh, this means that people who aren't supported by their families will still receive a stipend from the village until they are qualified to start taking on more missions and support themselves. That was good news, Naruto thought. He hadn't saved a dime since Tsukimi Baken died and he was put into a crummy little apartment. All of the money he got went into making sure he had the food and tools to train and recover. He would repay the village with the results of his training, of that he was sure. He was currently dirt poor. Naruto signs all he needs to, determination still burning in his heart. I'll make you proud, old man. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned from his door after locking up to see his neighbor Shizune greeting him, looking chipper. Yo, Shizune. Naruto replies casually. Good morning, Naru-ni. A chipper, tiny voice piped up. Huh, Naruto looked around, obliviously. I heard a voice but I don't see anyone. Who could that have been? Naru-ni. The little voice whined before Naruto was forced to fend off a vicious attack. Of the hug around the legs until he falls over, variety. Monako-chan, is that you? When did you get here? Naruto manages to pry her arms from him and pick up the bouncy 4-year-old. I've been here forever. Monako wraps her arms around his neck instead and snuggles in, squishing Naruto's long spikes down. Naruto gives a dry look to Shizune, who only giggles. Monako-chan found out that her Naru-ni was graduating today, so she just had to wish him good luck. She did. Naruto looked down at the excited girl, silver hair bobbing around when she gave him rapid nods to confirm her mother's statement. Naruto teases, making the girl blush and bury her head into his shoulder again. From behind Shizune, a male voice makes itself known. Yo, Naruto. Naruto nods at him. Kakashi, the old bat gave you both today off. Hokage-sama gave us both today off, yes. Shizune corrects and affirms in exasperation, and Kakashi gives a signature eye smile. And Kakashi can't go on missions right now anyway. Why? Naruto turns to Kakashi. Injured, pregnant, Kakashi deflects lazily, but there was a smile in his voice. Hokage-sama has deemed it necessary to burden me with some Genin candidates this year. Shame. I hope I don't get put on your team. You've been here 20 seconds and I'm already sick of your face. I agree. It's insulting to put up with the presence of those who are significantly less skilled than you. Shizune bonked them both on the head lightly when she practically saw sparks fly between their eyes, leading to Monako giggling. No more prank wars, she orders with her tuned, mother voice. She switches to her kindly self again. But since we have today off, we thought we'd come by the academy and scout out the students during their test. Kakashi will get to see who he might get and Monako gets to watch her and Ai-chan. In that case I better not disappoint. Naruto pokes Monako in the side, eliciting a squawk. We better be on our way. You don't want to be late for your own graduation. Shizune frets over him. Naruto is fond of his neighbors. Shizune had been one of the people to teach him how to live on his own. Things like cooking and cleaning were practically beaten into his head and she always encouraged him to keep his home in order. Kakashi was someone he thought highly of too. His mannerisms were more calm and helped him understand the behavior of men a little more, plus playing rough with him while he was younger was a nice change from the women who rarely wanted to do so. It helped him understand how rough was too rough, that it wasn't fun for anyone anymore, and was a valuable tool when he was still in close contact with other orphans a while after Tsukimi Baken passed away. Fighting was one thing, but playing rough was something different when you wanted to. make friends or interact with little fragile people like Monako. Plus, he couldn't go everywhere being stinky and unclean. Kakashi told him it would be a good idea to groom and recently taught him how to shave. I'm sure it will be fine. Naruto is dismissive but does lead on to the academy, Monako climbing onto his shoulders unassisted. Giddy up, mush, Monako orders imperiously. Yes, Monako Heim, some of you are here to make your family proud, and some of you are here because you have something to prove. But today, you're here to let yourselves and all of Konoha know that you are worthy of serving beside the finest shinobi in the world. Tsunade finished her speech and the teachers clapped, followed by students and parents. She steps down from the podium and Naruto admires the bounce to her chest with every foot down. He hoped no one noticed him ogling the Hokage. He looks at Kakashi, who is smirking at him while clapping. Damn, there is about half an hour of mingling while some of the teachers set up the outdoor tests. Open field shurikenjutsu ranges are set up as well as a large taijutsu ring. Most of the students head in to chat to each other instead of put up with their embarrassing parents. Naruto is watching it all and basking in the sun rather than head in just yet, and Tsunade decides to approach him. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do today, Naruto. I hope my decision to let you study and train on your own was a good one. Naruto carefully looks her in the eyes and not an inch down. He didn't want to get caught by the subject of his indecent observation. You won't be disappointed. I'm stronger than anyone else in my class. Of that he had no doubt. Teachers included. Then your confidence won't be unearned then. Tsunade smiles at his bravado. She turns to face Kakashi and Shizune, who had just finished talking with some civilian parents. Her smile becomes almost motherly at the sight of Shizune holding the squirming child. She turns her attention to them and Naruto heads into the academy. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi and Shizune greet in unison, giving a respectful half bow. I see you decided to see who you'd be sending back to the academy this year. Perhaps I'll be unfortunate enough to have a good batch instead. Kakashi jokes back dryly and Shizune pinches him for it. Tsunade smiles, though her attention is still drawn to their child. And here's a little munchkin. Tsunade leans in as preparation to issue the cute child with affection, wanted or otherwise. Monako snuggles into Shizune, hiding her face momentarily. Shizune tries to coax her out to say hello. Mina-chan, Tsunade-sama is talking to you. What do you say when someone says hi? A small, cold shiver works down Kakashi's spine. Kakashi looks up slowly to the small stairwell Naruto paused on before he stepped into the academy. The boy wore a smile. One of nightmares, one of pure evil. He turns back around and walks through the door. The Jonan's stomach dropped and he turns slowly to his daughter. Her face peeks out after watching Naruto look back at her and seemingly received a transmission of confidence from him. Tsunade-chan, Monako chirps up at her. Kakashi's heart stopped. Shizune's jaw dropped. Every other parent and family member in the courtyard is looking at them now. That little bass. Aren't you adorable? Tsunade-sama gushes and scoops Monako into her arms. Simultaneously, every person in hearing range gave the same reaction. Hey, my mom was getting clan stuff done yesterday at Hokage-sama's office, and guess what? What is it, Ino-chan? The little voice could be mistaken for a whisper. You know that Naruto guy? The tall one who's never here. He gets to sit the Genin exam. He got to skip academy while we all had to suffer doing this boring junk. Ino throws her hands up in the air, clearly frustrated. Naruto-san had been coming to the academy for the last 2 weeks, and while there was no chance that he would get Rookie of the Year by any means given his attendance record, some of the boys were frustrated that someone who was away so often was effortlessly defeating them in taijutsu spars and class activities. Even Sasuke-san couldn't hit Naruto, but at least the former never complained openly and came back at Naruto with more zeal every time. Oh, little voice responds, unsure if she was meant to be feeling indignant at the truancy of someone she didn't know very well. I don't think that Naruto-san needs instruction. You're so lucky, Hinata. Ino interrupts and slumps back into her seat in a mood flip, face sitting atop her forearms with an overdramatic frown. You're probably gonna get Shino or, her mood flips again to, dreamy. Sasuke-kun. Hinata is overwhelmed. She doesn't want Ino's oppressive personality to make her more skittish than she already was. Father already probably considered her a lost cause as it was and she didn't want to disappoint him further, she thought morosely. Ino still has more to say. Annoyingly. Meanwhile, I'm gonna get stuck with that lazy bones Shikamaru and too busy eating to W and Choji. This sucks. Maybe they realized that you're as hopeless as they are. Ino's head snaps around to the smirking Pinkett across the room. If looks could kill, there'd be one less Genin aspirant today. Hinata practically shrinks, frozen on the spot. She knows that a fight is on the cusp of breaking out. As if summoned by the ghost of school fights past, Iruka-sensei waltzed into the room as if there wasn't the next Shinobi war about to start in it. Good morning, everyone take your seats. He goes ignored. The yapping refuses to stop. Students, take your seats. His voice is not as chipper. The volume goes up. Hinata covers her ears. Sit down and shut up. Silence. Blissful silence. Hinata sighs in relief. Back to your seats. Iruka glances over the students suspiciously before his expression evens out. Don't make your last day here a bad one. You still need to pass this test, so I want all of you to act as befitting a shinobi. Professional. Do you understand? Yes, Iruka-sensei. The droning chorus confirms. The door opens immediately after, and Hinata recognizes the tall boy who walks in as Naruto. The mostly truant student. You're late. Iruka-sensei seems resigned. He has probably tried and failed many times to get Naruto to show up on time. The test has started. Naruto asks, his voice a smooth and pleasant rumble. Iruka-sensei shakes his head. Just take a seat, Naruto. Clearly not making a fuss about it, he probably didn't think it was worth it in the end. Naruto walks up the steps to the open spot next to her and naturally, there are spiteful boys sticking their feet out to trip him. He steps over them easily and without looking silly. He takes a seat next to her and crosses his arms over his chest. His muscular chest. She hopes he didn't notice her eyeing him up. He looks at her and she sees his visible eye wink at her. Damn. Thankfully, Mizuki-sensei is already passing out the written tests and she isn't afforded the opportunity to blush at being caught. You will each have 1 hour to complete your test as well as you can. If you are caught cheating in any way, shape or form, you will be disqualified immediately. Hinata nearly gulps at the size of the test. Every page was completely filled out with questions. She takes a look at the boy sitting next to her and sees that he is unconcerned as he writes his name down. She wishes she could have his confidence. No, she sucks her lips in nervously. I have to do my best. Be like Naruto. She looks at the questions on the first page again. It would be a long hour. Half of the students don't even finish the exam. They'd still have the opportunity to catch up in the practical tests, but it seemed that the only people that would be getting decent written marks would be Naruto and Sasuke, who finished by a significant margin, as well as some of the other clan children. Plus Sakura. Iruka and Mizuki collect the papers and Suzume-sensei, who is usually delegated to kunoichi and espionage training, is the one who gets the grueling task of marking all of the tests. All of the students are led out to the training field and the parents who had been mingling or taken their other children away to play had returned and were ready to watch the last stages of graduation. I don't recognize the tall one. Did he fail last year? Nara Yoshino asks, standing in a group with her fellow Inoshika-cho matrons and other mothers. Shizune huffs at the rude question and Kakashi nearly rolls his eye. Ma, that's Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade-sama gave him special permissions to train on his own since students aren't allowed to graduate early anymore. Kakashi answers instead, he must be very skilled then. Yoshino replies with a somewhat dubious tone. Kakashi smiles and replies, preventing Shizune from saying something. I'm sure we'll get to see shortly. He claps politely on seeing a civilian student get an above-average score, along with the rest of the parents. And they do. Once Sasuke displayed his own impressive shuriken jutsu, Naruto was quick to match his perfect score shortly after. Go Naru ni! Monako cheers joyfully. There was a smatter of laughter and another round of polite applause. Next up is ninjutsu. Iruka leads the students to a more open area, and the parents shuffle along the boundary of the children so they could all watch clearly. The students come forward in the same order they were called previously, and Shizune has something to say about one particular candidate. She has remarkable control for someone so young. She comments admirably. Haruno was it. She could make a medic nin if she trained some more. A pair of civilians beam at the praise of the daughter. Uchiha Sasuke, squeals echo from nearly every young girl and Kakashi openly rolls his eye this time. Sasuke makes 2 perfect clones, performs an unusually fast substitution and follows with an impressive transformation into Iruka. Not bad. Kakashi gives his own comment. The kid was pretty good at the jutsu provided by the academy at least. It was hard not to see the prodigy that was Uchiha Itachi in him, even though he knew it wasn't fair. Kakashi wondered what kind of potential he had, and how far he could have come under the guidance of people who could teach him better than what he was currently receiving. Kakashi doubted anyone besides Sasuke's own family could have taught him to use his gifts. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto steps forward, ignoring the jeers from his male peers. Bunshin no Jutsu. As Kakashi expected, Naruto provides 2 perfect clones of himself. Kawarimi no Jutsu. Also as expected, Naruto casts his jutsu at the same speed as Sasuke. There is a foreboding pause before Naruto uses his next jutsu. Henge. Kakashi's eye nearly pops out its socket. Ah, an erotic moan cuts through the silence. Wherever did my clothes go? A stunning, young woman with silky black hair that reached her ankles revealed herself, and wisps of smoke are the only protection of her modesty there is. Nosebleeds and blushes erupt all around the crowd. Nice Naruto. Kakashi hollers his praise, giving an inspirational thumbs up before he and every other man in his situation are promptly put in their places by furious spouses. Uzumaki Naruto. Shizun's voice was like death calling, sending shivers down the transformed boy's spine. Iruka plugs his nostrils with his fingers. You idiot. Don't use perverse jutsu like this. I should have known. Tsunade, who had been mostly silent thus far, slaps her forehead in exasperation. Of course a young boy left to play with jutsu on his own would do something ridiculous like this. The crowd calms down and Naruto dispels the transformation, although glares from every female including the Hokage are enough to keep him behaved for the moment. He transforms into Iruka flawlessly, and it is the concluding jutsu of the exams. Next is taijutsu. I hope you've all got energy left for this one. Most of the fights are pathetic to say the least. Even a pair of the famed Ino Shika Cho trio children aren't happy to engage in a taijutsu spar. Shikamaru throws lazy unenthused punches at Choji and Choji barely deflects them at all. It could be suspected by any observer that they only put up the display at all was because their mothers were watching. Honestly, that boy, Yoshino gripes and Choji's mother also gives an over-the-top sigh. The boys are rewarded with poor marks. Kiba and Shino provide a more interesting matchup, something their mother and father respectively seem happy about. Your boy is as gifted as you were with your clan's signature style. Aburama Shibi compliments after said boy defeats Shino. He's got the vigor for it. Sume agrees with a proud smirk. But he really needs to learn not to just throw himself around like that. The mini you nearly took it from him with that blind spot attack in the middle. Goes to show brains matters just as much, huh? Shibi nods in agreement, silently impressed that his son had the will to fight even knowing he was outmatched. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Step forward please. Both students form the seal of confrontation before moving into more comfortable positions. Kakashi observes Naruto and Sasuke through the ear-rattling noise generated by fangirls, and sees that Sasuke looks quite pumped up. Naruto too takes on a more serious demeanor. He hadn't actually seen Naruto use shinobi techniques before, their relationship was more akin to uncle and nephew than teacher and student. For him it was quite bizarre to see him take an unrecognizable taijutsu stance, and look more akin to a seasoned warrior instead of the teasing big brother and semi-prankster that stayed up far past his bedtime. He knew that the Naruto knew wasn't just a mask, there was real joviality in him, but he couldn't help but wonder how much Naruto was hiding if he could display such technique with seemingly no influence from the shinobi forces. Are you both ready? Mizuki is proctoring this time, raising his arm into the air. Naruto and Sasuke nod. Hajime. Sasuke rushes Naruto with impressive speed and tries to kick Naruto's legs while throwing the first punch. Naruto strafes instead of moving backwards and sweeps Sasuke's legs from the side. Mid-fall, Sasuke spins and flings an axe kick quickly enough that Naruto catches it with his hand. Naruto isn't content to let Sasuke control the fight and throws a punch with his free hand that collides with Sasuke's chest and knocks the wind out of him. Sasuke blocks the follow-up strike and tries to disrupt Naruto's footing by swinging over his head. Naruto lets go of the foot he's clinging to instead of falling for it and springs into a kick at his opponent's stomach, sending him tumbling away. The Uchiha boy rights himself immediately and is forced to defend from the larger and faster Naruto, who has decided to take the lead. Rather than try to block, he deflects and again tries gaining the advantage by controlling Naruto's footwork. The other boy is quick meet every retaliation kick with steady leg blocks. This is not two students fighting. Kakashi is floored by the speed and skill. This isn't even two genin fighting. Sasuke strafes and dips low. He goes for a strong kick to get Naruto in the air, but it doesn't work on the faster boy. Naruto reeled back instead of blocking and attacks as Sasuke reaches full extension. Sasuke does a push-up and thrusts another kick too, which is pushed away roughly enough to flip him and expose his chest. A powerful kick is the greeting for it, sending Sasuke rolling across the ground again. The academy teacher seems content to merely watch on as the spar gets rougher. Naruto has yet to take a hit, but Sasuke still seems to have energy despite the strong blows. You've gotten stronger, Sasuke. Naruto grins, looking quite pleased, and the seriousness bleeds away. Come at me, let's dance some more. Sasuke throws himself into a high-speed flurry and kicks, punches and deflections. Naruto's hair billows as the pace of the fight continues to climb, and he answers every strike faster and stronger than Sasuke can match. Sasuke's face gets red from exertion and Naruto is happy as escalate. The shorter boy's form begins to deteriorate but keeps up his vicious assault with cry of adrenaline fueled. vigor, unreal, Sume utters beside them. She is as stunned as he is. Those boys aren't anything to scoff at. Kakashi mostly ignores it, his eyes wide as he notices one thing that he doubted the others had yet. Sasuke's steam was running low, but he seemed to be reacting better than before. His moves are more efficient despite being tired and is doing better at defending from Naruto's blows than before. He is too tired out to attack effectively, but his movement was more fluid. He immediately realized what had happened when the glint of Sasuke's eyes was revealed. This spar has gone on too long. Shibi disapproves, probably having caught on as well. It is unusual that this is allowed to continue. Kakashi silently agreed with the assessment. It had escalated too far if it could incite a change of that magnitude in Sasuke. It could be the emotional frustration at losing or being pushed harder than he had ever before. But there would be people pleased with this development. The instructor Mizuki seemingly comes to his senses once everyone else has caught on to the change, and calls out the result. This spar is over. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke receive full marks. Sasuke slumps instantly, having been drained of all his stamina. Cheers erupt at the display of taijutsu prowess. Unsurprisingly, no one had expected to see that when they came here today. Naruto walks over to Sasuke while the girls crowd around the fallen boy. He at least gets a clear view of Sasuke's face. I guess I should congratulate you, Sasuke. The panting boy manages to get a look at Naruto through the fangirls blotting out the sun around him. Naruto pays no heed and sticks out two fingers. The start of the sign of reconciliation. Sasuke takes them in his own without thinking, and is pulled to his feet. Along with two helpful females. Naruto pulls out a kunai slowly and angles it squarely for Sasuke. The boy looks at the reflection of his eyes in stunned disbelief before he collapses again. Oh no, Sasuke-kun. Most of the attending adults exchange their own looks of disbelief. Much time is wasted as they discuss the happenings of the fight, and the noise level steadily increases. Iruka is quick to rush over with a bottle of water. Drink it slow, Sasuke-kun. We don't want you throwing it back up again. Sasuke nods placidly, the most cooperative he'd ever been for Iruka. Said teacher looked over at Mizuki with a questioning look, clearly wondering if the other instructor was up to something, but decided to leave it for later. Shizune naturally head over as well and bullies the young girls out of the way, using a diagnosis jutsu on Sasuke's forehead. He's perfectly fine, just physically exhausted and a bit battered. Her hands start to glow as she transferred a small amount of chakra into him and provided some first aid to his developing bruises. A younger voice has even more to say. That was amazing, Anai-chan. You were all like FWUAHH. And he was like blue. And then, Iruka and Mizuki quickly tally up the results of the practical exams along with Suzume, who brought out her own. A couple of genin who had been tasked with helping out the academy today were the ones to set up a display table with fresh, brand new Konoha headbands. The blue fabric didn't have so much as a speck of dust. Generally, exam results were kept private, but seeing as a considerable amount of clan children would be participating in the graduation, it was decided that a spectacle would be made out of it to help provide motivation to students who didn't pass, and show parents who weren't as keen on the shinobi business as clan parents were what was required of their kids to help guide them better. Students who didn't pass the exam would be held back and provided a same-day retest, and if they failed their second attempt, they'd be brought in with their guardian to determine if they were to stay another few months to get them in fighting shape or have them drop out entirely and pursue conventional civilian education. Never let it be said that Konoha doesn't give ample opportunity for growth in its walls, although today's display may have the opposite of the intended effect. Seeing a pair of boys outclass them in such a way might dampen one's motivation and stop them from being shinobi at all. The aggressive and unnecessarily violent spar was eye-opening for some, but seeing as it was the last spar of the day, hopefully the graduates would be encouraged to work harder. Or at least have their parents make them work harder. Uchiha Sasuke, step forward please. The exhausted Uchiha stand to attention in front of Iruka. Today you have proven to yourself and Konoha that you will be an excellent and worthy addition to our shinobi. You receive the title of Rookie of the Year, for your dedication. Congratulations on becoming a genin. Claps sound all around and enthusiastic cheers come from a cooing squad of girls. Hooray for Sasuke-kun. Ino and Sakura shout in unison before glaring at each other. Sasuke ties the forehead protector around his head and takes his seat again quietly. This time, he is right beside Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, step forward please. Said boy stands and his spot on the ground is taken instantly by a dog pile of frothing fangirls. Naruto, Iruka starts with a smile. I'll admit that I didn't expect what we got out of you today, but I see that Tsunade-sama's intuition has proven right again. Wear this with pride, and welcome to the forces. I know you'll make a fine Konoha shinobi. Thank you. Naruto answers politely and ties up his own forehead protector. Thankfully for him there is plenty of free space this time. There is applause for him as well. That concludes your graduation. I am honored to have taught such fine young shinobi. Iruka is soft-hearted, and can't help the wide and proud smile. You've only got 1 day left, I swear. Come back tomorrow morning for your assignment to your Genin squad. Naruto is accosted by the people he arrived with. My goodness, when were you going to tell us you could do that? I wasn't, Naruto replies honestly, adjusting his headband to try and get a good fit. Didn't think that it mattered. Well, Shizune huffed, holding her sleeping daughter and being careful not to raise her voice too much. Iruka-sensei wasn't lying, you're going to make an excellent shinobi if you keep that performance up. It's kinda weird that Mizuki-sensei had it go on for so long though, but it's cool that Sasuke got the Sharingan. Naruto ponders thoughtfully. Indeed it was. Kakashi smiles, but his thoughts are also along the lines that the spar was allowed to continue. Well, time for my celebratory ramen. Naruto puts his hands behind his head and meanders in the direction of Ichiraku's. Ma, why don't you wait a second? I'll treat you. Kakashi halts him and Naruto looks at him questioningly. Kakashi looks at Sasuke as he sees the boy watch Monako climb onto Naruto's shoulders again. Great work, kiddo. Kakashi smiles at him. I was impressed. You should probably get used to fighting on ground level though. Being floaty is normal for some people, but you can see how Naruto controlled the fight, right? He kept you on the ground because he knew you'd be less effective. I think you've got potential though. Wow, Shizune utters in amazement. You must have really left an impression if my quiet little mouse of a husband said something. Thanks, Sasuke says only, not really sure what else to say when a legendary shinobi like Hitaki Kakashi gives him a taijutsu tip. Kakashi smiles again and leads their little group away. Sasuke watches enviously for a moment before he leaves as well. So Kakashi, why don't you tell me where you want Naruto and Sasuke? Kakashi nearly snorted, seeing as every other instructor had wanted at least one of them. The Jonin who were to become instructors were lined up in the late afternoon to discuss last-minute changes that may need to be made. They're good for each other from what I've seen. Naruto is clearly gifted and Sasuke lacks a rival that can compete with him. Naruto would be that and more. According to this, Kakashi gestures to the academy profile of Sasuke. He has trouble interacting with his peers, but I didn't see that kind of behavior even after Naruto thrashed him. As far as I can tell, Naruto is outright encouraging Sasuke to get stronger instead of dragging him down, and Sasuke responds well to it. This might even help get him to defer to Naruto, which might be a stepping stone in having him interact with other people too and build bonds with his fellow shinobi. Kakashi paused before continuing, and he awoke the Sharingan today. Something that I at the very least have more knowledge on than others right now. Tsunade looked to be considering it. And I want Sakura too. For obvious reasons. He tacked on, no doubt having been on the receiving end of an earful by his wife. Alright, seeing as you're the only sensei here who gave me a good reason instead of just wanting a prodigy that could learn on their own and do less work teaching, you're approved. Other teams will be as follows. Team 8 will be Inuzuka, Hyuga and Aburame under Yuhi Kurenai. Team 10 will be Yamanaka, Nara and Nakamichi. The list goes on until all the candidates are on teams. Alright, that concludes this meeting. Tsunade slaps the team list down on top of a messy pile of papers. Everyone except Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma out now please. Once the room is mostly cleared, Tsunade starts again. Kakashi, I think you're aware that what happened today at the academy is not normal. She starts, looking at him. I sent an Anbu to monitor the academy instructor Mizuki, but I've yet to hear back from them. Kakashi, brief them and investigate Mizuki, then report anything you find back to me. Hi, Hokage-sama, 3 Jonin chorused. The cooling body of an Anbu lay dead at the feet of 2 men. One's hand is lit with hissing medical chakra. He awoke the Sharingan, you say? Well done Mizuki. I live to serve Orochimaru-sama. The proud instructor replies. Indeed, it's a shame that your little plan drew the eyes of some very important people. You might have had better use alive if it hadn't. The hissing blue jutsu was the last thing he saw before receiving a painless death via chakra scalpel. A shame indeed. Round glasses glint in the dark. Naruto readied himself through his morning routine, going through his breakfast and hygiene ritual before changing into the shinobi where he'd managed to save up enough to afford from babysitting and hanging on to change from the stipend he received from Konoha to see him by until he joined the shinobi forces. The glint of the sun is minor through his windows and he could tell it was going to be a good day for whatever his next step in shinobi life had in store for him. Privately admitting that maybe he was a little nervous, he'd never worked in a team before and Kakashi was a person of legendary senses and skill. He'd have to try harder to hide what he wanted to keep secret for now. Uncomfortable questions would rise if he revealed any suspect abilities. He wanted to do so on his own terms in a situation that he could control. He wanted to create an echo that would scream across Konoha and say, "Don't mess with me." There were still ways he could honor his heritage without being too overt about it. The Uchiha clan wasn't the only clan he hailed from, and the Uzumaki clan's symbol was an iconic piece of design that was used in all modern Konoha uniforms and forehead protectors. It wouldn't be out of place or suspicious of him to be wearing the sign of Uzushio and Konoha's friendship. He threw on a new black long-sleeved shirt, customized for a low price to have the Uzumaki swirl on the back. He figured that if he wasn't going to represent the Uchiha yet, he'd try and make his departed mother proud. He had black sandals to match and a grey pants with the shins wrapped up. He tied up his new blue forehead protector last, and thankfully it didn't alter the style at which he wore his hair. It still parted to cover his right eye, and the rest at the back was only just long enough to reach the red swirl on the back of his shirt. Naruto tidied up and finishes his dishes before grabbing his tool pouch and securing it to his belt. He opens the door, is greeted by the morning sun, still casting shadows in the street of apartments. His senses told him that Kakashi was still in next door and that his chakra was still unwound, likely meaning that he was still asleep. He pitied the team that got him as their sensei. The Uzumaki boy begins a slow trek back to the academy and decides to practice his sensing on the way. He could accurately determine the number of people nearby, the levels of chakra they had, the rhythm of their chakra to determine if they were resting or under genjutsu, and how strong their chakra was, which he could to some degree sense what chakra nature they possessed. But as with all things, there was room for improvement. One of Madara's lessons was, how do you take what you know to the next level? It was all well and good being gifted with abilities, but what good were they if they could not be taken to a degree that made him functionally better, as in the case of his mind's eye of the Kagura sensing ability? It was said to be an extraordinary and multi-purpose sensing technique, and yet Naruto could barely sense 20 meters down the street before everything got fuzzy and inaccurate to him. He admitted to neglecting his training in that regard and resolved to do better with himself. He couldn't always make excuses by only training the things he found most interesting and got the best results from doing. Even though it was boring, Naruto thought about a phrase that got passed around a lot when in the orphanage: nothing worth having comes easy. He immediately bumps into someone when he closes his eyes for a moment to focus. Trying to see without your eyes was quite the challenge. "Pardon me," Naruto says to the back of the woman he knocked slightly. "It's fine," the woman replies, her voice having a distinct maturity to it. "But you should probably walk with your eyes open, NE. The risk of embarrassing myself helps me improve my sensory abilities." Naruto gives his poor excuse and hopes it's enough to deflect if she's actually upset about it. She cracks a smile, and Naruto counts it as a victory. "A censor, huh?" The man with her speaks up, sounding surprised as he plucks a cigarette from his mouth. "Sounds like your sensei got lucky. I'm Kurenai, and this is Asuma." The beautiful woman introduces. "We're on our way to the academy to pick up our new teams. I think Asuma is bitter that he didn't get you." "I am not." Asuma protests, though he seems amused. "And I don't think there was a chance anyway. I get the Ino Shika Cho trio, as is tradition. Most of the teams were made up before the graduation anyway, but things had to be discussed to account for dropouts and latecomers." Kurenai reveals, apparently not seeing any need to be secretive with the information. "She's bitter that she didn't get you either." Asuma clearly fibs. "Ignore him," Kurenai says even as she elbows him in the ribs. "Don't tell me that I got Kakashi then." Naruto surmises that there aren't many options left. He wasn't ignorant to the fact that as someone who was relatively high profile in the way of genes and thus far displayed performance, someone like him wasn't going to get an unproven sensei who lacked the knowledge to help him reach his potential. The higher-ups didn't know that Naruto knew of his heritage, but if he could turn out even half as strong as his father who was the Hokage, then clearly it would be a good investment to give him a talented and powerful teacher. The way Kurenai and Asuma exchange amused glances gives it away. Naruto sighs but doesn't complain. Even a tardy teacher can be a good one. "Well, sorry for bumping into you, but I should set an example to my sensei by showing up on time." Naruto excuses himself, leaving the pair of jonin to chuckle at his back. The sensei exchanged a look. "Did you feel his chakra?" Asuma asked lowly. He was no sensor, but being close enough to anyone using a jutsu could give off the feel of their inner power. "Yes, it's insane. He has to have nearly as much chakra as Kakashi, and nearly as strong too. Is that even naturally possible? He's 12, his mother was the same." Asuma comments, idly recalling the story of how only a member of a certain clan could have chakra potent enough to suppress the strongest of all the Biju. His father was no slouch in that department either. "I don't think Kakashi has come close to that level, and he's older now than Yondawa-sama was when he passed. Still, Kurenai thought on how dangerous that kind of potential could be in the hands of an enemy manipulator. Kakashi really is the only choice to teach him. Yeah, Asuma agrees, taking a drag of his cigarette. If he were younger, he'd try to bluster and reason that he could be the teacher of someone like that. But Hitaki Kakashi was on a different level, elite among elites, and seemingly only better now that his mental state had evened out. Kakashi was the only person who could teach and protect a unit of prodigies while they were developing. Regardless of what anyone wanted, Naruto could only be taught by Kakashi. Naruto doesn't savor the glares from both the girls and boys as he steps into the classroom. There are a scant few people who aren't annoyed with his presence, included among them was Sasuke himself. He could sense the change in Sasuke's chakra that the awakening of the Sharingan had triggered, but it seemed he'd recovered well enough from Shizune's tending to his injuries. It's annoying that he has to put up with looks like that. What had he done wrong, really? Beat up another student who was perfectly happy to fight him. The boys he could understand. He knew that it sucked feeling like you're second best or being outshined in every way. He wasn't angry with those looks, because he knew the ones with strong will would use that as motivation to grow, while the weak would complain about how unfair it was. There were several among them that just didn't care and would do things at their own pace. He could see reason in that, at least, even if he couldn't see himself doing the same. Sasuke hadn't been holding back, and Naruto saw opportunity there. The other boy wasn't afraid to use his strength. Naruto felt like he could use someone like that as a sounding board for taijutsu practice. If he could convince Sasuke to spar with him regularly, then it would be like having an ideal training partner. Both of them could learn to combat each other when the other threw something new at them. The fangirls didn't understand that it was a good thing for Sasuke to meet someone who wasn't willing to just let himself get knocked over, but he supposed the blame wasn't solely on their shoulders. They were only kids, and kids didn't think like adults or people who were obsessed with strength. Maybe it was in the nature of those descended from the sage to be obsessive. Whether it be power or love, no one had accused Uchiha, Senju or Uzumaki of being entirely sane. Smart, but not normal. He takes a seat next to Sasuke, which is miraculously empty. Most likely case being that the two boldest declarers of Sasuke's affections, Ino and Sakura, were comparatively more aggressive and competitive to get his attention, and it probably didn't end well for any other female that took up seat next to him. The males didn't seem to be friends with Sasuke, and it was easier to talk to your friends in class when you were right next to them. Yo, sorry for the beat down yesterday, but I'm not going easy on you if we get on the same team. Naruto delivers a lackadaisical and frankly not sorry apology. HN is Sasuke's opener. It's fine. It worked out in the end. Ho, are you talking about your Kekkei Genkai? Naruto tries to bait Sasuke into communicating with him more. Sasuke looks at Naruto and activates his Sharingan. Naruto doesn't flinch. The juvenile state of his eyes posed no threat to him. There was a single tomoe in each. It seems to startle a few of the students. Yes, I learned from you, as well. Don't think that our next spar will be the same. Sasuke deactivates his eyes after seemingly assessing Naruto's chakra network. I should hope not. It's hard to grow stronger when you fight weaker people, Naruto said, though his eyes cast over to one of the boys on the other end of the room. Not that weak people aren't capable of extraordinary things. I hear that the Nara clan is full of strategists who wield a unique and useful jutsu. I suppose, Sasuke said only. He probably didn't understand the value of people like that yet. Did Hitaki Kakashi train you? The question is a little awkward, but given that this is the most he'd heard Sasuke speak, it was probably a good sign he was even being spoken to. Nah, he's my neighbor. He pays me to babysit sometimes, but that's about it. Naruto doesn't mention what he thinks of Kakashi. It wasn't really anyone's business if he liked or disliked someone. Their conversation was halted by the noisy entrance of Sakura and Ino. My toe was in the door first. I win. I sit next to Sasuke-kun. Like hell, forehead girl, stomping up the steps to where Sasuke was usually seated. Their violent tendencies are halted by the sight of Naruto in the chair they both wanted. Sorry ladies. Sasuke-kun is mine now. Naruto smiles as mockingly as he could manage. He fell deeply in love with my Oiric no Jutsu and requested that I sit next to him for his last class. HN. Sasuke visibly cringes at Naruto's words, making said boy smile wider. You can sit next to him this once. Ino's words are spat out contemptuously, but her eyes show fear at the thought of making Naruto angry. Sakura glares at him too, but neither girl offer anything more than dirty looks after the display during graduation. Naruto doesn't miss the near silent sigh of relief from Sasuke. It seemed Naruto was his savior. Iruka walks into the room and prevents the awkward glare down about to start between the two outspoken girls. Alright, I think I've kept you all waiting long enough. Iruka begins to call out the team list. Team 3 will be civilians, and it remained civilian students until he gets to Naruto's team. Some teams were still in rotation, so a few were skipped. Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, yes, Nu, Ahum, and Uzumaki Naruto. Your sensei will be Hitaki Kakashi. Naruto listens to the rest of the listings. Classic Ino Shika Cho, a recon tracking squad, and some other teams likely thrown together based on teamwork capacity rather than skill sets. Slowly but surely, each sensei comes to pick up their teams, and Naruto knows that Team 7 has the misfortune of having to wait for Kakashi, who he knows is still asleep. This sucks, he says, mostly to himself. You said he's your neighbor. Can't we just go get him? Sasuke suggests. That's probably not a good idea. Kakashi is normally an early riser, so he must have been kept up late for an emergency or something. And I don't really want to get accused of stalking our sensei. Naruto thought it would be a bit too rude to go knocking on Kakashi's door. In any case, nobody said we couldn't utilize this time. I think I'll practice my sensory jutsu. Sakura looked unsure, and eventually bored as all she could do was go over the old textbooks on the shelves. Poor kids, Asuma said pityingly, parting ways with Kurenai after collecting their teams together. Kakashi dismissed them both shortly after finding not just the body of the suspicious academy instructor, but one of an Anbu as well. It was standard practice to dispose of Anbu corpses carefully, and the incident had occurred within Konoe's walls. An investigation like that was beyond his and Kurenai's pay grade, and the responsibility now rested in the hands of internal investigations. Oi, sensei, his new female student whined. How come I get stuck with these two? I got some of the best marks in all our class. I should be one Sasuke-kun's team. Troublesome, is Shikamaru's bored reply. It won't be so bad with this, will it, Ino? Choji asked innocently. Ino falters a bit. The Ino Shika Cho trio is a famous collaborative team of particular clans. Maybe your old man hasn't told you, but the teamwork of the last trio was legendary, just as the previous team was, and the one before that. Asuma's voice is stern. At least be happy that you're part of an effective combo and on a team with people that don't hate you. Most Genin don't get that luxury. Shikamaru and Choji look up at Asuma now. Or, you could be. If not for one small detail. What detail? Shikamaru asks, demands with narrowed eyes. Asuma smiled. You're not really Genin yet. You still need to prove you're worth my time training you. What? Ino's voice explodes in fury. Your former classmates are a bit unlucky. Their sensei isn't going to be up for a while after how busy he was last night. Naruto-kun doesn't like to waste his time. Hinata stammers out quietly. He won't sit still for long. Who cares what that asshole is doing? What are you gonna teach us, sensei? Kiba bursts out, clearly brimming with energy at the thought of training and finally doing something that wasn't schoolwork. Kurenai levels him with a red-eyed glare and makes Kiba flinch. Shino wisely remains silent. Don't be rude. You three are in for an unpleasant surprise if you think the academy was the hardest thing you're going to be doing as a shinobi. In fact, you're going to prove to me that my time is better spent teaching you than going on regular missions. I still have one last test for you, and if you fail, back to the academy for another year. Kurenai finished with a grim smile. The three Genin look up at her in horror. Naruto wasn't brooding, he promised himself. He was just a tad frustrated at his sensei being late. 3 hours late. Yo, Kakashi finally deigns to greet his students from the door. Sorry I'm late guys, a black cat crossed my path so I had to go the long way. 3 equal deadpan looks. Kakashi coughed in the awkward silence. Anyway, let's have a nice chat on the roof. And walks out the classroom door. The 3 Genin plod after him all the way up, and they eventually find themselves in a decorative little rooftop balcony, well shaded for students' lunchtime leisure. Introduce yourselves, likes, dislikes, any dreams and hobbies. Why don't you go first, sensei? Sakura asks him shyly. He nods, couldn't hurt right. Well, I'm Hitaki Kakashi. I have no desire to tell you my likes and dislikes. My dreams for the future. Kakashi trails off boredly, 3 expectant looks. As for my hobbies, I have lots of hobbies. Useless. Weird old man. Just his name. Sasuke, Naruto's and Sakura's simultaneous thoughts. You first, Sakura-chan. He gives an eye smile at her dull look. My name is Haruno Sakura. I like. A distant and dreamy look at Sasuke. I dislike Ino Pig. She develops a fiery look. My dreams include. Back to point 1. Oh brother, what an emotional spectrum. Kakashi, Naruto's and Sasuke's thoughts were all unexpressed outwardly and remarkably similar inwardly. Well, Naruto starts off, shaking off his dry reaction. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like training and cute girls. Sakura growls and Naruto fights hard to keep the smile out of his voice. I dislike when people underestimate me. Dreams. I want to have a big family that I can be strong enough to protect. In the confines of Sakura's mind, an inner voice asks. And hobbies, well, I don't mind learning new things, I guess. Naruto finished lamely on realizing that his only real hobbies was training and winding people up. Kakashi nods. Many orphans expressed desire to have family. The teams he'd rejected before had many of the same answers in that regard. The devastating incident 12 years ago had left early scars on Konoha's youth. How about you, Sasuke-kun? Anything to share with the team? Uchiha Sasuke, I don't like or dislike much. My goal, I wish to restore my clan, his mood shifts slightly darker. And to kill a certain man. Scary, Sakura thought, gulping a little. She didn't know Sasuke-kun had such ambition. Naruto doesn't think anything in particular. He feels only a wave of understanding. Well, Kakashi claps his hands together, effectively breaking the uncomfortable silence. It's good that you all know each other now. I hope you continue to be friends after one of you goes back to the academy. What? Naruto voices the confusion he and his teammates are struck by. Kakashi jiggles two bells tied to a hoop on his pants. I don't really have the time or desire to train 3 needy students. We're going to have a little survival test, shall we say? You 3 are gonna try your best to get these bells from me, and the one of you who doesn't manage to get one, bad luck. Kakashi is entirely too jovial. Sakura jitters in place, obviously scared at the thought of competing with Sasuke-kun and Naruto. They won't hesitate to fight me for a bell, she thought in panic and looked at Naruto. I have to trick him. There's no way I can't be on Sasuke-kun's team. Meet me at training ground 7. Alright. You 3 have until sundown to get these 2 bells from me. Ready? Kakashi begins a markdown. All 3 genin tense. Set. Go. Sasuke and Sakura run into the bushes surrounding the grounds, but Naruto leaps into action immediately. He challenges Kakashi with vicious punches and kicks, all of which are blocked as easily as the jonin breathe. Already, I thought I'd be able to get some reading in before you started. Kakashi complains as he flips Naruto over his head. The younger male is extremely aggressive and quick. Kakashi is even more impressed than he was the day before. Naruto's speed was nothing to flinch at, and his form and strength could rival other skilled taijutsu users in the village. Unfortunate that Kakashi was not a chunin, or even a normal jonin, because he blocks and meets Naruto's every blow evenly but doesn't push the offense, making it clear who was stronger between the two. Naruto lands deftly and pulls out 2 shuriken, throwing him just right of Kakashi's center and attacks his left with kunai in hand. Kakashi catches the shuriken on a finger each without moving from his spot and throws them back immediately. Naruto deflects, catches one of the shuriken before it lands on the grass and flicks it at Kakashi's neck within a foot of it. Too slow, Kakashi is all too happy to tease. He grabs Naruto's kunai hand and uses his strength to pull Naruto forward and his kunai into the shuriken. It pings off the kunai before it lands and drops sadly onto the ground. With a strong grip on his arm, Naruto uses his legs to climb up Kakashi's torso as if rappelling up a cliff. With his spare hand he launches a wicked punch at the top of Kakashi's head while making a stomping motion with one foot, aimed at his hip. Instead of catching it like Naruto predicted, Kakashi lets go of Naruto's arm, which causes him to float for a moment. The silver-haired man grabs Naruto's leg instead, whirls him around and tosses him into the bushes at high speed. Naruto doesn't leap out to challenge him again. Maybe Sasuke and Sakura will give a better challenge. How am I supposed to get a bell if Naruto can't even hit him? Sakura is on the cusp of a panic attack when Naruto lands roughly next to her. Ow, you're giving away my spot. Sakura hissed at him. Naruto scowled. At least I tried to get a bell. You just gonna lay here all day? At least I tried to see how much of a chance we have. I'll have a better chance than you if I wait for him to come to me. The tall boy considered the chance of capturing Kakashi by leading him into a trap, but saw a flaw immediately. We're the ones that need to get the bells. Not the other way around. Sakura's whisper is mocking, already giving up and begging for my help. Naruto lips curl into an annoyed sneer. We'd have a better chance against a damn jonin, and I don't want to go back to the academy, do you? Sakura made her own consideration. If she could get both bells, she could just give one to Sasuke instead of Naruto. Fine, we'll try once. Sakura looks trepidatious as she readies to get to her feet, but Naruto pulls her back to the ground. What now? Naruto nods forwards through the bushes. Look, Sasuke's going for the bells. Let's watch and make a plan before we strike. They watch as Sasuke throws a kunai from Kakashi's other side. The kunai cuts through a rope and sends multiple more kunai from a spring wire trap out of the trees. Guess he wasn't idly watching. Naruto approved, spotting Sasuke's Sharingan, which probably helped the precision of the throw. Sharingan out already. Kakashi calls him out on it too. Sasuke doesn't wait for Kakashi to dodge the kunai before engaging him in taijutsu. His attempt isn't as fast or spectacular as Naruto's, but he seemingly maneuvers Kakashi into standing still for a second. He weaves hand signs before Kakashi turns around. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A genin using a Katen jutsu. Kakashi could feel the impressive chakra emitted. Sasuke watched as he cooked the jonin, but his wishful thinking is deflated by a puff of smoke, showing the Karimi no Jutsu. He is immediately thrown around like Naruto was and goes back into hiding. Kakashi is almost surprised when a storm of shuriken are flung at him from two different parts of the foliage. Naruto is behind him and wraps his arms around Kakashi, holding him in place for the shuriken. That is what actually surprises him. Where were the other shuriken coming from? He lets the shuriken hit him, while his real self observes from the branches. He spotted two Narutos, one approaching in tandem with Sakura and the other holding down his cage bunshin. It seemed Naruto knew some valuable ninjutsu as well. Naruto blocks Kakashi's cage bunshin from protecting the bells and Sakura rushed in for the take. Yes, I have them, Sakura cheers, before they disappear with a poof in her hand. Huh, too bad. Kakashi's clone dispels in the same way. Not bad, the real Kakashi thought. He wondered if they were starting to catch on. He watched as Sasuke approached his other prospective teammates. We need to work together. We can decide who gets the bells later. Naruto immediately agrees. Kakashi is too strong. There's no way we can fight him alone or 2-on-1. Sakura is all too happy to agree with Sasuke, but internally frets at the thought of Sasuke giving a bell to Naruto. Interesting, Kakashi mutters before finding somewhere else at ground level to stand and wait. Kakashi is leaning against a tree next to a beautiful river when they find him again. You found me. I was wondering if you were going to give up. Naruto appears to be alone but is backed up by 4 other selves. They all rush Kakashi. Kakashi's senses are quick enough to keep track of the real Naruto in the mess of cage bunshin, and takes down each clone swiftly. While he is distracted, Sasuke arrives and attempts another Gokakyu while Naruto was still dangerously close. Kakashi internally disapproves of the tactic or putting a teammate at risk. They'd have to do better than that. Kakashi vanishes and reappears in the tree, watching the scorching fireball decimate the ground and force Naruto to cartwheel back. While in the tree, he is met by what he is beginning to understand as the only thing Sakura can currently do, thrown shuriken until she runs out. Disappointing, Kakashi says, loud enough for all 3 to hear. He lazily weaves some signs of his own, creating a whip of water, then grabs Naruto by the neck and drags him into the river. He vanishes again and places Sakura under a genjutsu, causing her to scream at whatever nightmare he'd concocted. Sasuke's eyes roam the opening in a panic and he is suddenly pulled into the ground with only his head sticking out. You 3 are running out of time. Kakashi pulls out a book and walks away. Sasuke is the only one that can scowl at him. Naruto looks like a drowned cat when he reunites with his fellow genin prospects. He digs Sasuke out of the ground and dispels the genjutsu that Sakura is under. Kakashi is only using as much power as he needs to stop each of us from getting the bells. He reveals, pulling his wet hair out of his face. He's pushing us to get them, but he's a jonin for a reason. I don't think there's any way we can actually get the bells at all, and if he wanted us to get them then one of us would have won by now. Sasuke nods, seeing that Naruto may be onto something. The test probably isn't about getting the bells then. He lied to get us to compete for them. There's a hidden meaning that he's letting us uncover on our own. But what haven't we tried yet? Sasuke asks pointedly. Maybe a plan, Sakura suggests nervously. We keep throwing ourselves at him and it's not working. Naruto nods to the suggestion and offers more of his own input. We all attacked together and it looked like we were getting in each other's way to him. I think we need to show him that we actually can work together, not just that we're willing to. Any ideas? He's just standing there. Sakura offers up a simple plan, but both Naruto and Sasuke were frustrated and beyond caring about how simple it was. The goal was to get Kakashi to pass them, not to get the bells. The sun is getting dangerously low, and the 3 genin steel themselves. Their next attack is swift. The remainder of their shuriken are weaved into ninja wire in an attempt to capture him and send a fireball at him. He escapes easily. Kakashi notices that a clone of Naruto is guarding each of Sakura and Sasuke's backs, as well as one for Naruto himself. Clearly a prevention method to stop Kakashi from taking them by surprise at the rear. Every time he dodges, they push him into another trap of logs, taijutsu assault or ninjutsu. Kakashi weaves through them all before he is body slammed by the exhausted genin. It's enough to appease him and his arms and legs are held tightly by Sasuke, Sakura and their clone bodyguards. He lets the real Naruto swipe the bells this time instead of protesting the teamwork. their temporary reward for their efforts. Ah, you got them. Kakashi smiles menacingly. Now make your choice. Who's going back to the academy? Naruto. That's up to you, Naruto retorts, and he drops the bells at his feet. All of us, or none. Kakashi gives a genuine laugh, and it carries his happiness easily across the sunset grounds. I guess I have no choice. Kakashi's pose is ridiculously dramatic. You pass. All 3 students slump in relief. Well done you 3. You're the very first Team 7 under my tutelage. However, Naruto is struck with a sense of foreboding. A water rope lunges out of the river and dunks Naruto a second time. Blurb. Naruto chokes on the cold water. That was for giving me the scare of my life yesterday. Meet me at the Hokage's office in the morning. Kakashi vanishes in a puff of smoke. Truly there is no end to conflict in the cursed shinobi world. Naruto swears and thinks on how he'll one-up Kakashi next time. Naruto stretches as soon as he closes the door of his apartment and immediately makes his way over to the kitchen for some dinner. He really should have known that Madara wouldn't give him any useful advice on a test like that. But that was his grandfather's way, teach him to learn on his own instead of spoon-feeding him the answers. He grins at the thought of finally going on official missions. The hidden Uchiha does some light reading in Fuinjutsu theory for a short while before practicing his sensing once more before bed. Sakura only had time to eat her mother's cooking before passing out and needing to be carried to bed by her father. Sleep tight, baby girl. Kazashi tucks her in lovingly. Sasuke has a harder time sleeping, despite his exhaustion. His excitement had overwritten his tiredness. One step close to you. Ni-san, are you sure you don't want another D rank? Tsunade asks, clearly bemused at the forced work ethic that Kakashi has imposed on his 3 students. Said students looked quite annoyed after another round of cat chasing and potato farming, but they had yet to make a complaint about it. Kakashi smiles. Ma, I think I'll head home and get some beauty sleep. It's not easy rearing a child. Sleep is a well-enjoyed commodity. Believe me Kakashi, there aren't enough hours in the day. Naruto chips in needlessly, ducking a half-hearted swipe from his sensei. The Jonin isn't blind to how frustrated Naruto and Sasuke are becoming however. While D-rank missions provided an opportunity to learn skills for blending in and for home use, hot-blooded boys often wanted more. Sasuke's clear motivation was power. A kind of power that isn't earned by chasing cats. Don't be rude, Naruto. Sakura scolds the unusually tall Genin. Bless her heart, always there to defend her precious sensei. Did you know that Kakashi's hair used to be blonde? Naruto outright lied, convincingly. What? Is Sakura's dumbfounded reply. Her loud voice drowned out Tsunade's own quiet and amused repeat of the question. Naruto nods, looking quite solemn. D-rank missions have been categorically proven to cause a number of negative health effects. Hair loss, loss of hair color, degenerative joint conditions, excessive hair growth, rapidly changing facial features in the form of moles and dental conditions. Why do you think Kakashi wears that mask all the time? He's shy and feels ashamed of his buck teeth. And big lips. Sasuke actually looked interested once Naruto brought up the mask. Be careful, Sakura, we can't do D-rank missions forever. Unless of course you want to turn out like Yamanaka Ino. No, Sakura snarls, before righting herself and refusing to fall for another of his idiotic shenanigans. Shut up Naruto. Kakashi decides to step in and get the last word. Don't worry, Sakura-chan. What Naruto forgot to mention was that the sensei of any Genin squad knows the address of all their Genin, and therefore they have nowhere to hide for surprise midnight revenge D-ranks. And as a Genin unit, the other members of that team are also obligated not to leave their misbehaving peer behind. Naruto's visible eye twitched, and he seemingly struggled to maintain his innocent idiot look when his 2 teammates turned to glare. Team 7 turns to the bemused-looking Hokage. Come back tomorrow for another mission. Dismissed. The silver-haired Jonin observes his cute little students. Kakashi doesn't consider himself ignorant to the fact that he has certain liberties as a Konoha shinobi, but as with most powerful shinobi in Konoha, all of them are given leeway for their eccentric behaviors under the unspoken grounds that they serve Konoha and only Konoha. It's this minor tidbit of knowledge that he uses to assess his most peculiar student, Uzumaki Naruto. So far, the boy hadn't shown anything to him besides just being better than even the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke. Sure, he could throw around Kage Bunshin with enviable ease. And yes, Kakashi has never seen a boy that age of such prowess in taijutsu. But Naruto's chakra levels and strength are far too powerful for him to only have Kage Bunshin at his disposal. He is hiding something, perhaps. Many things. But it's Kakashi's job to determine if Naruto will use that hidden power for the good of Konoha or if Naruto needs to be disappeared. Naruto could continue being secretive. It wasn't anyone's business knowing what kind of things he can do while there is no large-scale conflict going on in the elemental nations. Naruto was the only person that these secrets are actually hurting. He could be given more leeway and allowances if he proves to Tsunade and the other higher-ups that he is someone worth controlling, and he is taking more opportunities away from himself by keeping things too close to his chest. But that's Naruto's decision and responsibility. Kakashi can show him the doors, but Naruto needs to open them. And besides, Naruto's abilities so far have been well within the realm of possibility for someone self-taught. Taijutsu skills could have been honed in spars against fellow children bully Jinan when he was younger, and he clearly also had an outright aptitude for it. He is naturally talented in the art, and Kage Bunshin, while a forbidden jutsu, is clearly used frequently by skilled members of the forces throughout the village. It isn't a stretch to assume that monkey see monkey do could be applied, and without anyone to teach him the responsible use of ninjutsu and the importance of not attempting anything without knowing what it is, Naruto could just be lucky to have a high chakra threshold and could use a jutsu like that without just dying instantly. Naruto's behavior isn't so easy to read. Sure, he jokes and messes with his teammates, but Kakashi has known him for good part of Naruto's life. He knows that the Naruto that is seen throughout the village is merely a persona. Kakashi has seen Naruto express actual rage at people trying to pick on him. He has seen Naruto be down in the dumps, which was at its worst when someone he liked died, roughly half a year before he graduated. Naruto's true personality bled through his rare instances, but it may take a catalyst to see what truly lay under the mask. The spectrum of his attitude may be slightly concerning, but Kakashi feels that he's a good enough judge of character to tell if someone is suitable to be alone around his child, especially in the case of babysitting. It's not too worrying. That Naruto keeps to himself. For now, all three of his fresh Genin suffer through their D ranks as fresh Genin should. They do their teamwork drills at the end of each mission, something that Kakashi insists upon in order to evaluate how long it will take for them to be C rank ready. Sakura is making the most obvious progress. She is perfectly willing to cooperate with Sasuke and has at least warmed up to Naruto considerably. Over the course of the 2 weeks they've been in a team. The two boys are a slightly different story. Naruto and Sasuke are both very independent. They are only going through the teamwork drills to appease their sensei, that much is clear. The whole team is on the cusp of being ready for a C rank, and he can only hope that the information he'd been trying to impart upon them was sinking in. Neither of them liked doing drills or learning formations and Genin class combo attacks when they could be doing their own very vigorous training. It's too deep into their lifestyle to expect either of them to change just from a few lessons in working together, but Kakashi didn't think it would take something catastrophic to remind him to watch each other's and Sakura's backs. Kakashi took a breath and pocketed the book he'd been too distracted by his own thoughts to read. Team 7 had packed up their gardening tools and were clearly waiting for instruction. He takes in Sasuke and Sakura's marginally disgruntled looks and compares them to Naruto. He seems rather unfazed at the menial labor. Kakashi was reminded that the stipend that independent miners received from the village was said to be quite small, and that Naruto in truth was probably relishing the increased income. Sasuke has deep coffers to support him and Sakura has working parents, but Naruto needs these missions, which is why they end up doing one once a day. Kakashi hasn't interacted much with the other Junin sensei since the team was placed in his hands, but he expects that Team 7 has the highest mission count among the rookies. Good work Team 7. Kakashi offers his praise. Positive reinforcement. I'm deciding to treat you today to lunch, is Naruto's immediate inquiry. Nope. Kakashi refuses cheerily. We're going to be doing some combat training. Sasuke expectedly perks up. Come along then, my kawaii Genin. Kakashi chirps. Time to tire you out proper. Sakura is hit with a sense of foreboding. The team slowly makes their way to the same training ground that was used in their bell test. The Genin make quiet conversation on the way. Do you think Kakashi-sensei wants us to spar? Sakura asks nervously. Probably. Sasuke replies, almost completely insensitive and uncaring to Sakura's clear fear. Sakura-chan. Kakashi catches her attention with a mild stern inflection to his voice. You can't get any better at fighting if you don't practice fighting. I need to make sure that you're ready for more difficult missions. The boys will go easy on you, but I expect you to do your absolute best. Alright. Her reply is tremulous. And besides, I said, combat training, not just sparring. I'm sure you three can team up against me and do better than last time. Kakashi makes it quite clear in his voice that there would be consequences if they didn't, especially after all their teamwork training. Kakashi makes a show of putting on a sigh, and hopes inwardly that his cute Genin have learned what he has been teaching. Sakura winces as she watches Sasuke get pummeled into the ground again. She wants to get up and cheer Sasuke-kun on, but stacking some sparring with the boys on top of the Jinan vs Jonin exercise they'd started with, has left her barely able to move. All she can do is sit against the tree trunk, patting down the sweat and silently hope that Sasuke-kun beats that infuriating Naruto. Unlike the previous team training sessions, Kakashi-sensei is permitting the use of ninjutsu and genjutsu. Sasuke hasn't had much opportunity to show anything off, with Naruto hounding him with his superior taijutsu ability. Oh, how she wondered at what kind of powers Sasuke was keeping secret. The mystery just makes her to know more. She starts as Sasuke leaps to his feet and tries to get away from Naruto. Naruto seems surprised as well. Sasuke is puffing and doesn't take his Sharingan off Naruto for even a second. The intensity makes her slightly nervous. Kakashi-sensei also watches beside her and gives a thoughtful, I need to keep my distance. Sasuke thinks to himself, acknowledging that he can't make use of ninjutsu or genjutsu while Naruto is in control of the fight. Naruto is too quick for shurikenjutsu alone to work, but maybe he could. He weaves through several signs that are ingrained in his memory and lands lastly on a tiger seal. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke blows out a fireball twice his size and sends it flying in Naruto's direction. The flames burn the grass as it sails through the air at speed, but there is enough distance that Naruto can run to the side without challenging the fireball. Naruto already has 2 shuriken in his hand and throws them while flanking. While running, he weaves a few seals of his own. The 2 shuriken multiply and become 20. They clang off of each other in the air, making their flight path unpredictable, but thankfully Sasuke's Sharingan is able to determine where they're going and what direction to move in. Naruto is lured to one side, he seems to be waiting for the next play. Sasuke weaves through several hand signs again and fires off another of his clan's signature jutsu. It flies across the field and looks about ready to intercept Naruto before he can throw another efficient volley of shuriken. Naruto leaps back as Sasuke predicted, and the Uchiha boy is already weaving different signs. Katen, Hosenka no Jutsu. From his mouth, 5 smaller fireballs whirl around each other randomly. Sasuke whips out 5 shuriken in each hand and throws them to the sides of the swirling Katen jutsu. The shuriken did not hit each other, but did sway in the air as if attached to the end of a flag. The spin made him unpredictable, and the combination of shuriken jutsu and his Katen made a wide area of effect that Naruto wouldn't be able to dodge without leaping up into the air, in which case he'd be a sitting duck for another attack, or by going underground. Go, Sasuke-kun. The impressive display invigorates Sakura's spirits and she cheers for her beloved teammate. Kakashi readies into a position to assist if Naruto isn't able to dodge, but pauses as he senses Naruto's chakra swell. He observes Naruto use only a single sign, but the amount of chakra infused is enough for him to brace. Sakura-chan, I'd get behind the tree if I were you. Not bad. Naruto thinks it's annoying to hide his abilities, but throwing shuriken wasn't going to work in the grand scheme of the fight. But he's too competitive to just lose and let it slide. Sasuke went through much effort to get him this far. Maybe he'd reward him with a strong counter. Nothing as flashy as what his opponent had just done. The attack is encroaching on him too quickly to give it much thought and he casts only a single bird sign. He infuses chakra into his lungs and it burst out in a one-shot pop from his mouth. Futon, Daitopper, an enormous wave of wind chakra obliterates the advancing attack. It levels the ground as it tears across the training field and approaches Sasuke. The fireballs sputtered out almost pathetically and instantly, and Sasuke was given no choice but to duck and attempt to dig his arms into the ground, anchoring himself. The skin on Sasuke's face is pulled back as the wind slams into him, and all of the grass and rocks around him are blasted away. The jutsu is quick and brutal. As it passes over him, some bushes are uprooted outright and tree branches snap off. Sasuke digs his arms out of the ground, but it is clear that he is concussed. He is easy prey for Naruto, who swoops in and puts a kunai to his neck. Winner, Naruto. Kakashi announces unnecessarily. Sakura gawps at how quickly the fight ended, and Kakashi is not surprised by her reaction. Wind release, excessive chakra capacity, enough stamina to make a squad of Jonin jealous, and quite possibly the best taijutsu user his age I've ever met. Kakashi mentally counts the number of oddities converging on a single Genin. That's enough for today, I think. Kakashi dismisses the team, looking over to check how injured Sasuke is. Nothing his lovely wife can't tend to quickly. Tadaima, Sakura croaks. Her mother turns around from making dinner and greets her daughter. Welcome home, dear. Mebuki pauses and takes in Sakura's beaten appearance. Sakura collapses into her usual seat at the dinner table and she looks quite obviously worse for wear. My goodness, what happened? Her mother puts the cooking down the priority list as frets over the exhausted girl. Training. Mebuki did not look happy. You look like you were in a fight. Kakashi-sensei made us spar. He's checking if we're ready for a real mission. By beating you up. Her father, who sat at the other end of the table with a newspaper in hand, is surprisingly the voice of reason between the two energetic parents. Come on, sweetheart. Kakashi-sensei can hardly send our little Sakura-chan out before she's ready now, can he? I think we'll all be happy if Team 7 gets into trouble and everyone can handle themselves. Kakashi twiddles his mustache as he speaks. Sakura is grateful that all her mother can respond with is a nagging, HMPH. Not that I'm not worried. Kakashi continues. But your sensei is a famous shinobi for a reason. He knows what he's doing. But that also means that my precious Sakura could see what was coming a mile away, but was too exhausted to move. Whittle baby girl, apple of my eye, my pride and joy. Kakashi wraps the helplessly squirming girl in a bear hug. Sakura-chan is growing up and leaving for the first time. Otu-san. Sakura's weak protest into his shoulder is readily ignored. Mebuki joins the hug with teary eyes. Sasuke collapses into his bed and thinks about the weeks leading up to this point. Take the week off, you three. Kakashi told them. Think about your training, and recover. I think it's high time we took on something a little more than digging weeds. I for one, am going to spend this week with my family. If you have anyone that might miss you, then I suggest you say goodbye. The Uchiha boy does exactly that. He lets the young couple who own the bakery he visits know that he's leaving, and gives them his apartment keys as is the usual practice for shinobi leaving the village for possibly extended periods of time. Sasuke likes the couple and has come to trust them somewhat. They do not sneer at his goals, they do not ridicule him for being born into a legendary clan. And they do not try to control his life. Sasuke is cautious, but these things also happen to be traits of his newly found rival, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto is certainly an anomaly to him. Unlike his other peers, Naruto didn't ignore him or make mention of his goals. Naruto didn't seem to care, all he wanted was for Sasuke to get stronger. He had been tempted to ask Naruto outright, why, but he knew that Naruto could be infuriatingly evasive, seemingly for no reason other than his own entertainment. If Naruto wanted him to know something, he would just say it, so Sasuke had to try and understand for himself just what Naruto's motive is for encouraging him. But the conclusion he came to makes him feel bitter. Naruto has no equal in their age group. Once, it had been Sasuke in that same position. His peers are far too weak to provide actual challenge. Soft whetstones make for dull blades. Anyone stronger than him was a superior officer that wouldn't spare the time to train with him, or if there were any people his age willing to spar, he hadn't met them yet. Joint sparring sessions between teams seemed to be a rare occurrence due to often conflicting mission schedules and external factors like family life. Until Naruto came along, Sasuke didn't have anyone stronger than him that was willing to train with him even without Kakashi's influence. But now that Naruto is here, it feels as though it's a mixed blessing. On one hand, Naruto is a worthy adversary who provides meaningful challenge in their spars, and on the other hand is the fact that Sasuke now feels inadequate knowing that there is someone so powerful his age, knowing that that man had been more powerful than he is now at this age. And worse is that Naruto is an orphan. They have that in common, but Sasuke has a wealth of background knowledge and archives to search for answers in the pursuit of power, and yet he still fails to defeat his rival. It doesn't feel like he's progressing when he fights Naruto. Kakashi, for all his flippancy, is the one to try and explain it to him. Well, surely you can see for yourself that you're getting stronger, right? Your plan was good for something you came up with on the spot, and that combination of ninjutsu and shurikenjutsu would have had anyone who isn't proficient in futon or doton. Think objectively about your growth. You have sought out on your own a new jutsu from your clan's archives, practiced with it until you could use it in a combat scenario, combined it another technique, and throw in that you made plan to employ them all at once in order to defeat him. Sounds to me that your weakness isn't the problem. It's just Naruto being too strong. You can't see that you're growing stronger because the only people that you're fighting are stronger by a margin that gets shorter every time that you use your own initiative to gain strength. But how could he hope to defeat his brother, if he could not defeat his Genin teammate? And he asked as much to Kakashi, which makes him look back on that question with a sense of shame at his frustrated, juvenile behavior. Listen to me. Kakashi's eye zones in on Sasuke. It's slightly intimidating and Sasuke doesn't know if that's intentional. Itachi had everything that you don't. Even before he became a Genin, the way I hear it is that your father wasn't easy on him, even by normal, strict parent standards. Itachi was told to train in every waking moment, so much that it took a toll on his health. When he was recommended to join Anbu, I personally refused it because of his reduced effectiveness in combat from his stress and fatigue evaluation. He had an entire clan of people with the same genetic gift that he has that he could defer to for advice on how to master it. He had teachers of clan Jutsu rather than just scrolls, and when his second Anbu application went through once he cleaned up his excessive training, he had Anbu trainers and experiences to draw knowledge from. There are many factors as to how Itachi is so powerful, and only one of them is raw, natural talent. Kakashi's catch-up breath through his mask is audible. He leans against some railing in the viewpoint they stopped at after he'd suggested walking home together, so that Sasuke or anyone else on a different occasion can talk to him privately about their concerns. You know, Sasuke, I was in the same boat as you for a very long time. My father committed suicide when I was 5 years old, and I was left with only people who wanted me to live up to be the same legend that he was. No one wanted me to be Kakashi, and I could have easily been the predecessor of Itachi when it comes to infamous traitors. But in the end, I found connections and bonds of peers and friends. It was through those connections that I grew stronger and began to understand myself. Not as the son of Hitaki Sakumo, but as Hitaki Kakashi, who is his own person. Sasuke is very still when Kakashi next speaks. What I want you to understand is that you are the sum of everything that has happened in your life up until this point. Own it. Understand that you cannot possibly hope to gain power like Itachi did. His life at your age was very, very different, and you don't need to match his life when you have already proven to yourself that you can learn both on your own and with the help of your team. You are not as strong as he was at your age. Who cares? You can still become stronger than him. You can still be Uchiha Sasuke, not the second Itachi. Kakashi walked him home after that, and Sasuke didn't say a word. All he could feel was the pounding of his heart and the tightness in his eyes. Sasuke wonders what else his sensei has lost. An adult had surely lost more than they care to say. He wonders what Naruto has lost. He wonders what Sakura has lost. He wonders what the Hokage, what Jonin, even Chunin and Jinin have lost, and thinks that maybe he is not alone in despair. He is on his back. His head rests on his pillow. One hand comes up to cover his eyes. I am Uchiha Sasuke, he states to himself. Tears trickle down the sides of his face despite him trying to clutch them in. They disappear into his hair. A half sob comes out of his throat. It is uncomfortable and dry. The weight of vengeance grips his heart. I will not become you. It is a promise. Kakashi is wearing a smile before he even steps foot inside. The noisy, off-tune singing of his daughter lightens his heart after trying to lift up someone else's. Tadaima, Kakashi says, but mostly goes unheard. He leaves his sandals and flak jacket at the door and makes a beeline to his wife. Shizune doesn't so much as jump when Kakashi wraps his arms around her waist and put his head on her shoulder. I take it that you're back on the mission runs. Shizune leans into his embrace, taking a moment to enjoy it. Yep. Have you sorted out your replacement? Yeah, Tsunade-sama had me train up the new boy. Good timing, I guess. He officially replaces me tomorrow. I'm glad. Kakashi's voice rumbles lowly. They wouldn't be able to rely on Naruto as much for babysitting anymore, but at least Shizune would be around full time. Papa's back, is the enthusiastic greeting her receives from the other special girl in his life. She's been waiting for you all day, Papa. Shizune returns to cooking. She has had something very important to tell you. There is something mischievous about her voice and the way she slips out of his arms. Kakashi doesn't give it much thought. Well, what do you want? Kakashi is teasingly flippant when he looks down at Minako. Up. She stretches her arms up to him. Up what? Kakashi looks at the ceiling to spot something she was telling him. I don't see anything. Minako blows a raspberry at him. I want you to please pick me up. It is not a question. It is a demand. But since she said please, Kakashi obediently hefts his baby girl up. I have made the DC sign, Papa. Minako's face turns serious as she sounds out a longer than usual word. What have you decided, Minako? Minako leans in and looks her father in the eye. I am going to marry Naru-ni. There a pause. One only a few seconds long, and yet it felt like an eternity to Kakashi. Oh God. Shizune promptly breaks down into hysterical laughter. Ichiraku Ramen is but one stall in the street. Its lights aren't extravagant but give a welcoming aura, even as the sun sets. Naruto is telling a story to his favorite ramen waitress. So there I was, toe-to-toe with 5 of the meanest Kiri Shinobi you ever saw. Hulking Junin with that familiar Iwa stench that can be smelled a mile away, teeth sharper than daggers. Slowly, all 10 of them surround me, but do I surrender? No, I summon my highly trained killer instinct and pounce on those Kumo Shinobi. Chu, wa, hya, amateur taijutsu moves thrown in for emphasis. And, when the dust cleared, there were 20 less Sunanin in the world. Oh Naruto, you're so amazing. Ayami flutters her lashes at the brave shinobi. I know, put it here. Naruto taps his cheek. She leans over the counter and gives his cheek a light peck, featuring an exaggerated mwah. Sounds like you've had some intense D ranks. Chuchi, Ayami's father, chips in as he puts a fresh bowl down in front of the ravenous boy. They can only put the best genin on them. The unspoken, "I'm the best genin" is clear. He is just about to break apart his chopsticks when commotion starts to kick up behind him. About 6 pairs of feet are visible under the signs for the ramen stall. "Ignore them, Naruto," Ayami whispers when a group of young adults being obnoxiously loud walk past all too slowly. Apparently all of them got promoted to chunin and they've been celebrating with booze for the past few days. It wouldn't hurt him to celebrate elsewhere. Does anyone even sell alcohol on this street? Naruto breaks the chopsticks and starts to eat his favorite customer, ramen. You know how it is, Naruto. They get drunk somewhere else and decide to get something to spew up in 5 minutes. They'll be gone like usual soon enough. For Chuchi, this is by far the first time something has happened like this, and his response to it is tempered by experience. They're not even drunk. Naruto shakes his head. Footsteps are too even and coordinated. The sound of kunai in their pouches are making a clink, so they're likely kitted out in shinobi gear instead of casual wear. Their speech isn't slurred or affected by alcohol either, so they're just being noisy for fun. Flaunting their chunin vests, probably. Ayami and Chuchi blinked at him. You can tell that without looking. Ayami asks almost dazedly. Naruto shrugs dismissively and returns to his bowl. It's just a shinobi thing. He savors his ramen and devours what remains of the broth by tipping it into his mouth. Thanks. I probably won't see you guys for a few weeks. Kakashi is having us do a C rank. A C rank already? Didn't you just graduate? Yeah, but he seems to think that we're ready. I get that D ranks are important for teaching us how to be normal people, but I kinda just want a real mission already. The obnoxious group of green chunin return up the street, making a ruckus, and unfortunately one has managed to overhear the conversation. Oi, you hear that Junoichi, a Whittle genin, is going on his first C rank? The stand immediately becomes too crowded with 6 chunin hovering over Naruto, who's still sitting on a stool. I'd leave if I were you, boys. Chuchi warns while Ayami looks startled and a bit frightened at the group. I don't like it when people make my customers uncomfortable. One of them smugly dismisses it. Nah, chunin are entitled to talk to their underlings and civilians however we want. Another speaks up with a leer at Ayami. Plus we got some eye candy. So why don't you get cooking, ya old geezer? Chunin are not above the law. Chuchi has dealt with fools before and keeps his cool. Junin are your superiors, and a complaint to just one will have a group of newbies demoted for abusing officer status. I don't see any Junin around, old man. The first speaker laughs, and the other 5 join in gladly. Ya think we're just gonna let you run and get help from the big kids? I think I might have some fun with that fine waitress of yours too. Chuchi shuffles in front of his quivering daughter. You're going to wish there were. The dark threat from the boy who'd been silent up until this point catches him off guard and reduces the noise level to near silence. Spectators in the street were preparing to look for help but watched for a moment when the chunin close in around Naruto. Oh, what did Ya say, Jinan-chan? A hand reaches out to grab the boy's shoulder. I said, you are going to wish that the Junin were here to protect you from me. Chuchi swallows as Naruto's face hidden to the chunin, spiked with hatred and rage. His fist that had been clenching the chopsticks, had veins bulging on the back of it. Fucking poser Jinan. The one grabbing his shoulder has his hand clenched into a vice grip. Naruto yanks harshly and pulls the chunin's shoulder out of the joint and punts him into the wooden fence on the opposite side of the street. The chunin breaks the boards with the speed that he'd been thrown through the air. He is screaming in pain once his mind catches up. What the fuck? Junoichi throws a punch at Naruto's head. It is so slow, so damn slow, and Naruto has all too much rage built up to be satisfied with these weaklings. Naruto doesn't even need to dodge. His counterattack comes before the punch even lands. The boy throws a brutal haymaker at Junoichi's head and he is sent tumbling to the ground with a broken nose twisted in an obvious way. The other 4 waste no time and jump to the rescue by attacking instead of using their heads and running. Naruto deftly uses one as a springboard and stomps on the collarbone of another, sending his victim crashing down and squealing. He lands, dodges and deflects punches on 3 fronts too fast for them to manage before throwing off the balance of one of them with a trip. Without looking, Naruto kicks out the foot of one attacking from behind. The chunin falling face first is met with whirling punch that instantly makes him black out. He isn't conscious to feel being thrown meters away, or having his jaw broken. The other 3 are still attacking despite the assault, a good sign on why they were promoted. They are quick enough to be chunin for sure. A shame that their steps are too weak to dance with him. Weaving his way behind one of the 3 remaining, Naruto is quick and strong enough to throw the young man's legs up, making him fall backwards. Clenching both hands together, he slams down on his stomach midair and leaves a chunin coughing up blood from the force. He takes down the last two simultaneously. He runs at them and they're too afraid to know what else to do besides try and meet Naruto head-on. Naruto jumps, pushing aside two punches and delivers an snap kick with each legs to the sides of their heads. They spin around and fall to the ground helplessly. The one with the broken collarbone gets to his feet despite the pain and tries futile kicks to stop Naruto from getting closer. His reward having his leg grabbed and pulled so he fell down. The amateur move was something seen in playground fights. Naruto delivers a kick much like his first to the sides of the rib cage and sends Mr. Broken Collarbone tumbling with more broken insides. Only, Junoichi, is fighting condition. Gasps erupt from the observers when a kunai is pulled from his thigh holster. Alright you little prick. Junoichi's snarl sends spittle of the blood dripping from his nose out. The smartest thing you could have done just now was run. Naruto's voice takes a dominant tone. It is near shiver-inducing. His stance isn't really a stance. It's more a smug, superior pose as if to say, you've already lost. Junoichi lunges with a roar. Fool, he can't even get in range. His kunai hand is caught by Naruto's right quicker than he could even perceive. Naruto crushes the wrist of the idiotic Chunin. The kunai drops at his feet and Junoichi drops to his knees. Naruto uses his other hand to grab the underside of Junoichi's jaw and squeezes tightly, preventing him from speaking well. All he can do is give a pained moan as the exhale from his nose spittled more blood. Here is how it's going to be. Naruto's dark tone is not something put on or practice. It's a genuine representation of the bad things that would happen to the group if they dared to disobey. You and your friends aren't going to bother the people in the street anymore. Fuck you. Junoichi manages to sputter out from his clenched jaw. Naruto tightens his grip immediately and the Chunin's jaw is fractured. The responding scream of pain is muted by Naruto's hand. Spectators watch in the street while making sure their children couldn't see, but didn't turn away themselves. Naruto's face is cast in shadow. The bright light from the ramen stall amplifies the shadow cast by his hair. Junoichi can only see one eye, but it is making him quiver at the promised retribution that is still clear on the boy's hatred-filled visage. Junoichi moans pathetically as his jaw begins to pulse. You will leave these people alone, and you will behave yourself. If you so much as dare to mutter an insult under your breath, or look at these people in a way that I find disrespectful, I will end you. The Chunin nods fearfully, unable to speak. Naruto nods, good, and shoves him to the ground. Nice work, kid, is the mutter he hears from the crowd, although the others remain in silent awe. A Junin is soon on site after someone called for help, and he collects the reports from witnesses. Chuchi and Ayami give an accurate recount. The Junin is soon joined by two medics from the hospital to patch up the soon-to-be Genin. Naruto tries to leave but is stopped by a glasses-wearing Junin. To his credit, Alba looked apologetic. Sorry kid, gotta get your side of the story too. Alba looks too tired to deal with the ongoings. You're not in trouble. As Tsunade-sama would say, they had it coming. Naruto is cleared of any charges he might have received by the operating Junin. His behavior is deemed as unnecessarily violent but is given a pass due to the clear threat the vagrant Chunin posed to him and the stall staff. His assessment of the incident linked up with what his grandfather told him about the behaviors of Shinobi. His power had prevented harm from coming to those people that he considered close to him. And Chuchi had tried to reason with them. Words weren't enough sometimes, and the six fools only understood that what they were doing was a bad idea after they had it literally beaten into their heads. Shinobi were often given leeway in terms of their behavior. It was just how Konoha's system worked, keeping Shinobi loyal by giving them certain freedoms, and then keeping them in line using the ranking hierarchy that was based on the power and talent of those in the higher tiers of Konoha's network. When Shinobi misbehaved too much, the next highest ranking person would be the one to put them in their place, and so the importance of strength and responsibility in the cage of a village was placed in maximum importance to the ecosystem of the village. He came to realize that the only reason that he'd gotten away with what was essentially assault by civilian standards was because he was strong enough to defeat 6 Chunin. He was worthy of being a Konoha shinobi. He'd be of more use in the field than in a jail cell. It was as though he'd had a eureka moment, as if he was finally understanding something that he was taught long ago. Team 7 unites in the early hours of the morning on the same day, 1 week later. Tsunade starts reading out the available D ranks preemptively. Actually, Tsunade-sama, Kakashi interrupts her as politely as he can. Team 7 is ready for a C rank. The Genin have had a week to prepare for their mission. Naruto and Sasuke look as perky as can be, but Sakura regresses into a fearful visage. Tsunade looked surprised before she shrugged and smiled. Alright, you're the first of the new batch to ask for a C rank. They've been nabbed up by a few experienced teams today, but I'm sure we have something here. Tsunade pushes the intercom button. Are the new mission scrolls ready yet? Yes, Hokage-sama. Shall I bring them in for you? A young adult male answers professionally. Bring them in. The young man walks in with a scroll carrier in one hand. He refills the near-empty stacks from the bottom and refreshes the supply for the empty C and B ranks. Will there be anything else, Hokage-sama? No thank you, Kabuto. Return to your duties. Kabuto bows politely and takes his leave. Shizune's replacement. Kakashi asks rhetorically but gets an answer anyway. Yep. Tsunade pops the P and leans back lackadaisically. Kid's good, damn good medic too. He can give Shizune a run for her money, that's for sure. Really, high praise indeed for someone so young, from the Hokage herself no less. Now, your mission. Tsunade takes the first C rank off the top and starts to inform the team. The client is a bridge builder from Nami no Kuni. His primary concerns are local crime syndicates causing trouble for him and his workers, and so he needs protection from a more skilled security detail than non-shinobi nations can provide. You'll be escorting the client back to Nami, and oversee the remaining work until the bridge is finished. 2 weeks at most, but the client has impressed on us that the deadline needs to be met without further delays. Tsunade pushed the intercom again. Kabuto, send in Tazuna. Not a moment later the bridge builder enters the room. He is an older man reeking of alcohol and looks none too impressed with the selection of shinobi before him. This is what I paid for. Tazuna's voice is nearly slurred. 3 brats and a cyclops. How the hell am I supposed to be safe? You are entitled to a refund, of course. The nearest shinobi village is a mere 3 weeks away if finishing your bridge isn't as urgent as we were led to believe. Tazuna wisely shut his mouth. Why don't we just get on with the mission? Kakashi suggests and bows shortly to Tsunade. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Good luck. Come home safe. The group can only move as quickly as the client. That means no leaping between trees, no great lengths of sprinting, and most certainly not getting to the site that the client wants to arrive at within a reasonable period of time. But such is the way of escort missions, so the Genin would just have to learn to deal with remaining alert in order to protect their speed-challenged charge. The first day passes without incident. They set up camp and take short watches so that everyone can get enough sleep, and by morning they're ready to get back to it. The group walk down the beaten path with Kakashi at the rear. Sakura tentatively asks Tazuna about the importance of the bridge that he needs to build. Tazuna-san, why is it so urgent that your bridge gets finished in time? I thought Nami no Kuni has trade partners that use ships. Tazuna has a short swig of ambiguous liquid before replying to the girl. No harm, right? Well, business on that front is a bit stilted right now. Our trade partners are having a tough time getting ships out of the bay because of pirates, and since we're cut off from the mainland, we got no other way to sell what we need to. Families are starving and we're losing jobs because we can't trade. If that were the whole story, then you'd just save your resources for yourselves and wouldn't need shinobi guard. Naruto thought of the obvious inconsistency in the story. You've got plenty of fish in the sea. Clients lying about what's waiting for us. But Kakashi doesn't say anything. A mission is a mission, and C ranks don't often warrant sassing the client for details about their struggles. Unless Tazuna outright stated something incriminating, then they would continue unabated. So what kind of things do Nami trade? Sakura asks a question that may actually help assess the importance of the bridge. Well, before all this, we used to export fish of all sorts. Tuna, salmon, you name it. Our fishing boats are tip-top. But more importantly is that we import timber and building materials that we can't get ourselves. Once we finish the bridge, more possibilities for trade and tourism open right up. I can believe that at least. Naruto returns to observing the surroundings. Following the short conversation is a long few hours before the environment shows its own inconsistency. The trees in the strip of the area they're traveling through are taller than what they'd passed up until this point. Normally, would make the squad look up for the increase in hiding spots for potential ambushes, but 2 puddles in the road were not ignorable to Naruto on a day that there wasn't any rain. He extends his senses. 2 chakra signatures. The tactic would have been more impressive on a day that the weather favored them, but given that this is the tactic they chose means that they probably didn't have other stealth skills. Likely Chunin then, that they could employ a strategy like this but not have the foresight to learn to do something else. But there's no point in acting prematurely. There's still the chance these shinobi weren't after them and were waiting for someone else, however unlikely that may be. Team 7 walks past the puddles and they are immediately attacked. Knew it. The 2 hidden shinobi are revealed to be Kirinin, and they make the mistake of attacking Kakashi first. Kakashi is seemingly ripped to shreds by a bladed chain linking the assailants, but both Naruto and Sasuke are wise enough at this point to know that this was another one of his substitution shenanigans. Sakura though is understandably spooked and freezes in place. The boys are forced to act and take on each. Sasuke makes quick work of disabling the chain with some well-placed kunai, forcing the enemy to separate it from the gauntlets. The two are small fry and are made quick work of despite their obviously poisoned claws. Well, that was fun. Kakashi announces his presence by appearing out of the trees. And they're still alive too. Good job you two. Why don't you stay here with Tazuna for a moment? I just want to have a nice chat with these Kiri nin you've gotten me. You're something else. Sasuke comments to the squirming nin in his arm lock. A whole new brand of weak. The nin growls viciously through his rebreather. Kakashi ties up the attackers and leads them into the forest, away from the curious gaze of the genin. What's he gonna do? Tazuna fidgets, the surge of fear he felt slowly disappearing. Interrogation. Naruto answers simply. Kakashi then returns with some very pointed questions. Tazuna's follow-up sob story plucks on Sakura's heartstrings. Naruto and Sasuke didn't need any convincing to continue the mission. It's all so tiresome, Kakashi thought, exasperated. A feminine figure recounts the observation of Team 7's encounter to a large man. The Demon Brothers failed, Zabuza-sama. The escort team is led by Hitaki Kakashi. Did he spot you? No. The man stands up and hefts a mighty blade onto his back. I'll see what Hitaki Kakashi is really made of. This is as far as I go, says the dinghy captain who carried him across the sea. Thanks, you've been a great help. They officially land in Nami no Kuni after an impressive view of the bridge project, and further intel from Tazuna about the nature of what's going on in Nami. Team 7 disembarks in an area that was clearly used for housing purposes and journey further into the archipelago. The team is on high alert after their encounter with the Chunin, expecting escalation if what they heard about Gato is true. And unfortunately the quiet doesn't last long. Naruto's senses tell him of several chakra signatures floating around. The majority of them are small critters. Rabbits, foxes and fish. So when another two enter his range, he presumes they must be more wildlife at the very edge of his senses. Kakashi's well-earned experience tells him that the snowy rabbit present is most certainly not wild. Get down. Everyone hits the ground as the whistling, heavy object cuts through the air and smacks into a tree trunk. A new shinobi appears on the long hilt of the revealed massive blade. He threw that from outside my sensing range. Who the hell is this guy? Naruto thought on the sheer strength and power that kind of move took. Sharingan no Kakashi. No wonder the Demon Brothers didn't come back with the builder's head. Kakashi assesses his opponent and pulls his forehead protector up, revealing his aforementioned Sharingan. Momochi Zabuza, missing nin of Kirigakure and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I see my reputation precedes me. A wicked smile lies under his mask of bandages. But I really must be killing that old man now. The genin form up around Tazuna. Zabuza continues with a small inflection of excitement in his voice. Looks like I'll have to go through you first, Kakashi. He vanishes and reappears on the lake. He's standing on water. Sakura tightens her grip on her kunai. Water swirls up at his feet. He holds one hand in a sign. Ninpu, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Intense mist becomes so oppressive that Naruto can barely see the tip of his nose. He focuses his sensing power and is able to tell that the other chakra signature has gotten closer. It is strong and unusual, a kind of chakra that he has never felt before. But more pressing is that Zabuza's chakra has divided. He knows immediately what the butcher is up to and weaves signs for wind chakra. He calls upon a jutsu to dispel the mist. Anything more could throw Kakashi off. Futon, Taifuika, wind release, passing typhoon. From his mouth, wind spread widely but thinly, enough to whip the mist out of his and the team's vision. Kakashi also focuses his chakra and dispels some of the mist around him on his own. This uncomfortable sensation, Naruto can feel the killing intent pouring off of Zabuza. Psychological warfare can seriously impact a shinobi ability in battle, and it is because Naruto understands this that he is able to focus and throw off the foul feeling without much effort. His grandfather had educated him on things such as this, and his pride would not allow him to fall from fear. Sasuke and Sakura don't seem to know what's happening to them, however, and are clearly struggling to breath. Don't worry, I'll protect you with my life. Kakashi's voice is heard through the clear air. It makes an effect on their minds and they barely manage to throw off the killing intent. We'll see about that. Zabuza's voice seemingly comes from everywhere. Stay behind us, Tazuna-san. Sakura stammers out, gripping her kunai extremely tight. Zabuza appears right next to them. Like that'll help. A projectile of violent wind comes out of Naruto's mouth and blows away what is now revealed as Zabuza's Mizu Bunshin. Another Zabuza appears behind Naruto and it is Kakashi who intercepts by stabbing him in the stomach. Water pours from the wound and this Zabuza falls into a puddle. The real Zabuza appears and splits Kakashi across his waist. Sensei! Sakura screams helplessly. Kakashi dissolves into water as well. and the real Zabuza is suddenly held at kunai point by real Kakashi. You copied my Mizu Bunshin. Zabuza growls, and used my own mist to hide it. I wouldn't move if I were you. Kakashi suggests rather boredly for someone who was in a battle with another shinobi of similar reputation. Zabuza replies calmly for someone in the same situation. Shame. I thought you were better than this. Before he dissolves into water. What? The swordsman rushes out of the bushes at high speed and kicks Kakashi with enough force that he is sent flying through the air and into the lake. Zabuza reappears above Kakashi. Suten, Suiru no Jutsu. Take the client and run. Kakashi shouts before he is captured in an orb of water. The dense water made it impossible to move. You are some burden, old man. Naruto realizes that escape wouldn't be possible unless they left Tazuna behind. Tazuna is too frightened to reply. A new Mizu Bunshin sprouts out of the water and charges the squad. Zabuza's skill with Suten so great that he could maintain both the Suiru and Mizu Bunshin at once. It kicks Sasuke away from the client before Naruto manages to send off his jutsu. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The fireball from Naruto's mouth collides with Zabuza's clone. He holds the jutsu in a flamethrower variant to ensure that the clone wouldn't survive. The fresh steam and disappearance of chakra tells Naruto that he killed the clone. Another Mizu Bunshin appears and goes after Sasuke. Naruto stays at the side of the client and waits for an opening to kill the clone without injuring Sasuke. This Zabuza seems slower than the rest to the point that Sasuke can counterattack. He uses all the speed and predictive ability his Sharingan can manage and uses the same combination that he attempted on Naruto during their spars. The Hosenka no Jutsu crashes into the clone and after trying to reconstitute itself, fall into a puddle. I've got you all figured out, kiddies. Another Mizu Bunshin forms at the edge of the lake and walks onto the shore, ready to attack again. Naruto's assessment of the skirmish allows him to form a plan. The clone was slower than all the previous ones Zabuza had used, meaning that his stamina and control were getting weaker. He's not attempting anything besides Mizu Bunshin, meaning that he can't rely on a stronger jutsu while he is maintaining Kakashi's prison. If Naruto wanted to get away from this fight with a successful mission, and without revealing his hidden power, he'd need to free Kakashi. Calm down. Naruto takes control of the team. Mizu Bunshin take chakra to create, even when there's a water source. Every time he creates one, he's weakening himself and Kakashi stands a better chance at beating him. He only says it to give Sasuke some good morale. Sakura wouldn't be effective in the remainder of the fight. That'd be smart thinking, kid, if you hadn't revealed your hand already. You got nothing left to kill me. Zabuza mocks. He thinks that we're going to do the same thing again. He's not expecting raw power. Get ready, Sasuke. Naruto orders with narrowed eyes. He whispers his next order. Follow me up with something to get at Zabuza's hand. Sasuke nods, hand hidden from Zabuza's view behind most of his body. Your clone should have hidden in the water if you didn't want to lose that power. Naruto begins to weave hand signs while taking a deep breath. Katen, Goryuka no Jutsu. An eruption of flame from Naruto's mouth constitutes itself into a massive dragon head. Clone Zabuza's eyes widen as the fast-moving jutsu blasts through the air and immediately eviscerates him. The jutsu continues to fly and is pointed directly at the real Zabuza. What the? Zabuza moved behind the water prison, needing to maintain it instead of letting go so that Kakashi couldn't escape. If he sank into the water, the chakra pulsing through his body to maintain the water prison might skitter across his body and make an orb size that he couldn't maintain. The best thing he could do was take cover. His jutsu wouldn't break so long as he maintained control. The Goryuka smashes into Kakashi's cage and water funnels upward to replace and strengthen the jutsu. The water orb is broken enough that Kakashi can just get a quick breath of air before the high-level Suten reconstitutes and barely manages to disperse the flames. The jutsu protects Kakashi, although he definitely felt some hair singe. Zabuza, too, is mostly unharmed. Some brat, you got Kakashi. Zabuza snarls at him through the steam. That jutsu would have obliterated anyone else's Suten. Kakashi is thinking a bit more clearly. The air he'd gotten was not going to waste. If it weren't for the fact that we're fighting on a lake, we'd both be toast. Naruto, you're really something else. Kakashi catches a glimpse of a tiny shadow with the refined vision of his Sharingan. He nearly smiles, and trusts Sasuke to take advantage too. Looks like silent killing works both ways. Zabuza. A shuriken passes the water prison, and is pinged off of the one hiding in its shadow. The shuriken's trajectory is clearly calculated and rips the flesh on Zabuza's arm. Zabuza wrenches his hand free from the water. Kakashi falls into the water once the prison breaks down. Zabuza sees that his advantage is lost, so makes his final move. He draws his cubic Irabocho and makes a last-ditch rush to assassinate Tazuna. Hold your ground, Naruto orders. Zabuza is closing in and Naruto weaves the signs for a concussive futon jutsu just in case, but it's already clear. He knows that this fight has turned in their favor. Kakashi explodes out of the earth before Zabuza can land the killing blow. He kicks Zabuza's hand enough to throw his arm and the blade backwards and follows up with another kick that had enough force to put Zabuza back on the water. He gets back on the water despite the field advantage that Zabuza has. Clearly, he has predicted the outcome of the fight. He starts weaving the same signs as Zabuza, at the exact same speed. Are you reading my mind? Kakashi finishes, and catches Zabuza off guard by changing the hand signs he was using to a different jutsu. He uses what stamina and chakra he could throw into it. Suten, Daibakufu no Jutsu. It was as if the entire lake turned against Zabuza. The water forms a whirlpool in the air in front of Kakashi and grows in size and speed, and the maelstrom is too massive and fast for Zabuza to flee. He is pummeled by concussive barrages of water and nearly drowns against a tree. The eruption of water chakra uproots much of the foliage and leaves the genin in genuine amazement at Kakashi's skill. Zabuza coughs and sputters and has no counter to Kakashi when the Konoha Junin is pointing a kunai to his neck. Can you see the future? Zabuza vomits up some more water. Yes, and your future is death. 2 senbon to the neck do the deed before Kakashi can finish him off. What? A hunter nin, so now you decide to act. Naruto thought, though the outcome of the hidden ninja killing the missing nin was not entirely what he expected. I thank you for your assistance, Hitaki Kakashi-san. The voice is surprisingly young. Now that he is closer, Naruto can tell that his chakra is more powerful than expected. I'll be recovering Zabuza-san now. Kakashi doesn't move away and instead checks for Zabuza's pulse. Dead. He confirms and makes a weary retreat to his team on land. The hunter takes Zabuza's corpse and vanishes in a Shunshin no Jutsu. Kakashi breathes an obvious sigh of exhaustion and relief. Alright team, I think we need to have some rest. Kakashi falls face first. Naruto runs to collect Kakashi and puts him safely on the shore of the lake. We were not far now. Tazuna's voice is shaky. I've got somewhere we can put him so he can recover. I've never been so scared in my life. These kids, they really are shinobi. They make it to Tazuna's home as quickly as they can. Naruto is tall enough that he can at least keep the barely conscious Kakashi up by slinging Junin's arm over his shoulders. Kakashi can only manage small steps in his exhaustion, but probably wouldn't be making him at all without Naruto propping him up. Seems like the Sharingan takes quite the toll on your body. Passing several dilapidated buildings on their way to Tazuna's home, the team spots people giving them weary glances. As Tazuna said, the people are visibly hard-pressed for money judging by the condition of their clothes and closed shops and warehouses. Naruto tries to focus on potential ambushes instead but can't help his mind wandering to the fight. Naruto is impressed at the abject ability that Zabuza has for fighting on and in water. This is definitely something that he can learn from and use in the future. But the fight also made him frustrated. He knew that he couldn't join in without revealing his Sharingan, something that he was saving for a special occasion. It made him consider just showing his team so that he could fight unabated. Unfortunately, the existence of several factors in Konoha's power hierarchy made it unlikely that Team 7 wouldn't be able to keep that ability secret between them. Mission reports would change drastically based on newly revealed abilities and may be made obvious that Kakashi would be trying to keep something under wraps. Naruto couldn't trust that he wouldn't become the center of attention instead of Sasuke and have his eyes stolen by the faction responsible for cleaning up the Uchiha incident before anyone else knew that he had it. If he revealed the Sharingan and further Uchiha power publicly, it creates such a fuss that it would be impossible to ignore that he is an Uchiha. He would be placed under public scrutiny, but that meant friendly eyes on him and making a move on him for his Sharingan would be political suicide. A mission with only a handful of people didn't warrant using his full power, regardless of the strength of Zabuza. While he'd been thinking, they approached Tazuna's place on a riverside. It was homely all things considered. Tazuna at least seems to take care of his family. Tsunami, I'm home, Tazuna announces before getting to the door. Footsteps can be heard pitter-pattering on the wooden floor before the door is opened wide. To-san, Tsunami lunges into his arms. It's good to see you. Tazuna returns the hug. Where's my grandson? Out on the pier, like usual. Tsunami's smile falters. Tazuna grumbles a bit before stepping aside and giving room for the shinobi to step in. Follow me, we have an empty room out back where you can put your sensei down. Oh my, Tsunami looks at the shinobi with thinly disguised interest. She seems concerned that Naruto is carrying the only adult among them. Naruto sets Kakashi down on a makeshift bed that Tsunami quickly laid out for him. He sits down next to the indisposed Junin who quickly faded into unconsciousness. That sucked, is all he can say. What do we do now? Sakura wrings her hands nervously after sitting down. We need to make sure Kakashi recovers. This mission is going to be whole lot harder without him. Sasuke points out reasonably. He's taking it pretty well all things considered. I thought he'd be out long before we got here. Naruto nods in agreement. But we still have time. It will take a while to replace Zabuza, so we have some time to move freely through Nami. Sakura, check Kakashi's pouch for soldier pills. If he has any, then they'll have been made by his wife. She's a skilled medical kunoichi. I'm going to set up traps around the house. Sasuke delegates that job to himself and exits the house swiftly. Don't go anywhere without me, Tazuna. Naruto orders the bridge builder. I know that you want to rest and catch up with your workers, but the situation has changed. Alright, gotcha. Tazuna is weirded out by the serious demeanor on the young man. Kakashi continues to fade in and out of sleep. Sakura was looking at Naruto while he addressed Tazuna and didn't see their sensei quickly pull down his mask and flick the soldier pills out of her fingertip grip on them. Sakura completely missed the movement. Thanks Sakura. Kakashi smiles before falling back again. You're not making this easy for us, Kakashi. Naruto rolls his eyes. It takes Sasuke an hour to set up traps in the trees, in the water and under the jetty of Tazuna's home. They'd been made deliberately with enough wiggle room that only normal civilian exit and entry was possible. Anyone trying to sneak in by jumping on the roof or coming through the water would be in for some nasty surprises. He is soaked when he returns, but Tsunami praises his efforts and gives him several towels to dry himself off before coming inside. Having got a better view of the woman while she was fretting over him, Sasuke almost looks like he'd seen a ghost. Reminder of the lost, Naruto asks, quietly enough that Sakura couldn't hear. She looks like my mother. Sasuke reveals just as quietly. He is relatively somber, but it's easy to see it as just being grumpy for being in the water. It slowly fades and he begins to look thoughtful instead. Naruto sees Kakashi stir back into consciousness. He looks much more aware than he did when they arrived. You're okay. Sakura looks nearly ready to cry. Kakashi smiles, wincing a bit when he sits up. How long have I been out? A few hours at most. Looks like your soldier pills worked the charm. Naruto answers offhandedly, relaxing a bit now that their leader is lucid enough to talk. That's Shizune for you. Kakashi props himself up against the thin wall. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think we have bad news. The Genin really didn't want that to be the first thing Kakashi said to them. I think Zabuza may still be alive. With unfortunate timing, Tazuna and Tsunami walk into the room as he said it. What the hell? You saw what that kid did? He killed that crazy ninja. With Senbon, not a tool often used for murder, even discreetly. Kakashi goes on to explain his reasoning for why he thinks that the masked nin is actually an accomplice instead of an official of Kiri. It just gets worse. Tazuna bemoans. I understand that you may be scared, Tazuna-san, but remain calm. These two elites have shown their hand a bit in that fight. I have a pretty good assessment of the set of skills that Zabuza uses. The real issue is the accomplice. Naruto makes his own assessment known. I believe that the Hunter Nin is a Kekkei Genkai wielder. He has an unusual chakra that I have never felt before, but I believe that it is Hayaton. Care to explain? Kakashi fishes for more info. I've been refining my sensory abilities to be able to distinguish chakra natures. The chakra nature of this hunter resonates strongly with wind and water, and is unusually strong on top of that. But you don't know for sure. Naruto shakes his head slightly. No, I'm not that good at it yet. But I still think they wield some kind of Kekkei Genkai. It's better than nothing. Good work. You three have your work cut out for you, so I expect that you'll take what I have to teach you very seriously. We're going to train. Sasuke finds the suggestion of training in the middle of a mission a tad unusual. You don't have any choice. Kakashi states bluntly, if you want a chance of survival then you'll have to learn. And it just so happens that I have the perfect chakra control exercise for you. Kakashi. Naruto starts before Sakura can start an inquiry of what they're learning. How could Zabuza push you this far? I know your reputation. I thought something like this would be easier for you. His reputation is about the same as mine. Kakashi shrugs. And it's well earned. They don't call him demon for nothing. He has very, very potent chakra, as evident by his skill at using multiple Suiten Jutsu at the same time. And normally, the Sharingan can see right through Jutsu on the level of Mizu Bunshin. It is obvious that they are clones to people who wield Dojutsu, but Zabuza's chakra is incredibly powerful, and every clone he creates looks like the real deal to me. It takes very dense chakra that even I can't see the difference with my Sharingan, and had to rely on my own clone tactics to identify the real one. Is he stronger than you, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asks nervously. I don't know, Kakashi answers honestly, but what he won't have this time is the advantage of a water source. This puts my odds of beating him significantly higher than before. It's the accomplice that we should be more worried about. Zabuza will likely come after me again, so you three will be the ones fighting the hunter. So, I'll say it again, I expect you to take what I have to say seriously. It's a matter of life and death. The mood is quite grim. But we'll start tomorrow. I don't have it in me to move right now. Tazuna and Tsunami look quite clearly out of their depth. These were children, talking about risking their lives. Sasuke clearly has something on his mind still. Naruto. Sasuke addresses him. Naruto looks at him blankly. Why are you so strong? He is silent for a moment, not really sure what kind of half-truth he could give at such a direct question, but manages to conjure something close enough to the truth. He starts weaving a tale in order to compound the importance of his strength. I first learned to kill when I was 9. Naruto starts off with little emotion. Sakura recoils while Kakashi's eye widens. It was made pretty clear to me in the orphanage that the only future that awaited me and my fellow orphans was to become shinobi. I trained like everyone else, but I couldn't afford to grow stronger and make ends meet by feeding myself and paying bills. There was a certain incident that prevented people like me from graduating early at the academy, so I wasn't able to become a genin and do missions to earn money. The Uchiha incident. Kakashi identifies the problem child that caused Konoha to re-evaluate graduation procedure. So, I used the bingo book in order to find easy prey like rogue genin or vagrant criminals with bounties on their heads, so that I could continue to fuel my growth. Those outings took me everywhere in Hai no Kuni, and it wasn't always easy to defeat them. I quickly learned that if I couldn't defeat small fry like this as a shinobi, then I was just going to die. I couldn't get stronger without buying shinobi resources like jutsu scrolls and tools, and I couldn't provide basic necessities to myself if I bought those things. I needed easy influxes of cash to get the best of both worlds, and those missions gave me experience at fighting. I became stronger out of necessity. Orphans like me don't really get that much of a choice. But, Sakura stammers out, realizing that some people had it really different to her. Why didn't you get adopted? Or sponsored or given a normal job? Anything? I don't know. Naruto lied. He knew perfectly well that the system had been manipulated around him to ensure that he became a shinobi. I'm just one of the unlucky ones that there wasn't any room for in normal civilian life. There were already plenty of orphans from the Kyuubi incident 12 years ago, and most people had enough mouths to feed as it is. I just fell through the cracks and was lucky enough to gain enough strength to be a shinobi and not a criminal. I grew up around other orphans who were in the same boat as me, learned to be a shinobi or die. I choose to live, and it's not all bad. Naruto attempts to move the conversation away from his past. At no point did I ever not have a roof over my head to come home to. The people in this country don't appear to have the same luxury right now. There is a moment of silence before Naruto decides to open his mouth. I expected some restraint from you, Kakashi. O kawaii genin mine, what have I done to deserve your ire this time? Shizune has been spoiling you. You've gotten too heavy to just lug around. Your dad bod is holding back the team. Tsunami looks mystified at the sudden way the genin is talking to his sensei. I'll be sure to let Shizune know of your displeasure. Kakashi eye smiles, making it quite clear that Shizune would rip his ear off for suggesting that she wasn't taking care of her husband. No need for that, Naruto deflects coolly. I just want you to consider what's in the best interests of the team. Kakashi scoffs, but sees that their poking fun at each other has lightened the room's mood. The next day consists of Kakashi training Sasuke and Sakura to perform the tree climbing exercise. Naruto makes it known that he can already perform it and is instead delegated to bodyguarding Tazuna full time. Sasuke has enough jutsu under his belt to make use of the chakra control exercise and instead merely struggles to perform it until mastering it by evening. Sakura is put through her paces after making it obvious that the exercise is too easy for her, and is instead taught a diversionary genjutsu by Kakashi, topping it off with some light taijutsu pointers to make sure she's up to scratch. The team doesn't see hide nor hair of Tazuna's grandson throughout their stay at his home, but Tazuna just chalks it up to the boy being depressed. He makes it evident that he and Tsunami are seeing him, and Naruto has spotted him to make sure that he hadn't been kidnapped and the Inari hanging around the house was the real one. Naruto points out that Tazuna, despite being dedicated to the nation and having the drive to defy a millionaire criminal like Gato, is an emotional man that can be manipulated by his family. He suggests that Tsunami and Inari should be hidden, and one of them should take their place in disguise in case Gato sends men after them. Naruto is the only one capable of using Kage Bunshin that could also use Henge, and they could hardly leave Kakashi behind when Zabuza was still on the prowl, so naturally Naruto would remain in Tazuna's home. They make this plan discreetly and without Tazuna's knowledge. Tazuna's reaction would be genuine if Naruto disguised as his family were brought to the bridge, which would therein make the kidnappers cocky. Unless Naruto killed them before reaching The bridge if they went too far, of course. Kakashi had recovered quickly. It made Naruto suspect that Kakashi had held back in the fight in order to gauge what his team would do. He picked a hell of time to do it if his suspicion was true. Nothing happens for a full week before drama starts to unfold on the bridge. Tazuna and Team 7 Son's Naruto left early. After leaving, Naruto enacts the plan of having a cage bunshin escort the family to the section of housing they arrived in when arriving in Nami initially. The real Naruto and another cage bunshin remained in wait at Tazuna's home, transformed to look like Tsunami and Inari. The oppressive mist rolls in. The Genin duo tighten their guard around Tazuna. The workers evacuate by climbing down long rope ladders and jumping into boats that head back to shore. Knowing that they are at a disadvantage if Tazuna goes with them in the water, he and Team 7 remain on the bridge. Looks like you're one Genin down, Kakashi. Zabuza's malicious grin is visible through his bandages. I wouldn't be so concerned about him if I were you. You and your accomplice have enough to worry about as it is. Ha, Zabuza throws on a blustering laugh. Haku isn't some small fry Genin like your little team. He may even be stronger than I am. Then I'll be sure to end you quickly before that strength can be put to use. Kakashi's voice is no nonsense and confident, like he has nothing at all to fear. Zabuza looks caught off by the demeanor. He looks into the Sharingan of his current opponent and wonders if the man is greater than the legend. Haku, get rid of the Genin. Hi, Zabuza-sama. Sasuke has locked Haku into a stalemate. The hunter has revealed the secret of being an ice release wielder, just as Naruto speculated. Sasuke's Sharingan is strong enough now to be able to predict the flight path of Haku's jutsu and is always able to dodge at the last second. Unfortunately, Shuriken jutsu nor Katen had any effect on the ice ninjutsu, and that became painfully evident when the masked hunter unleashes a secret technique. Makio Hyosho, mirrors of ice surround Sasuke entirely and cut him off from the outside. He is now singularly dependent on his ability to intercept Haku whenever he attempts to attack. Taijutsu seems to be the only viable option. Haku can't land any blows but neither can Sasuke, and unfortunately Sasuke can feel his stamina and speed dropping slowly. He employs some rudimentary chakra control to increase speed in his legs to try and finish things off before he got too tired, but Haku has become wise to his strategy and is attacking cautiously rather than expediently. If this goes on, I won't survive much longer. Desperation begins to claw at Sasuke's mind and unnoticed to him, his Sharingan gains an extra tomoe to cope with the life or death stress. He can't predict Haku's attacks without it but it's draining his chakra even more now. Naruto, Sakura is happy that the strongest of the Genin has arrived on the bridge. Not Naruto, a cage bunshin. Naruto nods discreetly, making it known to Sakura that this is the clone who escorted the real Tsunami and Inari to safety. Shit kid, Tazuna understands that these may be his last moments and everything is on the line. Is my family okay? I'll dispel if the real me is badly hurt enough. Naruto explains. Since I'm still here, your family is fine. Sakura, tell me everything that's happened. Sakura goes on to explain as quickly as she can what he managed to see before the ice mirrors blocked view of everything else happening on the bridge. Sasuke-kun tried using his Katen but it barely did anything at all. But something happened. What did the Katen do? Naruto presses for intel. They melted just a little bit, but they just reformed like nothing happened. He kept trying but Sakura clenches her eyes shut. Please help him. I will, Naruto assures. Stay with Tazuna. The clone leaps deftly into the air and senses carefully where exactly Sasuke is in the Dome of Mirrors. To his confusion, the hunter's chakra signature appears to be manifesting evenly in the entirety of the dome. It surrounds Sasuke too much for the cage bunshin to get an accurate reading. He has no choice but to jump in instead of risking injury or death to Sasuke. He leaps to the very top, weaving hand signs once he gets a glance of Sasuke in the middle, who is exhausted and about to be skewered by Ice Senbon. Futon, Shinku Tobakomu, Wind Release, Vacuum Dive. Naruto's clone is sucked down by swirling wind chakra around his form, through the gap at the top of the dome. The rapid vacuum-enhanced dive builds up more wind chakra and as soon as he lands next to Sasuke, streams of the wind chakra blast out from his legs before forming into a rapidly expanding spinning dome of wind. It blasts away the Ice Senbon before slamming ineffectually into the mirrors. You should have stayed outside. Sasuke says while panting, I didn't have much choice. After this is over you can thank me with dinner. Sasuke doesn't have a response to that and isn't it focuses on staying alive. The hunter makes his opinion known. It doesn't matter if there's 2 or 10 of you. I will not fail Zabuza-sama. This guy, Haku, it's like you said Naruto, his Kekkei Genkai uses strong chakra. It makes unmeltable ice. Sasuke informs Naruto's clone what Sakura had already told him. Not unmeltable, but it doesn't matter. My jutsu is also on another level. Naruto starts weaving signs for a dense katan of his own. Katan, Yun Hoka no Jutsu. Naruto breaths out 5 dragon heads, smaller than the one he used against Zabuza but with the same concussive energy and strength. They expand and burn with extreme heat, but the sheer velocity is what shatters the mirrors on the upper half of the dome. Useless. Haku reforms the mirrors perfectly back into the dome. Naruto, I just said. Sasuke stops upon realizing that Naruto is doing the same thing as in the fight with Zabuza. For as long as Haku tries to maintain the dome, he would expend massive amounts of chakra. And Naruto is one of the few people in all of Konoha with more chakra than Kakashi. Sasuke tries not to relax when he gets that the fight was won the moment Naruto turned up. Naruto continues to blitz the mirrors with the same jutsu over and over again. I'm sorry Zabuza-sama, this boy is too much for me to handle. Haku feels his strength wane but knows he is an easy target if the mirrors falter. The boy with the Sharingan is no longer capable of making use of his predictive abilities, but it doesn't appear that the tall one is in a hurry to kill him. He's playing the waiting game. The hunter becomes desperate when he hears a chirping sound and the unmistakable glow of Raiten chakra from where his master is fighting. I'm sorry, Konoha Shinobi, but I must call our fight early. The mirrors shatter immediately. Clone Naruto's reflexes are severely impaired by the rapidly decreasing chakra at its body, but he catches Haku by the leg before he can flee to assist Zabuza. No, Haku screams, his wild chakra spurts out of his body and the icy surface of the bridge encases clone Naruto in an iceberg. It is too late however. The time that Naruto brought Kakashi proved fatal to Haku's master. Haku stops on the spot when he sees Zabuza, held completely immobile by a pack of dogs and with a palm of lightning through his chest. There is a pregnant pause. Haku stands completely still looking at the final moment of his master. And then, a howl of despair and anguish sends chills down their spines. Haku screams at the frozen clone. He breaks out into a sprint. Sasuke hobbles his way back to Tazuna, but Haku doesn't make it that far. The cage bunchen encased in ice violently explodes, sending out shards that bury into Haku's stomach and arms. He is sent flying and lands midway between the explosion site and Kakashi. His death is quick. He isn't conscious by the time he lands and shards buried in his flesh are scraped out from rolling across the surface of the bridge. There is a long trail of freezing blood. Haku is dead within the minute. It is an unspectacular death that made Sasuke's stomach churn. Kakashi calls them over and away from the end of the unfinished bridge. Tsunami and Inari do not jolt on receiving new memories. The guards surrounding them on the dinghies they had commandeered seemingly have nothing to fear. A small army of mercenary criminals lead them up the workers' ladders to the end of the bridge. They are 30 strong and armed with basic weaponry. And even Gato himself is present, gloating loudly from his yacht before deigning to be the first to climb up to the top of the bridge. With some assistance, his pathetic, stubby little legs were incapable of doing so without help. Naruto imposes a subtle genjutsu on his guides, one to make sure they kept their blades sheathed. He puts on his best acting face. "To-san, run!" Tsunami screams at her father. "Tsunami, Gato, you monster, kahihi, this little game of cat and mouse is done." Gato grins confidently. He walks forward and stumbles upon the corpse of Haku. "I should have known you'd be useless, hee. Gato kicks the body with a little giggle. "You sick fuck." Sasuke curses and his internal fury burst out of him hatefully. Kakashi's hand on his shoulder prevents him from doing anything. "I don't know why I even bothered to bring your family here." Gato strolls over Haku. The mercenaries rally behind him. "Looking at you now, so pathetic and beaten down. It reminds of that son-in-law of yours." He grins again, very nostalgic. "And like him, you've been a pain in my ass for too long. I'm glad those tools of shinobi I hired were enough to tie your bodyguards. Nami no Kuni is mine as it rightfully should have been from the start. The battle for this country." Tsunami vanishes and reappears to whisper in Gato's ear. "Is over." Gato whirls around to pop of smoke, revealing that Tsunami was in fact a disguised shinobi. "Get him, you fools." Gato screams in fear. Inari's transformation dispels and reveals a cage bunchen of Naruto. Mercenary civilians are but like chopping through academy students. The clone makes use of their own weapons against them. It doesn't so much as bother to use ninjutsu. They cannot advance and the gruesome display of buttery takes apart the traitors to their nation. These men were once citizens of Nami and their greed had nearly destroyed it. There would be no mercy from Naruto. Gato drops his cane and stumbles away from the real Naruto. Naruto walks sedately while Gato attempts to flee down the bridge, continually looking over his shoulder at Naruto who on practically on his heels with no effort. Kakashi lets go of Sasuke's shoulder. The crime lord looks back once more to see Naruto has stopped, and is promptly skewered in the back by 2 kunai. "Rot in hell, you monster," are the last words Gato hears from Sasuke before he departs this world. He drops unceremoniously to the unforgiving cold concrete. Naruto's clone dispels after mercilessly slaughtering Gato's army. Their blood drips off the end of the bridge and makes red swirls in the sea. "Come on, Sasuke, let's pay our respects." They both walk up to Haku's body. Naruto is filled with a sensation of sympathy and respect, but it is not comfortable in the slightest. Here was someone who had failed to protect his loved one, his precious person. It invigorates his desire for power even more. Naruto has killed many times in the past, many despicable men and women who committed crimes against people for enjoyment. He has never felt so uncomfortable killing someone who he felt that in another life, he could have been friends with. "I hope you have better on the other side." Naruto respectfully arranges Haku's body so that he didn't look like just some other casualty. Sasuke on the other hand has seen himself in this Hayaton shinobi. He stares down at the corpse that previously attacked Naruto with unimaginable animalistic vigor. He sees that this boy was hurting so much that he essentially threw away his life after losing his purpose. The intense love he felt for his master turned to stronger hatred. Is this what he would become? Would he throw away his life for the sake of taking another? Should he learn to preserve himself instead, and preserve the Uchiha clan through other means? It is a conflicting conundrum. He begins to see defeating Itachi as a means to an end instead of his goal, his purpose. For as long as that man lives, any legacy he may try to rebirth through the ashes of his clan would be at risk. Itachi must die, not because he slighted Sasuke, but for his duty to protect the future of the Uchiha clan. Sakura doesn't step even a foot away from Kakashi. She hugs her sensei, finally breaks down after this nightmare mission has traumatized her. Tazuna respectfully stays silent until Team 7 come to terms with the situation. No work was done on the bridge for the rest of the day. Tazuna finishes the bridge in a shorter than expected time frame after the citizens of Nami are invigorated with good morale following the death of Gato and his mercenary army. Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi bury Haku and Zabuza. Sakura makes a pretty and natural display for the wooden marker on Haku's grave, while Zabuza's headstone is his sword buried into the earth. They pay their respects silently to Haku. On the day of departure, Team 7 stands ready to cross the bridge on foot and return home. Tazuna makes a speech about the grand shinobi he'd hired before shooting off names for the bridge. "How about it, the mighty Tazuna Bridge? No," is the overwhelming consensus of the crowd. Naruto cares very little for staying a moment longer and starts walking. Sasuke and Sakura are in similar moods, so they follow. Kakashi waves over his shoulder but gives no further formality. They are out of view when the bridge name is officially decided. "Alright, fine. We won't name it after anyone. How about the Great Salvation Bridge, for honor of our return to normalcy?" "Yes," is the overwhelming consensus of the crowd. Team 7 arrives at the gates of Konoha. Kakashi dismisses them, gives them the spiel about getting rest and bids them goodbye while he goes to the Hokage Tower to make his report. Naruto makes a beeline for home. This mission has taken more out of him than he thought. Not physically, but his mind had been toiling over what happened for the entire trip home. He needed something to distract him. After stepping out of the first warm shower he'd had in 3 weeks, he looks at himself in mirror and is startled by something. Naruto takes in the pattern on his Sharingan. His hands trace around his eyes, he pulls the skin around them as if to get a better look. "Mangekyo, we've received a hidden message in an invoice from Cuba Town. They export iron to us to craft shinobi tools. They are currently suffering attacks to steal refined iron before they send it out. Evaluate the situation, act as necessary. It is not a smart idea to steal from one of the Big Five nations. Cuba Town is but one of many sources of Konoha's iron within the High no Kuni, but one does not simply steal from Konoha without retribution. If the culprit refused to cooperate and leave town for good, well, they wouldn't be lasting much longer. This is Team 7's 5th C-rank mission. Thankfully none of the C-rank missions they have done since Nami no Kuni have been particularly dramatic or dangerous. Mostly actual escort missions, with one valuable stolen item retrieval thrown in too. The town is only a day away from Konoha, and Team 7 quickly questions the residents to understand what's happening. Bandits have killed 2 townsfolk for resisting and they return every week to collect the majority of the iron that is mined. They do not wear any markings that denote them as operatives of a village, although a village may be buying the resource that they're stealing. Naruto and Sasuke have proven that they are capable of working on their own, so Kakashi tells them to let loose if the culprits decide they can take on a unit from Konoha. Unfortunately, hungry men are desperate men and the desperation of the bandits tells them that they are not laying siege out of greed, but for survival. 30 bandits are the entourage of one man that appears to be running the gig, and they arrive in town a few days after Team 7 does. Kakashi attempts to negotiate. He tells them to return home as hunters of meat and as farmers or craftsmen. We don't have a choice. Our lord, the middle-aged leader, spits the word. Is arming Shinobi. Shinobi that kidnap our children if we don't comply. He and his bandit allies arm themselves with mediocre weaponry. I am sorry, then. Kakashi draws a kunai. The boys immediately set to work dividing the bandits into groups by each killing a few of those who rushed at the start. Sakura herds them apart by projecting a genjutsu of an earth wall between them. She uses this on a few bandits in the middle to cause them to bump into the others who are looking for an alternate route. Anyone who gets past the two boys is met by Kakashi, who defeats them swiftly and cleanly. He claws his way through the blood to the surface. When he reaches it, he takes long gasps of air under a red moon. Yusuke realizes that his hands aren't going back under the blood, and using this newfound knowledge, pulls himself on top of the surface and stands up. Yusuke looks at the moon and the starry sky around it and starts to hyperventilate. Show yourself. Yusuke screams at the moon. Very well. A deep and loud rendition of the child's voice booms from everywhere. Out of the bloody sea rises a gargantuan version of the boy he'd locked eyes with. Blood drips off his long spikes of black hair. His eyes are unholy crimson lanterns. The monster stops with its shoulders just out of the liquid. Where am I? What do you want from me? Yusuke demands fearfully. I desire only your knowledge. Your life possesses little value to me. Give me the knowledge I seek, and I shall free you from this realm in which I control all things. Shinobi tricks. We were told what to do if we get caught in one of your illusions. Yusuke realizes what he is seeing and pulls out his pocket knife. Yusuke stabs himself in the thigh, and knows that the immense pain will knock him out of the illusion. Only it didn't. Genjutsu still operate under the sensations that the victim is feeling in reality. Even a strong breeze and the sensation it causes on your skin may be enough to remove you from an illusion. But you are no longer in your own reality. You exist in my realm now. A realm in which I am God. 9 etheric light blue skeleton hands rise up out of the blood lake. In the fist of each were real skeletons. One hadn't even fully rotted away yet. Skin forms on some of their faces, long tongues hang out of slack jaws, and muscles and flesh refuse to stick to the bones, falling into the blood. One of them manages to form a functioning but rotten head and speaks to Yusuke in a gurgling voice that echoes several times. Kill me. Yusuke threw up violently. These are the ones who came before you. They did not give me the knowledge that I desired, so I have kept them here for eternity. Their minds have deteriorated so much that they no longer remember the secrets that I wanted. This is a fate you will share, if you refuse to bequeath upon me the circumstances of your task. Why does that matter to you? Yusuke thinks hard. He has a ticket to get out of this dimension. The boy you saw in your reality is my vessel in which I can manipulate the existence of mortals. He has been given a task by his village leader to assess your group's efforts. It is my thanks to him for allowing me to share his body that I obtain the knowledge that he desires. I will tell you anything you desire. Yusuke drops to his knees in front of this god. Then we have an accord. Allow me to restore your wound. In return for your secrets, I shall return you to the mortal plane. Yusuke's leg healed and even the pants he is wearing stitched shut as if they were never damaged. We have a handler, he's a shinobi. Yusuke starts off with white hair, 2 dots on his forehead. He killed 10 people in our village with bones that came out of his body. He told us to get resources by any means necessary or he'd kill our families. He's apparently a part of some new ninja village in Oto no Kuni. The lord of our land is giving the leader of this new village free reign to do whatever he pleases to us. Naruto cancels the Tsukuyomi early. The stress on Yusuke's chakra network and mind puts him in a vegetative state. He took pity on the bandit and stabbed a kunai into his head. Even if the man could be saved, he'd seen too much. His playing God act had fooled the man well enough to make him spill everything he knew about this new village. It wasn't much but still something. Only a second had passed on the outside while his Tsukuyomi took place, which gives him enough time to fake a scenario in which he could have reasonably extracted that information. He waits a few minutes before returning to the main group and joins Sakura as defense for the townsfolk that they'd ordered to stay indoors and barricade up. Sasuke makes short work of the remaining bandits before Kakashi stops him from killing the last one. This is our chance to practice what we talked about. The Junin ties up the survivor. Kakashi, Naruto steps in with his new tale of half-truth. I had one of the bandits tell me why they're doing this. They have a shinobi coercing them into stealing the iron. He said if they didn't cooperate, the shinobi would murder their families. This shinobi is using normal people to do his dirty work. Looks like they don't want anyone to find out what they're doing. Sasuke activates his Sharingan, which whirls with 3 tomoe in each while Kakashi holds the man's head still and forces his eyes open. Practicing hypnosis to get information. The hypnosis potential of the Sharingan took much skill before one could be considered a master of it, and even in control of a person's mind it still fell far short of the legendary genjutsu of the Mangekyo, Koto Amatsukami. Using the standard hypnosis could only get gleams of information, and Shinobi could lock out someone from their mind with some effort. Naruto had wondered what it might be like to wield a jutsu like that, but figured the Mangekyo must be primarily hereditary. He could use Tsukuyomi with his right eye and Amaterasu with his left, just like his grandfather could. Try and focus on that and draw out anything like it. Kakashi coaxes. Sasuke nods and focuses his eyes. Naruto and Sakura are treated to a boring wait. The pink-haired girl had grown far more confident in herself over the 6 months that she'd been a genin and actually strikes up conversation with Naruto rather than disguising her fear of him with verbal assaults. "What do you think it's like?" she asks while twiddling her long pink hair. They sit down next to each other on a bench left out at a dango shop. "You might need to be more specific with me, Sakura," Naruto comments, idly shaking his own hair back into place after whipping it around chasing the bandits. He had grown to cover the Uzumaki insignia on the back of his shirt. "Having a Kekkei Genkai, I mean," Sakura clarifies with some wonder in her voice. "I guess it must be different for everyone who has one." Naruto feels like he's gonna go off on a lecture but figures that Sakura is the most likely to listen to it. If you think about it, someone born with a Kekkei Genkai probably doesn't feel any different to a normal person. They can just do something with their body with a power that they're born with. To them it's probably no different from being like us. It's just natural, just like it's natural for me to be good with katan and futon, or your affinity to genjutsu and medical ninjutsu. That's true, I guess, Sakura concedes. People with Kekkei Genkai don't really seem that different on the outside. But there may also be other kinds of difficulties that normal shinobi don't have. I bet that clan culture plays a pretty important part in how Kekkei Genkai shinobi see themselves. You had a Hyuga in your class, right? She's probably under a whole lot of pressure from her clan to maintain the image of strength of the Byakugan, just like Sasuke wants to master his Sharingan and prove that it's something fearsome in honor of the Uchiha. Sakura nods along, seeing reason in his words. I didn't really think about that. Hinata was kinda shy. It must be hard on her to live up to something like that. There might be other psychological things too, Naruto continues without a beat. A few years ago, someone from an enemy nation tried to kidnap a young Hyuga so that they could have the Byakugan for their village. The leader of the Hyuga clan killed him and got caught up in some political incident because of it. The Hokage sorted it out and nothing became of it, but it mustn't have been a good experience for the kid who nearly got stolen. That must have been Hinata. Sakura realizes in shock. I bet that incident traumatized her and she got all shy because of it. Naruto blinked. Surely Sakura would know this already. She was your classmate, wasn't she? You weren't friends? Not really. I mostly kept to myself and Ino, she was my only friend. Sakura sighs, looking a bit down. We kinda had a fight and it wasn't the same between us. I'm sorry, was all Naruto could say. He didn't care much for the drama, but he dealt with growing apart from friends. The people he lived with in the orphanage all went different ways after Tsukimi Baken passed. It's not a big loss, I think. Sakura actually leans her head on his shoulder. I like you guys more anyways. You're turning me to mush, Naruto stated with deliberately fake emotionlessness. She flicks a lock of her hair in his face for the tease, but the two remain in comfortable silence until their teammates are done. Kakashi and Sasuke walk over to them, with the latter having turned off his recently matured Sharingan. What I got just now was about the same as what Naruto said. Sasuke starts to list off what little intel he could draw out. There's a new village in the nation that these guys came from. They have some Kekkei Genkai shinobi who's killing off their families if they don't obtain resources. Kakashi speaks up with his opinion of the matter. It was sloppy. They didn't research who this outpost is delivering to and gave us the opportunity to find out that the new hidden village is arming up. Hokage-sama will want to hear this. The Junin looks around. Well, that's still another successful C rank. Good job everyone. Let's give the all clear to these people and head back to Konoha. Team 7 is sassed with questions about, what if they come back? And, are we really safe? And the short answer to each is, we need to return so that Hokage-sama can send out border guards. Naruto is suspicious about why Kakashi didn't ask how he got the lead in the first place. Kakashi stood before 3 of Konoha's most experienced shinobi. Tsunade, Omura and Koharu are seated on higher perches compared to the other shinobi in the room. Behind Kakashi, many Junin and high-ranking affiliates are seated before the venerable elders and Hokage. Only the most trusted operatives of every faction in Konoha were permitted to be present. Loyal and talented many may be, but Tsunade had only a handful of people that she can trust. Explicitly and to not leak intel unintentionally or otherwise. Kakashi had finished his report on the clear armament tactics employed. Another hidden village. This is most troubling. Omura pushes up his spectacles on his nose, looking dignified and stern. Koharu nods along. This work is quite sloppy. Whoever is pulling the strings does not expect their nation to last long. It is clear that this village in Ta no Kuni is serving a singular and temporary purpose. We must investigate immediately. They have even changed the name of the hosting nation. The daimyo has elected to rename it to Oto no Kuni. I believe the initial investigation should be into daimyo's court and who he interacts with that may be causing this sudden armament. Omura suggests reasonably. We have also received this as of a week ago. Tsunade plants a stack of folders on the table. This is all of the Chunin exam nominees from participating nations. One of them is listed as Otogakure. They're only sending one team, but the timing is too suspicious to ignore. I'll send word to my best agent to discover as much as they can, as soon as possible. You mean? Koharu almost looked disapproving for a moment before shrugging it off. Every field team is to report any mention of Otogakure or attempts of armament. Understood, is the chorus of affirmatives from the elites. Alright, all of you with Genin teams remain behind. Those of you leaving, please let the Genin team leaders know they're expected to enter in 10 minutes. No sooner. Tsunade orders, looking rather tired. Kakashi, I need to have a word. Tsunade waits for everyone else to leave. Omura and Koharu remain, and neither appeared to lighten up. How did Naruto obtain this information? Tsunade asks without hesitation. I don't know, Kakashi replies honestly. But I do know that it is some kind of jutsu that requires an enormous amount of chakra. Whatever it is, it functions instantly and can be performed without needing to gather chakra conventionally. A high-level interrogation technique. This is beyond the scope of a genin, even one who has been reported to have unusually powerful chakra. Koharu points out shrewdly, is he aware that you know? Perhaps not fully. He understands that I've been trying to get more information from him, but I don't think he knows that I was using a jutsu to assess his chakra levels throughout the mission. I'm afraid I don't have the sensory talent to be able to understand what exactly he did, but I know for certain that it requires more chakra than any interrogative technique that I've ever witnessed. Kakashi tacks on his explanation of his lack of sensing skill. It is a very rare talent to be able to sense if someone is using a jutsu, or determine what their chakra nature is. Naruto's mind's eye of the Kagura, as he called it, was truly one of a kind. Why is the boy hiding this? He is clearly not suited for stealth or other Anbu positions. Uzumaki Naruto clearly possesses the same frontline wrecking ball potential that his father did. He has nothing to gain from keeping something like this hidden. Have you discussed with him this behavior? Omura's assessment of Naruto's abilities rings true. There's no chance in hell that someone like Naruto would desire to go into Anbu, but his habit of keeping secrets is making people suspicious. With each mission it becomes clear that he is not being challenged and makes it more obvious that he's hiding something. Kakashi puts forward what he's managed to read from his students so far. I've had a chat with him about it. All he will tell me is that he's waiting for a moment in which the entire world will see what he can do. I tried to explain that he could catapult through the ranks quickly if he just chooses to show off, but he's determined. Every time I ask he just tells me that. Kakashi sighs, realizing that it sounds ridiculous. That he's at risk. Omura exchanges a look with Koharu. Tsunade leans forward with her head on her hands, eyes stern. At risk of what? If he reveals the full extent of his abilities too early, he believes that internal factions of Konoha will seek to recklessly reproduce that power. If it is stolen, or altered, or diluted by giving it to other people without correct instruction, that it may very well destroy Konoha instead of protect it. He insists that this ability is 100 years of hard work culminating into him, and that it must be shown to enemy nations at the same time, or else Konoha will lose the biggest possible deterrent of war since the Shodai Hokage. So, he thinks he has some Kekkei Genkai that is absolutely vital for Konoha's future. Omura's tone could be considered dubious at best. Koharu clearly agrees. This is the posturing of a 12-year-old boy with an inflated sense of importance. Uzumaki Naruto may be a prodigy of even the same caliber as his father, but unless his ability is clairvoyance, then I suggest that you continue to pry information from him, and determine if he is whispering promises of being a savior for the sake of deflecting attention from an ulterior motive. What does he mean by internal factions? Tsunade latches onto the phrase with narrowed eyes. The Hyuga incident is the example he gave me. Kakashi tells a condensed version of the story he got from Naruto. I think he isn't aware that distrust toward him is high right now, because he is focused on the potential that Konoha may very well be like Kumogakure. In his mind, Konoha trusting him isn't the issue. It's Konoha that needs to earn his trust by proving that it will not manufacture circumstances that will rob him of agency within the village hierarchy. You are saying that Naruto thinks there's a chance that we will turn him into breeding chattel? Tsunade asks quite disbelievingly. Ridiculous. Koharu mutters. Regardless, that's the story he is sticking with and hasn't deviated from. Kakashi is dubious of it himself, but he doesn't know anyone who is more stubborn than Naruto. Asking too many questions of Naruto is the fastest way to get him to make fun of your weak efforts. And Naruto makes waves everywhere he goes. Tsunade sighs and rubs her forehead. Word of the incident at the start of his Genin career involving several Chunin has spread around the village. His graduation was also quite public and showed nearly all of the current clan heads that he's worth paying attention to. Throw in a rumor of him completing an A-rank mission, and every eye in the village is on him and most of them are friendly. If we try and get this information from him without allowing him to show it himself, it will brew discontent that a young, talented and friendly shinobi is being picked on by higher-ups. He has weaved the circumstances leading up to these Chunin exams quite well, intentionally or otherwise. Omura also adds a more current issue. We cannot afford not to have Team 7 compete in this exam. They are by far the strongest team of Genin in Konoha. If we wait any longer to show their skills, we may face scrutiny for holding back a team and waiting until they are strong enough to decimate any competition. It would be the same as letting actual Chunin compete, and you know that the other nations will cry foul. This appears to be the perfect conditions for Naruto's terms of revealing his true power. Tsunagakure is sending a team composed entirely of the Kazekage's children, one of which is a Jinchuriki. Without your team causing a ruckus, the Genin heirs of important clans within Konoha are at extreme risk. You know very well that the parents of those children will push for their sensei to recommend them for the exams. Sasuke is the highest profile target on the team, and with your teachings it is likely that he will ally with fellow Konoha Genin and provide a deterrent towards teams in the forest that are seeking easier targets. Koharu provides a blatant opinion that the Genin clan heirs are weak, and that Team the 7th may be the only ones with the potential to protect them through the team survival phase. Kakashi gets the message. He was going to recommend him anyway, but Team 7 must compete. The suspicious behavior of a new hidden village and the unusual amount of teams participating made it likely that some foul play would be involved. I'll slip word to my team that they're to keep an eye on friendlies. Good. Tsunade pushes the intercom on her desk. Send in everyone who's here for Chunin exam purposes. Finally, Kakashi thought tiredly, the evening is nearly over and he could soon flee to the comforts of home. His screaming, tantrum-throwing little ray of sunshine is a preferable alternative to being stuck in a meeting. Alright Uzumaki-kun, I'll add these to your medical record for later review. Same as the others. Thank you. I can't help but be curious, however. The doctor turns his chair and looks Naruto in the eye. I hope you understand. From the tests you've asked for over the past 5 months, I can easily see from the scans that you're developing new chakra pathways in your brain and to your eyes. Your vision and reflexes seem to be, well, improving. Then there's no cause for alarm. No, he shakes his head. I know that you must be up to something, but if you've found a way to do something like this, surely you must understand that whatever you're doing to yourself could help many people with impaired vision. Naruto nips that in the bud quickly. I can't tell you what I'm doing. What I can tell you, since you've been a good sport and presumably upholding my confidentiality, is to bet on me in the upcoming Chunin exams and you'll see for yourself what's happening to me. Confident, are we? He smiles indulgently, realizing that Naruto wouldn't respond if he asked any further. Further, you have no idea how sure I am of my victory, Ayashi-san. My wife would kill me if she caught me betting on children killing each other. Ayashi comments dryly, your loss. Naruto states but leaves it at that. He stands up and puts his forehead protector back on. The doctor gets his last word in. Please do be careful, Uzumaki-kun. I don't know what you're doing, but ninjutsu that affect the eyes and brain are no joke. Anything could go wrong if an unpracticed method of improvement is used. You don't have to worry, Naruto assures with no doubt in his voice. If all goes as planned over the Chunin exams, then you probably won't be seeing me again anyways. Ayashi raises a brow but doesn't push it. Well, I'll cheer you on for your imminent victory. He indulges the bravado of the black-haired boy. Remember what I said. Naruto slowly shuts the door behind him. Bet on me. Naruto knows for certain that he will not be defeated by anyone during these exams. He would be able to use his full power freely and without restraint. The doctor all but confirmed this over the past few months of him having awoken the Mangekyo Sharingan. At first he'd been extremely hesitant to use it at all. Naruto used it sparingly for practice purposes only and started booking in monthly tests. To see if the enzymes in his brain released from using the Mangekyo were making his eyesight deteriorate. But as it turned out, nothing was causing his vision to fail. After the first 2 visits, Naruto got bolder with training the use of his newly awoken abilities. He could bring all sorts of things to set on fire, with Amaterasu into his hideout where his grandfather spent most of his last days. Tsukuyomi had to wait for missions and privacy, but even then he'd managed to use it on some poor souls. Naruto has no fear of losing the light in his eyes. Madara's meddling has ensured it will remain. That thought made him reflect on the stories and memories that the old man had imparted unto him. Madara had used Tsukuyomi on Naruto only once. The reason for him doing it had several purposes. Chiefly among them was to explain with reason granted by experience Madara's hatred of the Senju, his distrust of Konoha's elite structure, the circumstances of his turn from Konoha and the Uchiha clan, and the new secrets of the Sharingan that no other man had discovered before him. These memories given to him using Tsukuyomi, however, were not Naruto's. He didn't experience them, and while he could feel the burning rage and hate, the woozy desperation, and intoxicative love, these were not his memories and therefore took some concentration to bring back out. Madara had only used it once to ensure that Naruto's brain wouldn't start adjusting to match Madara's. If too much information were imparted directly to Naruto's mind, the body and brain would follow suit as best as it could, and the then 11-year-old boy would inevitably have a mental breakdown and identity crisis. 72 hours is already a long time to be in another person's sandals. A little boy would not be able to handle the strain. What still needed to be discovered is the reason for the fundamental differences in the development of his Sharingan compared to his grandfather. Uchiha Obito had been implanted and augmented using strange organic material. The matter functioned as replacements for his destroyed organs and limbs, and vitalized the body by cycling chakra from what remained of the implantee's body through new artificial pathways. The chakra sent to the Zetsu matter would return to Obito's real flesh, and since the Zetsu matter was created through cloning Hashirama's life force, the result would have the implantee gaining the characteristics of Hashirama's chakra. Obito had gained the ability to use a rudimentary form of the Makuten Kekkei Genkai. His wounds began to heal rapidly, his chakra strength magnified, and most importantly to the Uchiha, he didn't go blind from consistent use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This led Naruto to believe that his immunity to blindness from using the Mangekyo is due to the powerful influence of the cells in his body that are similar to the Senju. The Uzumaki are a walking Kekkei Genkai. The primary trait of their clan is their world-renowned powerful chakra and life force. It affected them passively, it was not something that was activated, like a dujutsu, or expressed through a unique nature transformation, or through the use of other bodily abilities such as turning into water or smoke or making bones come out of their bodies. Uzumaki chakra is raw power. Every Uzumaki was on a different level for any jutsu they use. Near endless stamina, monstrous reserves, and an incredible lifespan and natural ability to bounce back from injury. It was no wonder why the Uzumaki was so feared that 3 entire nations had banded together in fear to destroy a clan whose size barely matched that of the Uchiha and Senju. It made him wonder if he'd learned to use the signature adamantine sealing chains that his mother possessed. And it also made him quite sad to know that he'd never get to meet his Ka-chan. But while the immunity to blindness could be explained by the abnormal strength of his life force, the conditions in which his Mangekyo had awoken is still a mystery. Even Obito, augmented to barely be an Uchiha anymore, had awoken his unique power by experiencing a mind-shattering loss. The grief and stress matched every other known instance of it occurring in the entirety of history. Madara was the pioneer who discovered the intricacies of the Sharingan, but even his wealth of knowledge could not be drawn from because nothing similar to Naruto had ever occurred. Naruto had felt Madara's pain. He knows what it takes to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he knows that he hadn't experienced such strong negative or even positive emotion before. Sasuke's initial Sharingan had awoken from need and desire. Naruto's Sharingan awoke really just out of the blue. Just because. He doesn't want to boil it down to a simple answer. But all he can think of was that Madara's Sharingan had become whole after transplanting the Mangekyo eyes of his younger brother into himself. No longer did his vision degrade through overuse, and in fact, it seemed that his mastery had grown tenfold. There was no longer a painful burn every time that Madara used those powers. It was as if the Sharingan was always meant to be that way. At no point had any other person achieved the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara's augmenting himself using Hashirama's flesh may have made the change to his physiology permanent. So therefore, it stood to reason that his descendants would also possess the same, different, Sharingan. Could it be, like puberty which allowed for more bodily functions after it occurs in teenagers, that the innate dujutsu he was born with was simply ready to be used to this degree? That he had grown up enough that his body said, "Yep, it's time for the next phase in your life." The thought makes him want to laugh. Waking up one day and spotting hairs on your chest, and as if that was some rite of passage, you now had the Mangekyo Sharingan. It couldn't be that simple. Could it? In Kumogakure, Yondava Raikage A sat in his office, and the Junin sensei and Genin of the one team he was sending to the exam stood before him. 2 other elite and trusted Junin joined in on the meeting. I'll be blunt, as he was wont to do. There is one Genin team leaked from Konoha that is concerning. You may need to take efforts to avoid them until their abilities have been gauged successfully. It pained him to say that his strongest Genin would need to watch out for Konoha Shinobi. The Genin in question was silent before him. Karui and Darui, a pair of talented swordsmen. They had proven adept in their 3-year tenure as Genin, even catching the eye of other gifted Kumogakure Shinobi. Darui had permitted them to receive additional teaching from anyone willing to offer. Like many Shinobi in their village, they are both gifted in the use of Raiten to an abnormal degree. But the point of concern and reason for the meeting was Yugito. Far exceeding the abilities of her teammates and peers, the 16-year-old is also the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. The only reason the team had been refused entry into any Chunin exams was due to the slowly simmering spite from Konoha Shinobi for their disastrous attempt at kidnapping several years ago. Any mission that crossed paths with Konoha over the past few years always ended in vicious attacks. The diplomatic situation had only improved in the past year, but they didn't want to risk sending the best of the bunch to the exams only to be killed before they were ready. Raikage Sama, Darui is the team's sensei and longtime diplomatic bodyguard for the village leader. Knowing the Raikage, Darui sees that if they're even being spoken to at all like this, then the Yondava has reason for concern. Mabui, the assistant of the Raikage, is the one to list off the known details catalogued of the people of interest. Hitaki Kakashi of the Sharingan has taken on 3 students. Even the weakest of his students has excelled under his tutelage. Haruno Sakura, age 12. Civilian-born, but according to leaked documents, she is currently under evaluation to determine if she could be a candidate for apprenticeship under the Godava Hokage, Senju Tsunade. The Genin turned to each other in disbelief. 12, and considered for apprenticeship under the Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, age 12. Only known survivor of the Uchiha incident, younger brother of S-rank missing nin, Uchiha Itachi. Records show that he awoke the Sharingan during his academy graduation exam and has grown experience in its use from the teachings of his sensei. The boy has proven prodigious and resourceful. His mastery of the Sharingan grows, as does his arsenal of ninjutsu. If he is even half as talented as his sensei and brother, it may prove extremely difficult to counter him. Neither of these sound that bad. Yugito speaks up, crossing her arms under her chest. They're talented, we get it. We still have 3 years on them. Do not underestimate potential enemies. A scolds crossly. Yugito should consider herself lucky he hadn't started shouting yet. Mabui speaks up before Yugito can complain again. The main point of concern is this boy. She pulls out a copy of the academy graduation photograph. Whoa, gimme. Karui seems very impressed by his looks. Uzumaki Naruto, age 12. Darui, C and Samui all look alarmed at the word Uzumaki, which does not go unnoticed by the Genin. Known to have fought 6 Konoha Chunin at once and won with taijutsu alone. He possesses unnaturally potent chakra, of which is believed to nearly match the Hokage herself in density and capacity. He is known to use advanced Katen and Futon ninjutsu as well as the forbidden Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, of which he can perform to a degree that outclasses elite shinobi in Konoha. Quite the list of absurd claims, but the way Mabui read it off made it seem all too serious. You want us to avoid this crazy strong guy? Omoi rolls his lollipop around to speak without drooling. Darui answers for his Genin, already knowing full well the circumstances around this mystery student of Kakashi. It's not just a matter of avoiding him. He may actively decide to come after you if he notices your presence. Is he some bloodthirsty killer? Karui clearly wants to know more about this potential threat. That remains to be seen. Mabui replies clinically, but if the boy is aware of the history between Kumogakure and the Uzumaki clan, he may very well single you out for that reason alone. The history is lost on the youngest people in the room, and they seemed a bit too nervous to ask outright. A stood up and faced the window. He peered out onto his village. The decisions made by him and his forebears over the past 40 years had severely affected national relations towards Kumogakure, and his people were struggling because of it. Dissatisfaction with his leadership is at an all-time high, so any plotting done would have to be for fixing their broken image. We can't afford not to send a skilled team this year, A says. Although facing the glass panes, his voice carries through the room easily. Samui, who had been silent so far, spoke up. Our daimyo and his office have been giving many missions to neighboring nations. Our geographical location already made it harder to obtain missions outside Kaminari no Kuni. The Sandaime Raikage attempted to fix this nearly 40 years ago by creating an alliance to attack the number 1 village who was accepting these redirected missions. The purpose of the attack was threefold. destroy Konohagakure's #1 ally, re-obtain the mission contracts sent to Uzashigakure, and to destroy the Uzumaki clan, said to rival and in some ways surpass the Senju and Uchiha clans. The aftermath objective was to obtain surviving members of the Uzumaki clan for Kumogakure, but every attempt has so far failed. We must set the example that Kumogakure shinobi are capable. See, diplomatic bodyguard, spoke up. The destruction of Uzashigakure was a severe hit on our reputation but served its greater goal of returning those contracts. The lasting effect on our reputation has not ceased, however, and we no longer have a leg to stand on. We cannot take the same, immoral, choice by attacking another nation and committing genocide again. If we do, it will be the end of our village. Samui continues the impromptu history lesson. Konoha waged war against all three nations that attacked Uzashigakure. Against Uzu, we had the element of surprise and the entire shinobi force of 3 villages, and we still nearly lost. The fearsome reputation of the Uzumaki clan was well earned. We were also not expecting Konoha to retaliate, but they did so by taking on Kumogakure, Iwagakure and Kirigakure all at once. They used vast networks of spies and collaborative hidden clan Jutsu, and with extraordinary shinobi like Namikaze Minato and the Sannin, well, they won. Uzashio was a small, remote nation comprised of only 1 clan, and 3 nations had barely destroyed them. We never stood a chance against the very first hidden village, one that was founded by the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Senju Tsunade is descended from the Shodai Hokage. A recalls the legendary medic's profile. Senju Hashirama was given Uzumaki Mito's hand in marriage as goodwill for their alliance. This makes Tsunade part Uzumaki, and you are guaranteed that a woman as vicious as her has not forgotten what we have done. That much was proven after our attempted abduction of the Hyuga clan heiress, and before that, one Uzumaki Kushina was sent to Konohagakure before the destruction of her village. We attempted to abduct her as well, but she killed 19 captors single-handedly before she was officially rescued and recovered by Namikaze Minato. The remaining member of that squad was tortured by her before being released. He had to make his way back to a spy hideout with broken bones before giving his report and then killing himself from the trauma. Kushina was the only living Uzumaki in Konoha at this time, so it is likely that Uzumaki Naruto is her son. The 3 Genin looked significantly nervous and looked ready to sweat. This is starting to sound like suicide. Yugito gives her quiet opinion. Kumo's reputation must be rebuilt from the ground up. Samui gives her calculated assessment. Ordinarily, we wouldn't divulge this kind of information openly, least of all to Genin. However, we need you to have the best conceivable chance at being successful enough that you make it to a round in which your fighting prowess will be publicly visible to any fledgling lords looking to hire shinobi. You 3 are the strongest Genin in the village, and we can't risk sending any more teams when we're already struggling. If we send weaker teams, they may be hunted just for sport, and it will reflect poorly on Kumogakure that only 1 team out of many are capable shinobi. We only tell you this information so that you understand how in danger you are, and also how much not just you, but all of Kumogakure has to lose by not competing at all. A divulges sternly, we need at least 1 team to test the waters as our first reappearance into the exam since the Hyuga incident. I would have liked to keep those parts of our history buried, but we are on the cusp of dying. Quietly in the night, we need to have a strong public team. Any later and the daimyo may just hand off the rest of our contracts. To everyone in the room, the message is clear. They don't have a choice. For the good of the village, they must compete and get as far as conceivably possible while a monster was potentially hunting them. It's a very bad situation to be in, and the first of this kind of caliber for their team. Yugito feels frustration and hatred bubble up inside her. How could she be expected to serve this village when such horrible crimes had just been admitted to her? Calm down, an internal feminine and dignified voice advises. She does so, but the resolute looks on her teammates' faces disgusted her. We can speak later. This may yet provide an opportunity to you. The Nibi is wise. Maybe it would be best to cool it until Yugito could hear her out. You're dismissed. A states, sitting back down at his desk with the near-perpetual scowl he'd worn for nearly a decade now. The Genin leave and the Raikage is left with his closest Junin. It is suspicious that this information has leaked from Konoha. Not only that, but rather detailed information as well. Almost as though it came directly from a personal record. Samui picks up on the unusual happening. This is a bribe, I think. Darui observes with a tired demeanor. Whoever leaked this information to our spy outpost wants us to join in on their little operation to hinder Konoha. This new village is exclusively attacking Konoha-led infrastructure and trade partners. We will act only at the last moment and no sooner. A says decisively, only if Konoha's destruction is guaranteed. If not, we leave as though nothing is happening. This is too delicate a time to be placing all our faith in a clumsy plan such as this. Samui and Darui bow and leave. In the seal of Yugito, she and her bijou conversed. Your home is bringing about its own destruction, and you may be powerless to stop it. I don't want to care. Yugito huffs bitterly, tucking her head to rest on her knees. Matatabi acknowledges the careful, don't want, meaning that Yugito still does for reasons she knows already from a millennia of experience. Indeed, I understand that humans desire a home. My father was unusual for a human, but even he desired the security and peace of mind that a home provides, not only for himself but for all of his children. What's that got to do with anything, Matatabi? Yugito asked impatiently. Patience, my dear. What I am going to tell you will not make you happy, because it is not an easy choice to make. You have broken the shell of indoctrination that your village impressed upon each of my previous hosts. It is only right to tell you that you do not owe this nation anything. Tabi, the human asks confusedly. The boy from that photograph? Matatabi recalls the word humans used for it. He bears an uncanny resemblance to the one who could control the strongest of us without being a Jinchuriki. My father was a loving man. He loved all of humanity despite their flaws, but he loved his children more than anything. His human children were no exception. This Konoha was founded by his descendants, and it appears that some live on strong to this day. Yugito, that nation will never truly fall. It may be burned to the ground, it may be blown away, but the sons of the sage will never be extinct, and their home will be rebuilt no matter what. Action against them will only incur the hatred embedded in them towards us. Father blessed his children with potential unfathomable to normal humans such as yourself and everyone else who ever lived and died in this village. Matatabi, what are you suggesting? That I just let Kumo destroy itself and go live my own life? You heard for yourself what the Uchiha and Senju's village do to those who murder their people. Even branded a traitor, you would be safe in the arms of that village. Treason. Yugito gulps and clams up. Yugito vanishes from the sealscape, but Matatabi feels that her pragmatic reasoning will at least be food for thought. The life of and happiness of her favorite human is at risk after all. It took her 1,000 years to reach this point, but she truly had grown different from her father. Matatabi is her own being, and makes her own decisions. Regardless of Hagoromo's philosophy, these villages would never get along. Such is the nature of man. In Kirigakure, Mei glared at the flippant Mizukage. He had grown a habit of disregard for the lives of his subordinates over the past few years. Just send a handful of the weak ones and we'll call it a day, Yugura chuckles, apparently not seeing the issue of village image being damaged. Yugura was nothing like this when he first stepped in as Mizukage. He'd been an earnest young man, full of hope and aspirations for a better Kiri. Despite being a Jinchuriki, he was a bright and loving person. For reasons unknown to them, his moral code started to degrade. He sent out bloodline uses on reckless suicide missions and endorsed a brutal and murderous graduation exam. Many in Kiri felt that if he didn't regain his sense soon, there would be civil war. Officials suspected foul play, that Yugura is being manipulated somehow, but they'd yet to find definitive proof. Even with the assistance of a requisitioned dojutsu, anything that might be affecting Yugura was doing so at a deeper level than the dojutsu could see. And if the Byakugan couldn't see deep enough into a person's chakra that they could see bijou manipulation, then nothing could. Don't glare at me like that, Yugura waves an arm gaily above his head. If they are strong enough to live, then they will. Mei's stare intensified. She'd already gone through the leaked documents of this fearful Genin team from Konoha and Yugura simply held no concern in the slightest. She stormed out the room and slammed the door behind her. Yugura chuckles again, and it seemed to echo a voice that did not belong. His right eye flickers red. It really is a shame, isn't it? Kirigakure has brought this upon themselves. Perhaps they shouldn't be so quick to anger those who are stronger than them. It's retribution, really. Yugura nods to himself. His own thoughts had never failed him before, right? In Iwagakure, just send someone, old man. Onoki resolutely refused to send any Genin team after this Uzumaki boy had been revealed. He knows that this exam will be a waste of good blood. Better to focus that young vigor into missions in Tsuchi no Kuni. The boy's description matched that of an Uzumaki's abilities and traits. But he knows that the boy is not as cut and dry as only an Uzumaki. Onoki covers up the young face with another stack of papers on his desk. No means no, Kurosuchi. Now stop your complaining, and go do something productive. Better that she stay safe in Tsuchi while Monster Spawn was lurking in Konoha, in Kasagakure. What is that name? Karen tries futilely to recall the name, Uzumaki. The word sings to her, but it feels like there's a wall in her mind stopping her from remembering. She stops her nervous fretting when some creepy older Genin she has never seen before enter the room. As agreed, you will enter the exams as our Genin. Zosui, her handler, speaks to the weirdos. Much obliged. The tall female chuckles creepily, a long tongue slipping out of her mouth. Karen resists the urge to pick the scabs on her arms. She is scared still, but she knows the nervous tick would only make her wounds worse. She just doesn't want to turn out like Ka-chan. Let's go, the de facto leader of her own team orders. Karen trails behind him and remains silent. I just want to be happy. In Konohagakure, Naruto felt that a bit of training wouldn't go astray before the exams, so he set to mastering his Mangekyo Sharingan in the privacy of his grandfather's hideout. After reminiscing about his mother, he felt strangely attached to the idea that he'd be able to use her adamantine sealing chains as well. He didn't possess any scrolls or memories that might push him in the right direction, so he was going off trial and error alone. The walls of the hideout are completely covered in seals that prevented his chakra signature from being detected on the outside. Originally they were maintained by Madara, but following his death, the seals disappeared and Naruto was forced to figure out how to place them himself. Madara learned how to perform it from his wife in the Uzumaki clan and passed on that knowledge to Naruto. He wants to train to use Susanoo and Kongo Fuser at the same time, but attempting such advanced jutsu was impossible for Kage Bunshin to manage. Kage Bunshin could be used to rapidly learn basics like accessory ninjutsu or basic nature transformation, but until he mastered it to a better degree, he would need to train the old-fashioned way. With Kage Bunshin being composed entirely of chakra, any ninjutsu used by them would rapidly compromise the integrity of the clone and it would begin to forget things that it learned and generally lose cognitive function. If he overdid it, the clone would dispel without returning any knowledge gained back to the real Naruto. So he has to do it the old-fashioned way, one at a time, and with discipline. Just like the old man taught him. Team 7 calmly proceed through the academy halls at a sedate pace with Sasuke at the lead. Being told by their sensei that they'd need to hold themselves back and help out the weaker genin in their age group put a bit of a dampener on their spirits. Sakura felt internally disappointed as well. Sakura had grown increasingly confident since being taken under Kakashi's wing, and she hadn't hesitated to join her teammates in participating in the exam. When Naruto had suggested that they set some new records, she was in full agreement and ready for any opportunity that might come their way. Their sensei had been sympathetic. He ultimately spent a good amount of time explaining that the majority of genin from their graduating class were clan heirs with little ambition for growing stronger at present, but are still important to the village as a whole due to their significant potential in clan-related Hiden Jutsu. The more people performing Hiden Jutsu, the more effective their teams would be. In the grand scheme of the village, weak they may be, but still stronger than the average genin team, and that made all the difference. Sasuke had rightly been of the mind that the Chunin exams are a competition. A crucible to determine who is fit to become a Chunin, and that the other teams should damn well earn their right to compete instead of expecting assistance from those who put the hard work in to succeed. Naruto is a bit more in tune with the big picture, and cools Sasuke off with an acknowledgement that Team 7 are freaks of nature and clearly more powerful than anyone else Konoha has to offer in the way of genin. He follows it up with an agreement that the clan heirs should not be competing if they require help, but doesn't reiterate Kakashi's point of them having strong potential. He instead insists that maybe they didn't have all the information, and perhaps their parents were pushing for them to compete in order to wise them up to the brutal reality of Shinobi that they hadn't seen in an entire 6 months of being genin. The pink-haired girl had been thoughtful at that. Maybe it isn't the fault of the clans or even the genin, but of their teachers instead. Sakura didn't know where they would be without Kakashi-sensei, but maybe she would see if they met their fellow graduates. Who else could claim having the legendary copy Nin as their teacher, after all? You there, please wait. A boyish voice speaks to Sasuke as they pass more and more loitering genin. Sakura snaps out of her thoughts and sees another Konoha team. One of the boys wore a green jumpsuit and had the thickest eyebrows she'd ever seen. The boy next to him looked comparatively less eccentric but held the characteristic pale eyes of the Hyuga clan. An exasperated-looking girl stood behind them. She nearly grins when Sasuke starts to walk slightly faster. He is clearly trying to ignore the weird green guy and is seemingly giving the impression that the stranger must be talking to someone else. After 6 months, she has developed an understanding that there are very few people that Sasuke is willing to stop for in the street, and it's obvious that he's tired of sycophants talking him up and bullies attempting to establish a misplaced and unearned sense of superiority. Bowl cut, frowns and steps in front of Sasuke. Sasuke-san, the boy is cut off when Naruto steps up and lightly pushes him out of the way. Uchiha-sama will not be taking questions at this time. You may direct inquiries to his agent, Hitaki Kakashi. Move along, young man. Sakura can't help the snicker that escapes her. Just leave them alone, Lee. The girl with her hair done in buns says with a sigh. Don't bait, Naruto, let's just get on with it. Sasuke is in no mood to play around with strangers. The Hyuga boy steps in this time. He seems to be more mild-mannered than Lee. My apologies for my teammate, he can be quite eccentric. I am Hyuga Neji. The one in green is Rock Lee, and she's Tenten. Yo, Tenten gives a jaunty wave. Nice to meet you. Sakura's eyes flitter to Naruto, and she sees a frown under his bangs at the presence of the Hyuga. Neji continues like he hasn't noticed. What Lee was trying to get at is, as fellow Konoha Genin, it would be nice to watch each other's backs throughout the exam. There are more participants than ever from other nations, and it would be wise to ally in case they attempt to team up against us as they have done in the past. Sakura and Sasuke immediately turn to Naruto, whose serious gaze is unsettling to the other Genin. His clan is scared that the Kumogakure Genin are going to make another attempt on the Byakugan. Naruto translates stoically, and he seems clued in as to why they might want to team up as well. Neji looks slightly sheepish at the accurate guess. Well, that's one way to put it. But yes, the Hyuga clan has expressed concern that unscrupulous factions that are competing this time won't be able to behave themselves. I was also told of the extensive criminal history of those nations against the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki clan, Sakura mouthed to Sasuke, who seemed equally unsure. You don't seem as stuck up as the other Hyuga. Sasuke comments instead. Sakura feels that this particular assessment is true. There are too many snobby Hyuga in the village. Hinata not included. The influence of my father, I assure you. Neji's smile is kind and disarming. It clearly takes no effect on Naruto. He remains stern and focused. Well, I don't see why not. Sakura looks up at Naruto, deferring to him as the de facto leader of the team. No, Naruto refuses. Neji, Lee and Tenten all blink. As do Sakura and Sasuke. No, Naruto turns on his foot and heads in the direction they're meant to meet Kakashi. His teammates are puzzled but make no fuss for now. Lee springs in front of Naruto, stopping him from walking again. I dislike it when geniuses underestimate others. Lee states fiercely, presumptuous of you to believe that we are underestimating you. Naruto looks down at Lee, who is a bit shorter than he is. Then why do you protest an alliance? Do you somehow believe that we would hold you back? Naruto remains cool-headed as usual when dealing with people like this. Don't put words in my mouth. We aren't obligated to give you an answer, either. Sakura admires Naruto's confidence. This, Lee, is huge for a Genin, and the green spandex makes his muscles stand out even more. But Naruto is brave and decisive, and it doesn't hurt that Naruto is taller and just as built under the loose shirts he usually wears. She knows that Naruto would probably be more cooperative if Lee hadn't annoyed him, but giving the situation even a second thought made her understand that their secondary task in the exam should be kept on the down low. If more people know, it's more likely that the information would spread around. And information being passed around in a village full of foreign diplomats and competing Shinobi about the weakness of the current generation of valued clan heirs would be very, very bad. Let's just go. Sasuke suggests tactfully, but the annoyance at the current situation combined with their orders had bled into his voice. Lee scowls at him, and Sakura's shoulders stiffen. From experience, that look meant impending attack. Without warning, Lee drops low to the floor and sends a blurring kick at Sasuke's stomach. Before it connects, another figure in green catches the kick in his hand and punches Lee hard enough to send him tumbling down the hallway. Lee, the newcomer, thunders at the nuisance Genin. Guy-sensei. Tenten looks rather relieved. Guy turns to Team 7 and in great contrast to his demeanor when stopping Lee, smiles brightly and offers them a thumbs up. Kakashi's Genin. Guy booms in joy, making Sakura reel back at the volume. It's wonderful to know that my eternal rival has taught such disciplined students. Hi, Sakura replies weakly, weirded out by how similar the sensei is to his student, along with the creepy eyebrows. Guy doesn't notice and instead hurries them along. I must exercise my own discipline on my misbehaving Genin. You must hurry along. Kakashi is waiting for you. And without another word, he storms down the hall and picks up Lee. Neji and Tenten chase after without a glance back at Team 7. What the hell, is all Sakura can say. They meet with Kakashi but a minute later, who gives them the spiel about being unable to compete if even one of them didn't show. He gives them unwanted pats on their heads and reminds them of their standing orders to help the other Genin. They each receive a slip of paper with which seat they'll be required to sit in and sends them on their way. He just smiles when Naruto asks if they could sabotage the clan heirs to prevent them from competing at all. Naruto leads his team into the examination room. He can feel several powerful chakra sources inside. It makes him glad to know that his holding out on revealing his abilities would be rewarded with strong opponents going forward. No Chunin exam is complete without some international competition. He opens the door and as he expected, there are dozens upon dozens of genin, ages varying greatly though most of them appeared to be barely older than he is. They enter and take in their surroundings. Naruto spots the Konoha genin their age loitering at the back of the room with the Hokage's assistant. Slowly, all eyes in the room turn towards Team 7. Naruto takes note of the recognition on their faces, as if somehow these people that he'd never seen before knew of not only him, but Sasuke and Sakura too. Their killing intent rolls in on them. Predictably, it takes no effect on him. It is tremendous in only how pathetic the combined effort to intimidate them is. But Sakura trembles beside him. Her chakra is disturbed and she is frightened by the psychological assault. Sasuke is unnerved but handles it better than their teammate does. Killing intent is essentially a jutsu. It affects humans on the base level of fear. It is an animalistic technique to weaken the prey of its user. By expressing their chakra into the environment or directly at a person instead of using it to take control and place them in genjutsu, it affects its victim by overloading their senses. Just as one might see a dangerous beast or hear its roar, killing intent abuses its victim's desire for survival. If they cannot conquer their fear, they will remain rooted and vulnerable. If they overcome their fear, they live on stronger than ever. But being the victim of the combined killing intent of many more experienced genin is not fair play. And it makes Naruto angry that Sakura is the undeserving victim of an attack like this. She hasn't done anything that might warrant a cowardly assault. One or two teams she could probably handle. Being around a walking pool of unnaturally strong chakra like him would probably desensitize her to it over time, but this many is clearly too much for her. Kakashi, genius that he is, can do the opposite of killing intent and inspire the people around him with bravery or other positive emotions. He sees their gleeful faces. He feels rage at the joy they have at making his team suffer. Naruto doesn't know how to do what Kakashi can do, but he doesn't need to. These children have clearly never met an animal with teeth sharper than all of theirs united. Yugito sees the pink-haired girl crack first and joins in the group project with a bit of her own killing intent. This is not a good idea. Do not provoke that boy. Chunin exams are team missions. If one of them leaves, then we won't have to deal with the other two. Yugito tries to reason with her Bijou. It scares her that this Uzumaki Naruto is completely unaffected by all of it. But if they can make the girl back out. Naruto narrows his eyes at all of them. Yugito sees the floorboards beneath his feet crack first. A near-invisible explosion of chakra blasts out of him and washes over the entirety of the room. She swallows thickly when she realizes that the floor broke from just releasing his chakra and that the retaliation hasn't actually hit her senses yet. Then, she feels fear. She feels her eyes strain and blur. She feels raw hatred rake across her skin. She feels her lungs seize and fail to take in air. Yugito breaks out in a cold sweat and any effort she was using to expel the killing intent instead goes to regaining control over her body. I warned you, Yugito. Karen doesn't even know how to use killing intent, but can sure as hell sense it being used. She doesn't even attempt to resonate her chakra with the vile attempt at getting this team to quit. The monster genin gives back far more than everyone else gives him. She feels the chakra wash over her, but it is careful around her. Cautious, and prodding her skin tentatively as if to test that she's real. She raises her head when she realizes that she alone is unaffected by the display of intimidating power. Looking around, she sees that every other person in the room save for the creep imposter from Oto and the good guy from Suna are being affected intensely. The Oto hag pokes her tongue out and gives a shiver-inducing flick, and good guy looks about ready to froth at the mouth. Figures that two unstable freaks wouldn't sense imminent danger. Many of them are shaking violently. Some even have tears streaming out of clenched eyes, and though the room is mostly silent, there are noises of strain coming from throats as they clearly struggle to breath. Why aren't you hurting me? Karen wants to ask when she looks at the monster. She sees him staring back at her. Oh dear. Before she can hyperventilate at the thought of catching his attention, a huge plume of smoke erupts at the front of the room. A giant scarred guy and a number of other ranked Konoha shinobi stand at the ready behind him. The scarred guy puts a hand on Naruto's shoulder and in an instant, the killing intent vanishes. Karen breathes a sigh of relief. Naruto smirks openly when he feels the proctor reach out to him. He cuts the stream of the most vile emotions he can muster and turns to the man. Funny how you step in now. Where were you a moment ago when my teammate was being assaulted by this foreign trash? The proctor looks down at him unnamist. I don't want my exam ruined before it even starts. Now find your seat. He gives a weak explanation for his choice. HMN. I don't see how that's my problem. Maybe I'll give them a little more. Thin out the weaklings so that you don't have to. Naruto's voice carries through the silence and he is happy to note that every other genin in the room recoils at the suggestion. If you do, I will disqualify you. Now take your seat, genin. Come on. Naruto. Sakura tugs him arm nervously, and at least leads him into the gap between desks before he can indulge in another psychotic urge. You're gonna rip my arm off. Naruto lies in an almost playful way. Sakura shakes her head at him and whispers before they part ways. Thanks, Naruto. See you when we finish this stage. Naruto gives her a nod. Sasuke looks like he wants to say something to him, and the muscles around his eyes give away that he isn't going to take no for an answer if he does ask. But since they're short on time, Sasuke just swallows the bitter pill and looks as though he has resolved to ask later. Sasuke gives him a reluctant nod and separates as well. Naruto passes aisle after aisle and feels several peculiar chakra types on the way to his seat. Their chakra is so wildly different from normal humans that it is practically a broadcast to say, look at me. The two that stand out the most must be Jinchuriki. How exciting. It's almost enough to get his blood pumping at the thought of fighting and defeating a Jinchuriki for the first public display of his true power. They would be useful tools in springing him up into the role of international deterrent. But even more interesting to him are the two seemingly human sources of immensely strong chakra in the room. One of them is unlike any other human being. It pings at him as though it is normal, but normal chakra doesn't grow that powerful without extreme effort or tampering of the body. This Kusa Jinan has a foul tinge to her chakra, and it is a messy conglomerate of several weaker chakra types that seem to serve symbiotically to the host chakra, so his bet is on the latter reason. And of course, the girl with red hair. He knows that kind of chakra from Madara's memories. She is Uzumaki, his family. Naruto resolves to poach her at the first possible opportunity. He'll take on all of Kusa alone if he has to. They will not keep you from me. Naruto is rather proud of his solution to the "don't get caught cheating" exam. He does eventually realize that the exam can be beaten without so much as answering a single question, but that felt weak. Escaping from participating due to a technicality didn't seem like it was in the spirit of the exam. True, this stage isn't about cheating or espionage. It is about nerve and how well the genin could perform under pressure. The fact of the matter is, Team 7 would not break from an exam like this, and it wouldn't be rewarding to him if he just sat still for an hour waiting to win. But Naruto didn't have access to the tool that he would normally use, the Sharingan. He fully acknowledges that he isn't a reconnaissance-type shinobi. What would happen the day that he does need to pull some sly trick that the Sharingan couldn't do? Unlikely, but Naruto feels that the challenge of cheating without getting caught might give him a moment of inspiration that could help him in the future. He invents a ninjutsu on the spot. He fails several times trying to get it to work, but he isn't caught doing it once. Sogo Kawarimi no Jutsu, mutual substitution technique. The act of replacing an object with another in an altered form of the Academy taught Kawarimi no Jutsu. Instead of using himself as the replacer, he would use two separate objects. After training in the use of his Kongo Fuser, he has gained better chakra control. The increased control allows him to reach out to another object and imprint it with his chakra, the same way one would to a log to substitute themselves with. The chakra is very thin and invisible to non-dojutsu wielders, and it is functionally the same as using genjutsu. He imprints his own paper and tries to swap it with another piece. Small as the paper is, the jutsu is significantly harder to use than the Academy jutsu for the fact alone that he only just made it and has never practiced with it. Naruto does get it down eventually and swaps his paper with an indignant Rock Lee, who is seated several rows in front of him. The look on the annoying Genin's face when he sees the blank paper with only a poorly drawn rendition of Naruto's face on it, truly made his day. An explosive introduction from the next proctor sends all of the remaining genin to the next stage of the exam. And so Team 7 finds itself waiting at the sign-in area for access to the 44th training ground, the Forest of Death. It's truly a sight to see. The entire forest is dark, blanketed with the foliage of massive trees. Wild birds sat on the surrounding chain-link fence, and the distinct noise of predatory animals from within could occasionally be heard. Pathetic. Naruto states openly but simply when all of the other genin give his team a wide berth. Naruto, Sasuke starts, and Naruto tries not to sigh at an impending interrogation. He instead goes for his immediate tactic when Sasuke is being annoying by being equally annoying. Wondering how I beat that test. Naruto's lips curl into a mocking rendition of smugness, as though he is some manga villain ready to spill the beans on his master plan. No. Sasuke shuts it down and looks too focused to jest with him. Rather boring to Naruto, who wants to maintain the good mood he's in for finally getting closer to a stage where he'd be able to use his Kekkei Genkai. Plus the happy feeling he had at inventing and using his own ninjutsu to beat the written test. Naruto just raises his brow and waves his hand in a "get on with it" gesture. I want to know about the Uzumaki clan. Damn it. Naruto curses that idiot Hyuga for giving everyone a clue to chase about him. Sakura is clearly interested too after being reminded of it. but saving him from the trouble is the unusual Jinan from Kasagakure. Not his Uzumaki, but the one with the messy chakra. He can't tell it's a male or a female. Oh my, the Uzumaki clan. The mystery Jinan asks in a rhetorical way. It approaches them fearlessly, which alone is enough to make Naruto suspicious. Don't butt in. Sasuke dismisses the wanderer. Kakuku, Sir Cold Konoha-kun. Kusa-nin chuckles sickly. I am something of a historian, I cannot help but feel attracted to discussing a clan as legendary as the Uzumaki. It's rude to intrude, especially when you haven't introduced yourself. Maybe this Kusa-nin would be useful in distracting Sasuke long enough until the exam started. Oh, I'm sure that won't matter in the forest. The perpetual smile doesn't fade from his face. Sasuke grunts with a sneer. If you don't have anything useful to say, then leave. The Kusa-nin chuckles again, completely ignoring the rude tone Sasuke had taken. I am rather surprised that you need to ask about the Uzumaki. After all, they were a key component in the creation of Konoha. It is said that their strength was matched only by the Uchiha and Senju in that time. The Uzumaki pioneered Fuinjutsu as a shinobi art. Even your Yondawa Hokage used Uzumaki knowledge, and became feared as the Yellow Flash, all across the world. A most valuable ally, but even they were not immune to tragedy. All of their mythical strong chakra was not enough to stop them from being slaughtered. Naruto narrows his eyes at the wording used. It made that long week of fighting that the Uzumaki went through sound like a quiet death in the night. A kunai is slung through the air and slices the tag off the Kusa-nin's sacket. The Kusa-nin doesn't so much as flinch, and instead smiles a little wider. Matarashi Anko, the proctor for this stage of the exam, looks none too pleased with being ignored in spite of the grin on her face. I think you'd better go back to your team, Kusa-chan. Anko's smile is disturbingly similar to the subject of her torment. Kakuku, of course Proctor-san. The Jinan gives her an unsatisfactory response and leaves as requested. What a creep. Sakura shivers when the Kusa-nin is out of hearing range. Naruto nods and his stony expression doesn't change. Gather round, idiot Jinan. Anko summons them with the same fantastic attitude she had while introducing herself. Team 7 does so while huddling closely, giving the illusion that they're the kind of team that keeps things to themselves. Mysterious enemies are more dangerous opponents when fighting at this level, so it is a tactical deterrent they use pre-exam stage that might come in useful if they come across other Konoha teams in need of assistance. After Naruto's display in the previous stage, enemy teams may be convinced to leave by their presence alone. Anko explains the rules briefly, and several people seem upset with the idea that they could be in there for 5 days. Line up. Each team will enter the tent and be given a scroll and a number for which gate they're starting at. Naruto leads his team into the tent and they are given the Heaven Scroll. You're making us run a marathon to get to our gate. Naruto's lip twitches irritably. Punishment for nearly spoiling my senpai's test 2 hours ago. Anko doesn't even hide her glee at Jinan's suffrage. Anything else, stupid Jinan? Does your mother let you go out dressed like that? Not that I'm complaining. Team 7 is forced to flee from a hailstorm of kunai and sprint to their gate. The opening of the gates is synchronized via stopwatch. As soon as the padlock dropped, they dashed into the darkness of the forest. 1 day passes and Team 7 is taking a leisurely approach to this stage. They encounter some of the weaker teams, but they make no effort to kill them. Naruto demands only their scrolls in exchange for their lives. So they had obtained 3 Heaven Scrolls. The one they started with and the 2 they collected within the first day. We're developing quite the collection. Sasuke wears a sardonic smile. I sure hope we only get more Heaven Scrolls. Don't jinx us. Knowing our luck, that might just be what we get. Sakura doesn't like the idea of an impending procrastination to obtain their required scroll. But if we did get all of the Heaven Scrolls, a mite of mischief in Naruto's voice told Sakura that in any other occasion, he'd be glad to completely ruin the exam. Then no one would pass. Anyway, listen, Naruto's voice changes to something more serious, and it gains the interest of his teammates. There's this girl, a redhead who's wearing glasses. She's part of the other Kasagakure team. I'm abducting her. A few seconds of confused silence passes. What? Sakura shrieks at him. What the hell would you need to abduct someone for? She's an Uzumaki. I'm certain of it. Naruto appears dead serious. I'll grab her and keep her from Kasagakure by any means necessary. You know damn well it's not that easy. Sasuke retorts sharply. You can't just take a foreign kunoichi. Look what happened with Kumo the last time they tried. It'll be an international disaster for Konoha. Family or not, you can't just make rogue efforts for the sake of bolstering your clan. You could be arrested for sabotaging Konoha, or worse. Naruto is inwardly disturbed about Sasuke's outlook on the situation. Surely he of all people would understand his desire to unite with his clanmate, and protect her from these scum foreigners. I damn well can take her when she's my family. Naruto's brow furrows deeply in anger, and it makes Sakura visibly nervous. Sasuke glares right back at Naruto. Do you even understand what you're saying, you imbecile? I understand perfectly. Konoha has a duty and obligation to save Uzumaki refugees, and I am going to make sure that agreement and alliance is still being honored. We could go to war with Kasagakure. Innocent Konoha shinobi could die at the hands of Kusa for just one girl. Naruto's chakra explodes out of him and cracks the branch they're standing on, making Sakura reel back in fright at his anger. Then I will slaughter those pigs myself. I'll kill anyone who dares to defy me. Sasuke grabs Naruto's shirt aggressively and looks him in the eyes. My brother murdered my clan to get what he wanted. An action like this will put innocent people on the line. Are you willing to have that on your conscience, URK? Sasuke is cut off by Naruto picking him up by his neck in one hand, strangling Sasuke. Do not compare me to a traitor that murdered his family and betrayed his village. Naruto snarls viciously. My decision to save that girl does not just satisfy my desire to protect her, but it fulfills the agreement between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha, and strengthens Konoha by increasing the population of one of its premier clans and bloodlines. Her home is with her family, not in an enemy nation, where she will be only of use in aiding the destruction of Konoha shinobi. Naruto throws Sasuke backhandedly into the trunk of the giant tree, right next to Sakura. Konoha has an obligation. What makes you think, Sasuke coughs weakly, that she even wants to be saved? What makes you think Konoha won't just cut you loose? You might be strong, Naruto, but you overestimate your value to this village. If the higher-ups think you're not worth the trouble, then you'll be all alone against the whole village. Sometimes people don't know what's best for them, and as the strongest it is my right to decide it. I am selfish enough to pursue my desires, and I will take on the whole world if I have to in order to get what I want. You're mad, Sasuke says in utter disbelief, while Sakura tends to him at his side. They're both wide-eyed at the sheer selfishness and arrogance Naruto is displaying. Only from the perspective of a weakling, Naruto spat out, "You disappoint me. You of all people should understand me right now." Sasuke Sharingan whirls and his face shows hatred at Naruto. Naruto takes a few deep breaths while Sasuke isn't speaking and tries to calm down. Then, he senses a huge influx of futon chakra. He turns to see branches in the canopy of trees part rapidly by near-invisible force, but they are blasted apart and the moss growing on the tree bark rips off, signifying the approach of a jutsu too fast and powerful to conventionally counter. Get down! The jutsu slams directly onto their branch and shakes it so violently that it cracks and falls. Team 7 regain their senses and leap from the falling branch to the next. Naruto looks in the direction the jutsu came from and sees only the controlled path of destruction. He uses his mind's eye of the Kagura to sense the impending arrival of the Kusa Genin that spoke to them yesterday. He then senses the arrival of several more chakra types, distinctly non-human. His sharp eyes detect plumes of smoke revealed by the light from the shaking leaf canopy. Summon animals. Naruto realizes, a bit stunned. How could this person have something as rare as a summon contract? These creatures are far too quick. He needed to act fast. This Kusa Nin is clearly not a genin, but an imposter. Naruto focuses as much chakra into his lungs as possible and weaves as few signs as possible to get the job done quickly. Katen, Goku Meshitsu, a violent flamethrower is breathed out of his mouth. The jutsu is designed to expand on impact, and travels an extraordinary distance to the trees he felt the summons nearing. It crashes into a massive trunk and burns away at its middle so quickly that it falls not long after. The burning tree dives and lands on the ground with a deafening crack, and falling from the tree is a half-cremated snake so massive that Naruto realizes that they are dealing with someone even he cannot defeat right now without attracting the attention of a traitor more foul than any other. We have to run, Naruto orders quickly, before half a dozen more snakes wrap around and climb the tree that they're standing on. Sakura flurries through signs to try and distract the snakes, but they are massive enough to be confident that any object she tries to redirect them with would just be smashed through. Naruto curses and directs chakra to his back and lungs simultaneously. Two dense light blue chains sprout from under his hair. They are gilded with a thin veneer of gold chakra, and their tips sported pointed dragon heads with glowing gold eyes. They spear into the head of a snake each. The snakes are effectively nailed to the tree before they can strike. The adamantine sealing chains function as negation or conduit of Fuinjutsu instead of ninjutsu, so it dispels the two summons without more effort required. Sasuke wildly fires off his Hosenka no Jutsu and Naruto tries Yunhoka. The cunning snakes learn from the failure of the previous two and travel on the underside of the branch using chakra, not unlike the tree walking exercise. Naruto recalls his chains back into his body. Go, now, they leap from branch to branch with as much speed as they can. The tree they leap to already has a snake climbing up it and meets them before they can run again. Naruto sends another chain with blinding speed at the head of the snake from his palm, but just as it is about to connect, a human hand reaches out of the snake's mouth and grabs the chain behind its dragon head. A familiar figure climbs out of the mouth of the snake, covered in slime. There is only one shinobi with that kind of affinity to snakes. Kakuku, Naruto-kun, I see that your Uzumaki blood runs true. The Kusa-nin flicks its long tongue in disgusting pleasure. Orochimaru, Naruto tries to retract his chain back into his body. The snake Sannin whips the chain and yanks Naruto off the edge of the tree branch. He then lets go of it before Naruto is pulled towards him. Futon, Daitopper, Orochimaru seamlessly blasts Naruto with wind the same strength as the first assault. Naruto barely has a second to breath before it slams into him, and his chains aren't quick enough to latch onto something. With no solid ground to stick to, Naruto is sent flying away and deep into the darkness of the forest. Now, Orochimaru tastes the fear exuded by Sasuke and Sakura on his tongue. They are rooted to the spot in terror. Where was I? Kakuku tilde. Naruto lands too far from the battle to be effective. He slams into a tree with such velocity that he can't help but wheeze in pain. Nothing is broken, but his whole back is going to be bruised. He shakes it off as best he can and deftly drops to the forest floor. He tries his best to conceal his chakra signature to attempt a surprise rescue of his teammates. 6 giant snakes have caught his scent, however, and are completely unaware of his disguised chakra. I can't beat these without more power. Naruto feels disgusted in himself for his inability to combat these summons. He has no choice. He can't save Sasuke and Sakura in an acceptable time frame if he doesn't use his full power. Any delay will jeopardize their lives. Naruto activates his Sharingan and activates a Jutsu with his left eye. Amaterasu. He lets the black flames disintegrate their target, and controls another snake to eat the other. Naruto frees his chakra from the stranglehold he has kept on it and unleashes it in full force. Orochimaru retracts his fangs from the screaming Uchiha. A parting gift. He smiles evilly at the quivering pink-haired girl. Sasuke grips his neck helplessly and cries out in agony. Sakura sobs and throws anything sharp in her pouch. Leave us alone. Of course, my dear. Orochimaru soothes. He will seek me out of his own accord. Now, I really must be going. Do take care of Sasuke-kun for me, won't you? If you don't, well, things may end badly for you. As he gave his message, a hideous snake that exceeded the size of all the others before it appeared around the tree. It has zipped up with terrifying speed and left Sakura believing her end is imminent. The monstrous snake opened its maw, and it looked to Sakura that it is about to strike. But there is no snapping motion to end her life. Inside the mouth of the summon is Naruto. What? Orochimaru is uncharacteristically stunned. Naruto is on a tiger sign when he is revealed. Katen, Goryuka no Jutsu. A massive dragon head erupts from Naruto's mouth. It rapidly expands and hits the branch Orochimaru is on with such concussive, burning force that it virtually disintegrates. Orochimaru is quick enough to leap away with unnatural agility, but the surprise attack has forced him to abandon his taunting. The remains of the branch fall far to the forest floor and landed with a deafening thump. A child using another jutsu like that. Orochimaru narrows his eyes. That jutsu was near the size of the head of that snake by the time it hit its mark. And he could sense a genjutsu on the snake, keeping it in line. The boy's eyes were shut, possible from the strain of controlling such a creature. Katen, Naruto's chakra is already set. It needs no further seals to send another jutsu. Goryuka no Jutsu. Again, Orochimaru was intrigued. Placing a summon animal under genjutsu and then firing another B-rank jutsu was far too unusual for a young boy. Perhaps this boy's strength would be enough to make Sasuke crave more power. Perhaps his manipulation needed less effort than he thought. Orochimaru leaps to a higher branch before the Katen can turn him into ashes. Most impressive, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru hissed, mouth forming a sick smile around his long tongue. I see that Sasuke-kun has much to live up to if he wants to use you as his stepping stone. Perhaps I'll test you a little more. I am always in need of strong disciples. Die, filth. A light blue ribcage manifests around Naruto and he leaps out of the snake's mouth. He sends the snake to devour Orochimaru while large skeletal hands pick up Sasuke and Sakura in each. Naruto leaps away and focuses his real hands into a ram sign. An intriguing jutsu. Orochimaru is forced to tend to his wayward summon and defeats it with an adjustable length sword from his mouth. He chases Naruto and swings his elongated blade at the skeletal construct. Sogo Kawarimi no Jutsu. Team 7 vanishes, and is replaced by a single cage bunshin of Naruto. The sword of Kusanagi bisects the clone and it dispels instantly. Orochimaru smiles. A most interesting child you are, Naruto-kun. Naruto cuts all flow to the Sharingan and his Susanoo fades away. He instead throws up a sphere of chains around the team. A thin translucent barrier forms between them. The chains and barrier take on the flow of what chakra is he currently emitting, and so the sphere hides their chakra signatures from enemy teams and more importantly, Orochimaru. The Sannin is out of sensory range, meaning that they're safe for now. But the noise coming from Sasuke escapes his rudimentary barrier. He wraps a kunai hilt with the sleeve of his shirt and puts it into Sasuke's mouth to try and muffle the noise. Sasuke bites down on it and after a few minutes, passes out. Sakura is barely lucid and sobbing loudly. Sakura, listen to me. Naruto puts his hands on the sides of her face and makes her look at him through her hyperventilating. She can't even respond verbally, but her weak and shaky nod gives Naruto hope that he'll be able to get her to focus. I need you to diagnose Sasuke with medical ninjutsu. Figure out why he's hurt. Focus on him. With a weak nod, she shakily weaves slow signs and sprouts misty green chakra in her palms. He hands roll over Sasuke's head, bite wound and some kind of juinjutsu on his shoulder. I don't know. She is breathing heavily and starting to panic. I don't know what's wrong with him. Naruto tries to calm her down, but she drops her head into the crook of his shoulder and cries silently into it. That's a start at least. Naruto maintains the barrier for a full day. But even his monstrous reserves began to wane. Damn it. Naruto curses as the barrier begins to fizzle. He retracts the chains to conserve what remains of his chakra. The mutual substitution he performed with his clone had chewed up a massive amount of his stamina and chakra. The range at which he'd done it did not make it easier. The Mangekyu Sharingan had strained him more, and the adamantine sealing chains are not some passive. Pretty light show either. Every link is a jutsu that consumes chakra to maintain. The gel food rations he'd been eating weren't enough to help him regain chakra at the same rate he was using it. At least Sasuke, in his unconscious state, is still instinctively able to swallow them when placed in his mouth. Naruto hoped the gel mixture would help to hydrate Sasuke, but he knew they'd need to find water soon. The fever he is developing can only be staved off briefly by Sakura, and she doesn't have anywhere near the amount of chakra needed to prevent Sasuke from falling ill. He hadn't slept since the attack, but Sakura has recovered mentally and offers to keep watch. Sleep, Naruto, Sakura asks of him. Naruto gazes into her green eyes with his own grey-ish ones. He's liking the idea of sleep more than ever. Wake me when you need me. Naruto's head drops into her lap. Sakura brushes his bangs out of his face and places him down gently with a fond promise on her lips. I will. Naruto wakes to the sound of pained screaming. He jolts up and sees Sasuke pulling on the arms of an Otojinen. Sakura is trying to convince him to calm down. No wonder she hadn't tried to wake him up. She's asking about what the hell these guys have to do with Orochimaru. A connection? Sasuke is clearly delirious. There is a black flame pattern on Sasuke's body. And his chakra is far stronger than before. Did that Juin increase his strength? Sasuke pulls the Otogenin's arms out of their shoulder sockets, leading to more helpless screaming. We give up. The other male Genin on their team surrenders. Please, take our scroll and we'll leave in peace. It's an Earth scroll, which is nice. Sasuke only lost one of their Heaven scrolls trying to get Orochimaru off their back. Naruto kept the other two in his pouch, so they have at least one complete set. The Otogenin all flee and Naruto swipes the scroll up off the dirt. Guess we can count ourselves lucky with this one. Naruto says mostly to himself, appreciating the karma at being put against someone like Orochimaru and being rewarded with what they needed to advance. Sakura, are you alright? Naruto looks at the disturbed and tired girl. He can sense some vulture genin around them, although they appear to be refraining from interacting with them. Before Sakura can answer him, Sasuke glares him down with his Sharingan. The black pattern on his skin whirls and covers more of his body. And then Sasuke attacks him. Naruto is forced to cartwheel backwards to avoid a furious flurry of kicks and punches at a speed that Sasuke had never been capable of previously. He is surprised, but his Uzumaki blood has helped him recover enough to avoid even these enhanced strikes. What the hell is wrong with you? Naruto begins to meet each rough blow. You are what's wrong with me. Sasuke's bitterness is evident in his violent effort to beat him. You hide your strength from us, your teammates, and then you admit that you're willing to destroy innocent lives just to get what you want. Your entire existence is a lie, just like my fucking brother. It takes some more agile dodging to get Sasuke at a distance that he might be able to reason with him. Now is not the time for an argument like this. Look what just happened with Orochimaru. We are surrounded by enemies in this forest. If you have something to say, then save it for later when we're safe. Sasuke-kun, please listen to him. Sakura pleads fearfully, but Sasuke doesn't listen and continues his assault. That mark, it's not just increasing his power. It must be affecting his mind. Naruto assesses Sasuke's behavior. The other boy is usually just willing to let it go, but that buried frustration is bubbling out with this dark chakra. Naruto uses all of his speed to vanish from Sasuke's Sharingan-enhanced vision and appear behind him. He creates a chain, and its head opens up and grabs Sasuke's shoulder from behind. The curse pattern visibly falters when the chain comes into contact with his skin. One clearly isn't enough, but now that he knows the chain works on the Juinjutsu, he sends more spiked chains that wrap around Sasuke from head to toe. Sasuke struggles, but his Sharingan fades into the normal coal black of his eyes and the curse mark recedes entirely back into the source point. He passes out, and Naruto keeps the first chain locked onto the curse mark just in case while he returns the remainder back into his body. What a mess. Naruto puts Sasuke down under the branch they'd hidden in. Sakura, get some sleep. Sakura agrees and collapses immediately, trusting in Naruto more than in herself. You lot hiding in the bushes. If you're not here to give me help, then leave. Naruto calls out teams 9 and 10. More chains spike out of him and create a barrier sphere around Team 7. Rock Lee jumps down from the branch he'd been spying on. Neji and Tenten follow behind him. Team 10 approaches much more cautiously and maintains a firm distance between them and everyone else. Despite Ino's worry for the condition of Sasuke, she makes no move to get closer and instead quivers pathetically on the spot. What is this? Neji looks at the barrier using his Byakugan. A Kekkei Genkai. Naruto gets straight to the point. One that channels the properties of Fuinjutsu. That's unheard of. Neji seems fascinated while his female teammate looked envious. You could say that the Uzumaki clan were capable of many unusual things. He makes no effort to explain further. Not capable of staying uninjured clearly. Lee taunts, still sore about Naruto's switcheroo during the written portion. Don't be rude, Lee. Neji hisses at him. Naruto looks irritated. I wonder if you'd be so cocky when forced to face Orochimaru, one of the most legendary shinobi to be produced by Konoha in recent history. He went easy on us and we still ended up like this. He could have killed us if he wanted to. The traitor. Neji looks stunned and disbelieving. You can't be serious. What would he be doing here of all places? You can ask the Hokage. She'll know better than anyone at this point. Naruto doesn't much feel like explaining the possible connection between the intel they gathered on Otogakure and Orochimaru's appearance, especially when he doesn't know all of the facts. Naruto barks loudly at the Shire group. Why yeah, Shikamaru asks back hesitantly. What scroll do you have? And do not lie to me. Earth. Shikamaru replies guilelessly. Naruto throws one of his heaven scrolls out of the barrier, which flickers off for a split second to let it pass through. Pick it up and go to the tower. Don't trip and fall on something sharp on your way there. Team 10 gulp at Naruto's annoyed voice. Thank you, and then they run away. He then turns to Neji. I take it that you don't need a scroll seeing as you didn't just steal that one. We have both. Then you shouldn't delay. What about you? Neji appears to be more at ease around Naruto now that he's witnessed him being nice to another team. What Sasuke and Sakura need right now is rest and some quiet. I'll get him to the tower before the time limit is up. Lee looks like he has more to say, but Neji is the de facto leader of their team and he calls the shots. Good luck, Uzumaki-san. I hope to see you at the tower. Naruto gives the politest wave he can manage. A gift to Neji for being the least insufferable person they'd met in this exam so far. He looks up at the darkening sky through the dense foliage of the forest and sighs. How troublesome. It's noon on day 4, and Team 7 is slowly approaching the tower. Sasuke fades in and out of consciousness, forcing Naruto to carry him around. The curse mark victim doesn't speak to Naruto while he's awake. He just ignores the Uzumaki before conking out repeatedly. But he's willing to bear the burden of lugging around this useless sack of meat, because he has been given the opportunity to achieve his own goal in this exam. He has sensed the presence of a strong chakra and he knows exactly who it is. It is giving a signal of distress, so he has to act quickly. Let's go, Sakura. Naruto starts to run in the direction he senses it coming from. Gimme a break. Sakura groans but chases after him. Naruto dashes nimbly over roots and rocks and he finds his quarry being attacked by a gigantic bear. Blue chains shoot out of his palm and arm, which bury deeply into the tough skin of the bear. The last chain hits its head when the bear is immobilized, killing it before it can suffer for too long. He uses the control he has gathered to sever the tips of the chains off and retract them so he wouldn't get covered in blood. He lands in front of his Uzumaki. I've been looking for you. Naruto's grin scares her. She is stuck to the spot in pure fear. Please don't kill me. I won't kill you, or hurt you. What's your name? Naruto soothes gently. Karen. She cries quietly while introducing herself. Naruto, your ugly face is scaring her. Get out of the way. Sakura figures that she wouldn't be able to convince Naruto to stray from his plan, so she'd just indulge him until someone more qualified could talk him down. Hey, I'm Sakura. Look, we're not gonna hurt you. Naruto wants to protect you, that's why we're here. Sakura puts on the best smile she can after her own horrifying adventure in this damn forest. Karen nods silently. Let me do a checkup. Sakura's hands glow brighter now that her chakra has mostly restored. The redhead watches careful and her eyes dart nervously to the tall Genin holding his unconscious teammate. How long have you been sick? Sakura asks, looking mystified from the feeling result after using her diagnosis jutsu. I'm always sick. Karen answers honestly. Naruto activates the Sharingan hidden under his hair. He sees messy, swirling chakra clashing with Karen's in her arms. It warps and slaps the insides of her coils and is stopping correct chakra flow. Check her arms. Naruto orders stoically. Sakura first asks permission, like a normal person. Can I roll up your sleeves? Oh okay. Karen makes the first weak tug before Sakura's confident medic mentality lets her take professional control. Oh my god. Sakura can't help but stare. Karen shuts her eyes in shame. Hundreds of bite marks, leaving horrid red scars all over her skin, are plainly visible. The sizes range wildly, making it clear that this is the work of a great many people. Why? Sakura's horror is evident. Karen sniffles. My chakra heals people. Kusa makes its shinobi bite me to get better quickly. They used up my Ka-chan and they're doing the same to me. Sakura looks up at Naruto. His face is blank as stone. Now she's on board to liberate this girl from Kasagakure. I can stop the infections. I'll purge the foreign chakra slipping into your system every time you've been, bitten. You just need to never let anyone bite you again. Sakura gives her a standing order. I don't have a choice. Bitter tears steam from her eyes. You do now, Naruto insists. Karen looks up at him this time. The reason that your chakra has potent healing properties is because you possess the blood of the same clan that I hail from. You were an Uzumaki, and so was your mother by the sounds of it. You belong here, with me. Your family, Uzumaki. Karen's unsure repeat of the word sounds lost, as if she is trying to remember something. How can you be so sure? Naruto frowns deeply. You really don't know. The redhead shakes her head. Our chakra is similar. I used a sensory jutsu that is exclusive to our clan to determine that you are an Uzumaki. It's called Mind's Eye of the Kagura. My Ka-chan told me that. Karen's back straightens, memory coming to the forefront of her mind. My Ka-chan taught me that. Naruto smiles brightly, seeing that his wayward clan member is starting to see things his way. The Uzumaki clan also had a reputation for having vibrant red hair. Something that skipped a generation in me, but it looks like you inherited the same beautiful hair that my mother had. Karen grabs a fistful of said vibrant hair, looking between him and the ugly hair that she'd never been complimented for in her life. She bites her bottom lip. Naruto puts Sasuke down gently with Sakura's assistance. Uzumaki Karen. Naruto kneels and puts his arms out. The name is oh so right. Naruto's chakra unseals slowly, letting Karen feel up close just how similar their chakra is. She crawls to him, hoping it's all not some cruel dream or illusion. Naruto lets her feel his arms and the chakra that exudes from it. Her own chakra resonates with it, making splashes of light blue chakra flick off their skin joyously. Welcome home. She throws her arms around him and sobs into his chest. I swear I will protect you. Karen remains glued to Naruto for the short journey to the forest tower. Sakura tries not to be bitter at all the positive attention the girl was getting from a handsome guy like Naruto, while she is stuck with the moody Uchiha. Sasuke doesn't so much as speak to Naruto or even her, and she just silently keeps one of his arms over her shoulder while they walk at a sedate pace up the short flight off. Steps to a door. What if they say no? Then I'll find somewhere else that we can be together. Karen melts at Naruto's words. She quickly discards the Kusa forehead protector and leaves it littered on the cold ground. Sasuke's fist clenches, but he still refrains from speaking. They make their way in through one of the many surrounding doors and come across a riddle written on the wall. It's quickly figured out that they need to open the scrolls in order to progress. Yumi no Iruka appears from their scroll to congratulate them for completing the stage. He sasses Naruto on his abduction of an enemy shinobi, and Naruto is tired of people giving him the good argument when he has definitely decided to be bad. Killing intent erupts from him and silences Iruka, who is forced to let them pass and run off to tell someone stronger than him. And unfortunately, he had time to go and find the Hokage herself, who is present to watch the next part of the exams. You and I will speak. Now, Naruto tugs Karen along with him, and Tsunade leads them to a private basement floor. Tsunade, however, is disturbingly agreeable to letting Naruto do as he pleases. But she has conditions, and an explanation. Given the fact Sasuke was whining about these Uzumaki going to war, I take it you know a bit about the Uzumaki clan. Probably as much as you do. I'm willing to honor the alliance. Tsunad's words are a weight of Karen's shoulder. However, you will tell me how you know these things. I will, once you give me a public space to flaunt my power at the enemy publicly. Tsunade smiles at his stubbornness and manipulative nature. It reminds her of herself, actually. A little conflict will do this village some good, especially the younger ones. Naruto looks confused, but you're the one who ordered us to help the weaklings. She looks at him with a raised, delicate brow for an explanation to his reaction. You had us help them. You weakened them by taking that conflict away from them in the first place. She actually smiles. I knew that letting you learn without the academy influence was a good idea. It's true, I did order such a thing, but these are promotion exams. Even when lives are on the line, it doesn't seem to come across that way to the younger generations. Real war is a better wake-up call than nearly dying in the Chunin exams. Better that they learn the real lesson sooner, and let Konoha remain on its pedestal of high morality by honoring a long-standing tradition with the Uzumaki clan. Naruto carefully takes in her words. You are already expecting war with someone, even without my decision to take Karen. Karen looks completely lost. She doesn't appear to be capable of understanding the nature of growth in conflict like Naruto and Tsunade. The Hokage looks at him with an almost affectionate gaze. Yes, a good friend of mine has discovered that there is an organization currently scouting for Bijou and Jinchuriki. Kumogakure is extremely weak right now, so it would be essentially effortless for a number of S-rank criminals to take their Bijou away from them. The more they collect, the easier it becomes to get more, and the less of a chance we have at survival. Naruto sees the hidden message. He looks unsurely between Tsunade and Karen. I'll need a month. He decides. A month for what? Karen tugs on his remaining sleeve nervously. To prove that the Uzumaki clan is worth war with another nation. I'll leave you two alone. You're going to be expected in the upper-level exam room shortly, however. She pets the top of Naruto's head. I'll make sure you have your month. She leaves them alone, and Naruto is left to explain what needs to happen from this point on. You know that you're safe now, right? Regardless if I fail, you'll still be welcome in Konoha. Naruto looks unsure of how to proceed. What does she mean by all that? She means that Kumogakure has sent a Jinchuriki into these exams, and that she wants me to obtain its Bijou. By sealing it into you. Me. Karen squeaks. Yes, but what does that mean? Karen looks confused and scared. Functionally, not a whole lot. I will need to learn how to seal the Bijou inside of you safely, and you'll get a significant extra pool of chakra to draw from in the best case scenario. Worst case, your chakra reserves will be limited. But even then, you'll still obtain emergency access chakra that is stronger than your own. I'm scared. I don't understand. Naruto wraps his arms around her. Don't worry, my mother was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and she was completely fine. I'll have more time to explain once we get out of this forest. I'll take you home and we can learn about the Fuinjutsu we'll need. No matter what, everything's going to be okay. Tori, and Anbu drops down in front of Tsunade. Gather your squad and head to Kasagakure. Recover everything related to this Karen girl. Medical records, personal belongings, family members' corpses. Everything, and bring them back to Konoha. Understood. Tori nods and vanishes. Every successful team is gathered before the Hokage and Junin Sensei in rows. Naruto's team, plus another 4 teams from Konoha are in attendance. Kumo, Oto and Suna have 1 team each, and Karen waits on one of the balconies already. Her former Junin Sensei is nowhere to be found, so Naruto figures that Tsunade must have already acted on his behalf before he could cause more trouble than strictly necessary. Thankfully, Naruto gets to watch Sakura completely destroy Yamanaka Ino before his match starts. He isn't planning on spending a single second longer here than he needs to when he has study and practice he needs to urgently get to. He is the second match, and he suspects that Tsunade may have had some hand in getting him out early. Uzumaki Naruto and Rock Lee, please step into the arena. The proctor summons them, coughing a bit as he finishes, but with clear intent on revenge for making her expend more effort. Send you bitch. So he meanders his way down the stairs and stands in opposition to a Genin that clearly has something against him. It is time to show you what hard work can do in the face of genius talent. Lee looks all too pumped. Do you think you have a monopoly on hard work? Give me a break. Naruto rolls his eyes at the pre-match trash talk. Lee narrows his eyes. I am tired of prodigies disrespecting the efforts of those born without talent. I don't care. Naruto interrupts with a voice that matches his words. Your juvenile outlook proves that even you don't value the hard work that those prodigies put in to achieve their goals. I don't care about what makes you think you're better. I don't care about your history that has made you this way. You clearly exist in your own, tiny bubble that is free from understanding that every single living soul in this world has their own struggles. Even talented geniuses suffer from loss and have to learn painful lessons to become stronger. So shut your trap, and hope that you're a better fighter than you are a speaker or a thinker. The proctor doesn't need to say start. Lee has already launched into a taijutsu flurry that Naruto matches with some effort. He's as fast as Naruto. Sakura looks amazed. She'd never seen anyone besides Kakashi match Naruto in taijutsu. Kick his ass. Karen cheers for her clanmate. His youthful vigor will allow him to win. Even against your student, Kakashi. Guy's proud face sports a glorious grin. There is a moment of silence. Did you say something? Guy's grin turns upside down and he grabs his head dramatically. Damn you, Kakashi. Naruto skids back. Not bad, but at this rate I'm going to outlast you. Naruto knows that his stamina and healing rate will settle a stalemate. Then I'll have to up the ante. Lee leaps deftly onto the statue at the forefront of the room. Drit Lee, show everyone what you can do. Protect your beliefs and your pride. Leg weights. That's it, sure. Naruto is having trouble with Lee's taijutsu prowess, but a bit of weight wouldn't make much difference. The weights hit the floor with an explosion of dust, and Naruto quickly realizes how wrong he is. Lee vanishes from the statue and reappears behind Naruto. He kicks Naruto in the side, which sends him flying. Naruto lets out a pained noise and rights himself in the air. Before his feet hit the ground, he immediately needs to block a punch to his side. His sensory capability allows him to tell which direction he's going to be attacked from, but he's unable to make definitive damage while Lee is moving this quickly. He has to rely on defense. He's a glass cannon. He's going to tire. I just need to survive until he does so I can end it. Naruto focuses his senses and takes calming breath. He puts his hands in a tiger sign. No you don't. Lee shouts and unleashes a furious barrage. But Naruto manages to avoid each. He makes blurring flips and weaves through the relentless assault at his highest speed and leaves the spectators amazed. Katen, Heijing Akure no Jutsu. His mouth bursts out an enormous cloud of black smog, completely blanketing the arena. Only Hinata and Neji are able to see through it, but it is not a jutsu designed to last. It's a quick escape, and only Karen can sense why Naruto did it instead of something more damaging. She's not spilling the beans on the trick, however. While hidden in the smoke, Naruto weaves several more hand signs into a variant of one of his own unique jutsu. Futon, Shinku Tobakomu, Wind Release, Vacuum Dive. The same jutsu he'd used in Nami to save Sasuke, only this time it's a sustained version. The wind swirling around his form will boost each movement he makes with speed, and can be thrown off of his body in a last-ditch blast for the sake of making distance between him and Lee. When the ashes of his technique settle, Lee catches sight of him on the same statue he'd released the weights on. Guy's student makes no hesitation in attacking again, but with Naruto's now enhanced speed, he's too hard to catch. His evasiveness will eventually wear Lee down if he doesn't try something else. I will not lose here. Especially not to you. He takes an unfamiliar stance. And unknown to everyone but him in the room, the chakra-disguised ornamental statue with glowing red eyes in the corner is copying every move. Lee continues his grating monologue. The lotus will bloom, and I shall be the victor. Kaimon, Kumon, Kai, Hachimon. Naruto is amazed, but knows that his life is on the line if he doesn't act fast. Katen, Yun Hoka no Jutsu. 5 dense flames take the form of dragon heads. Lee dodges effortlessly with his dramatically enhanced speed. The jutsu leaves huge craters from the concussive and burning force in the arena flooring. Not yet. Lee stands still for a moment. Simon, Shomon, Tamon, Kai, 5 gates. If he gets me, he'll damage me too much for me to heal it off. I'll die. Lee vanishes. Naruto can't keep up at present. He gets bounced around the room like a rubber ball before he realizes what's happening. His insides are being brutalized without a moment's rest to heal them. Naruto launches as many chains as possible out of his body in order to suspend himself in the air. He manages to form a weak and choppy barrier around himself and launches into a flurry of hand signs. Lee destroys the barrier with a punch and wraps his wrist bandages around Naruto's waist. Now, there is nothing between them. Even his chains are too slow to stop the impending assault. I need to time this perfectly. Urenge. Lee's final move connects, sending Naruto into the ground and causing a devastating explosion of dust. For a moment, no one can see anything, until Lee comes tumbling out of the cloud at the far end of the room. Looking scorched, his muscles are visible on one side of his body. His skin looks like it has been blasted off, and only his face is unharmed. It looks like he was the victim of an overpowered exploding tag, but the lack of a body in the crater left in the wake of his attack has made it all clear. Bunshin Daibakuha. This fight is over. The statue in the corner of the room dispels its transformation, revealing an extremely injured Naruto who's substituted with the transformed Kage Bunshin. Hee ha. Naruto's exhilarated laughter is the only noise that is heard in the silent aftermath. Naruto vomits up blood and crawls on his knees for a moment, but even his injuries are incomparable to Lee's. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto, the coughing proctor announces. A trio of medics run to Naruto and the remainder to Lee. But Naruto is already standing up. His grazes and cuts from slamming into the stone floor are steaming and closing themselves. His face develops bruises and swelling before they shrink and return to his normal light skin tone. Lee has been removed from the room. In the 10 minutes it took to prepare him for transport and for Naruto to walk back up the balcony to his Uzumaki, he had nearly healed from his fight with Guy's protege. You're unreal. I was scared. Karen throws her arms around him. Naruto's ribs are broken and he lets out a guttural noise of pain from his throat. The medics take him away to tend to his broken bones and Karen follows. Neither see the following fights. Every genin in the room looks like they don't understand what just happened. Kurenai and Asuma are becoming increasingly unsure about having their teams participate. As do their students. Kakashi doesn't feel any closer to unraveling the mystery of his sensei's son. And the Hokage simply smiles. Jiraiya straightens his back and shuffles with only a hint of nervousness when he approaches his Gosun's apartment. He has never met Naruto before. Some godfather he is. But Konoha had been suffering under the weight of the Kyuubi attack, and as a strong proponent of the continued existence of his home, he had taken upon himself to expand his network of spies in order to protect Konoha from the kinds of threats that it is facing right now. So his visit serves a dual purpose. Try and connect with Naruto, and also obtain any intel possible from him and the Uzumaki girl he'd stolen. What a good lad he sounds like, making an effort to rescue his family. It's hard to find conviction in younger generations. Jiraiya knocks on the door, one of the only times he actually uses one instead of coming through the window. Coming, a much younger female voice calls out, and Jiraiya hears the pitter-patter of a child's feet run to the door. It opens, and instead of a redhead or even Naruto as he had been expecting, there's a silver-haired 4 or 5-year-old with calligraphy ink all over her face in ridiculous patterns. Hi, she chirps up at him. Hello, young lady. Jiraiya can't help but smile. I wanted to see if this is where Naruto lives. I'll get him. She slams the door in his face and the familiar pitter-patter comes back. Soon enough, the door opens and this time it's a redhead girl instead of Naruto. Her face is also covered in black ink with patterns that cannot possibly be construed as a seal template. Naruto's kinda busy. What do you want? What a delightfully polite girl. Jiraiya's grin doesn't stray from his face. It's almost heartening, being treated like a normal man instead of a legendary shinobi. Hey kid, I'm here to talk to you and Naruto about the Kasagakure spy. Tsunade gave me your address. As if he needed the address with Naruto's chakra screaming to everyone in the village, I'm right here. Naruto, some weird old man is asking for you. The words are a lance through his heart and pride. Figures Minato's brat would collect a girl just like Kushina. Let him in. The only male voice in the house calls out. Jiraiya steps in and respectfully shakes off his getter at the door. He is witness to innumerable pieces of paper and scrolls pinned up to the walls. All of them are clearly for learning purposes and practicing finding the perfect seal that he wants to use. Not unlike his father's apartment, even after he'd met Kushina, he could even see the beginnings of an 8-trigram seal on one above a bedroll. The apartment is clearly only one bedroom, so he guessed Naruto would have to sleep somewhere until they got a bigger place. And then, he finally catches sight of his godson, a mane of black hair, dark eyes, and fair skin. He has a strong jawline and is tall for his age. Just as Tsunade said, he really doesn't look anything at all like Minato. Or Kushina for that matter. But blood doesn't lie, and Naruto's hospital record confirms his genetic relationship to his parents. Any other relative he has is too far removed to correctly determine with current methods. His face, however, is also completely covered in black ink, done extremely poorly in comparison to the girls, and the silver-haired one sitting in his lap is not letting up on her artistic expression. The ink does well to hide the dark bags under his eyes but not well enough to hide him from his keen eyes. Looks like the kid has been up for much longer than he should be trying to research the correct seal to use in the creation of a Jinchuriki. Naruto for his part seems to be ignoring the efforts of the girl, and is instead devouring anything he can from the scrolls on the wall. Now or never, Naruto. The kid looks his way, rather dully. Who are you? Jiraiya grins. Name's Jiraiya. Naruto looks more interested now. The Sannin, one of M. Jiraiya affirms, but his grin gets weaker. I heard you had a bit of trouble the last time you met one. It's over now, and we're no worse for wear anymore. Naruto gives a dismissive wave of his hand. Good to know you're in high spirits. What's all this for, then? Jiraiya gestures to the scrolls hanging up. Tsunade probably already told you. Naruto's reply is prompt, making it clear he has more on the mind than reiterating a known task. True, but this seems a bit unnecessary if you've already uncovered the 8 trigram sealing style. That seal will be more than enough to put the nibby inside your little girlfriend. Karen turns red and looks about ready to steam from the ears. I don't know how to use it. Naruto's eyes droop even more. I haven't discovered the hand signs needed to use it. It's too complicated for me to figure it out and I won't have time to create a sealing ceremony. Jiraiya nods at that logic. Chakra placed into sealing ink would quickly dissipate if not used within a very short time frame. It would likely vanish before Naruto even finishes his first match. Using hand signs is the workaround, but a Fuinjutsu powerful enough to seal a bijou would take dozens of signs. Deciphering Fuinjutsu to determine what signs were needed is an advanced art. Good thing Jiraiya has been witness to it dozens of times. The sealing ceremony being a pre-established area in which the seal had been written in its unraveled state using blood or ink. Using hand signs wouldn't be required if the seal just pieced itself together in one quick flourish. Of course, the 8 trigram seal is in reality 2 of the same seal put together to make a stronger one, so it becomes immediately more complicated than most seals. Entirely, and the time required to set it up in a potentially dangerous situation would be too short. Here, kiddo. Jiraiya takes one of the blank scrolls without permission, but Naruto doesn't seem to care. I know a thing or two about Fuinjutsu, I'll show you this one for free. Jiraiya saturates a pot of ink with his chakra and draws the diagram for the 8 trigram seal. This is the most time-consuming way of deciphering a seal, but the most effective. What you want to do is find how each sign resonates with the seal you're trying to create. Jiraiya puts his hands into a ram sign, then a bird sign, and then a snake sign. Naruto watches as this generates no reaction from the seal diagram, until Jiraiya puts his hands into clap hands. The seal lights up blue, before the light dies down and returns to normal ink. The pattern has dismantled very slightly. Jiraiya does the same thing again, finding another seal to dismantle the 8 trigrams. He uses Ox, which unravels it even more. Naruto leans over the scroll in fascination, watching as Jiraiya unbakes the seal and steadily fills the entire scroll. It looks to Jiraiya that the kid has figured out it's a game of elimination. Any sign that does not garner a reaction at whichever stage the seal is on, is not the correct sign. Soon enough, the complete formula for the Hakafuin Shiki is revealed in its entirety. It's nearly 20 minutes after he started, but Naruto didn't look away once. He completely misses the pouting girl climbing out of his lap to receive attention from Karen instead. And that's how you find out what seals to use. You start from the finish line and make your way back. The first sign I used is the final one, and the last sign I used is what you start it with. Jiraiya had gone right up to 100 hand signs. What about the key? Does the key have seals too? Jiraiya shakes his head. Nope, that's the beauty of the seal. The key is grafted automatically to the body of the person using it. Using the same signs or sealing ceremony again won't create another Hakafuin Shiki, but instead prepare the key for transfer to another holder. The key holder can be the same person who the seal is grafted to, or it can be another creature. I can use my toad summons to be a key holder in the event that I'd need to use the seal again. And how would I use the key if it's grafted to me? Curious kid. That'd serve him well going forward. Grafting the key to your body essentially makes you the key. Anytime you would interact with the seal, your chakra will automatically bring it out. Jiraiya can see the cogs in Naruto's head turning. The way he's heard it, Naruto has a habit of interpreting information and jutsu use in creative ways. You've got a familiar look on that face of yours. Reminds me of someone else I taught. Jiraiya comments nostalgically. Naruto looks him dead in the eyes. It surprises Jiraiya that the kid can look so calm and serious despite being covered in ink. My father. Jiraiya blinks. His face then settles into something more akin to exasperation. A light. Tsunade told me you knew more than you let on. Why let me know now that you're aware? How do you even know anyways? You'll find out how I know during the final stage of the exams. Probably. Naruto's lips twitch in a way that makes it clear he's having fun leading everyone along. But as to why, I think it'd be the best way to keep you here, helping me. Dunno what you think I can teach you besides this, brat. Jiraiya plays dumb and petulant. Oh, but I think you do. Naruto insists, his own grin widening. I'm sure there's something of the Yondaver that can be of particular use to me. An inheritance, almost. You want his money, his house? I ain't an estate holder, kiddo. I don't want his belongings. There's not much value in the half-empty box of condoms with holes evidently poked through them found in his bedside drawer. Jiraiya gives him an unimpressed look to disguise his amusement. You're gonna need to be specific then. I want to learn the Rasengan. Oh, well, I suppose I can help you out a little. I'll come back tomorrow, same time. Who knows, maybe I can tell you the story about how your parents met. I'd like that. What is she planning? Danzo has needed to act with extreme caution for the last 5 years. Itachi had been all too keen to tell Tsunade of his involvement in the culling of the Uchiha clan. There are only 4 people alive with knowledge about that incident. Himself, Itachi, Tsunade, Koharu and Omura, and the ghost of an Uchiha. He has been denied the ability to provide counsel to the Hokage, and publicly had his Anbu faction dismantled. But shadows would never disappear from Konoha. He reached out to another victim of Konoha's all-encompassing light, Orochimaru. In exchange for genetically enhanced children to bolster his private faction, Danzo would in turn provide Orochimaru with the means of obtaining one Uchiha Sasuke. Having Sasuke removed from the picture subtly, would turn Itachi's fearsome eyes away from him and onto Orochimaru instead. But Kakashi has proven to be an effective teacher for Sasuke. Every day the Uchiha boy becomes more zealous in the protection of Konoha and its people. Under normal circumstances, Danzo would consider this conditioning to be exemplary on the part of Kakashi. Unfortunately, Orochimaru would not be satisfied with only an opportunity to send Sasuke into his den. The deal is for him to obtain the Uchiha boy, and in exchange, Orochimaru would kill Tsunade and free the seat of Hokage. Konoha's shinobi respect power, but openly challenging a Hokage whose rule has proven extremely satisfactory to nearly the entire population of the village, would put him in the bad books of their public scrutiny. The results of an assault of this level would remove Tsunade from the equation, which would take the most likely of people who knew the truth out of the equation to contest his impending rule. It would be hard to find someone living besides Kakashi or Jiraiya that can fill the chair in Tsunade's wake, seeing that Koharu and Omura do not possess the strength required. And that is why Shisui's Mangekyo would prove the most effective. To convince either person who would be elected that their efforts are better spent elsewhere. Kakashi is an active and dedicated father, but he may very well step up to the occasion for the sake of Konoha. Jiraiya would be easier to deter, but on the off chance that he did become Hokage, any hope that Danzo would have at obtaining that seat would be forever lost. Jiraiya is a menace to society but has a well-earned reputation. Public favor would be towards him instead of an aging relic of a Konoha long past, especially one that has been kept out of public affairs for quite some time. With Danzo as Hokage, he could contain Kakashi's influence over Sasuke and soon have him shipped and packed off to Orochimaru with the sweet promise of power to obtain vengeance, or as Kakashi had conditioned him, protection of Konoha. If he is convinced that the shinobi system of Konoha is broken, then he would seek out the power to obtain it from someone who had already provided him with it. A well-laid trap to allow Orochimaru to obtain his long-sought-after Uchiha body, and then the boy's motive for leaving would be irrelevant. Itachi would then likely kill Orochimaru, and then one traitor that could cause him problems going forward would be eliminated. But Tsunade knows more than she is letting on. All reports following the preliminary stages have not been written, and instead are likely exclusive to word of mouth. Every shinobi she converses with knows something but not the whole picture, making it impossible to know what she plans to do. She is clearly aware of Orochimaru's temporary village planning an attack due to a resource grab, but that mission to Armoto Shinobi served its purpose of providing false intel that it would only be one village participating in Konoha's destruction. Jiraiya has seemingly uncovered the leak Danzo had been using to get information to Orochimaru, but the purpose of it remained elusive. It meant no more intel would be making its way to other nations, but now it's too late. Tsunade is an effective Hokage, but Konoha can always have more. Konoha can have a better Hokage than any who had come previously. Konoha may fall, but its tree would grow back with deeper roots than ever before. He is the only option for Hokage. He would achieve his dream, no matter the cost. Naruto vs Sasuke, Yugito vs Neji, Shino vs Sakura, Karui vs Kankuro, Dosu vs Gaara, Temari vs Omoi. Aburame Shibi puts down Konoha's newspaper and a thrum of pride runs through him. It pleases him to no end that his boy has made it this far in what is probably the most difficult Chunin exam held in Konoha since its inception. Genius prodigies and Jinchuriki, and the Kazekage's own children. If he were being honest with himself, he hadn't expected Shino to make it this far. His insect hive inside of him buzzes in response to the positive hormones running in his body. But Tsunade knows more than she is letting on. All reports following the preliminary stages have not been written, and instead are likely exclusive to word of mouth. Every shinobi she converses with knows something but not the whole picture, making it impossible to know what she plans to do. She is clearly aware of Orochimaru's temporary village planning an attack due to a resource grab, but That mission to Armoto Shinobi served its purpose of providing false intel that it would only be one village participating in Konoha's destruction. Jiraiya has seemingly uncovered the leak Danzo had been using to get information to Orochimaru, but the purpose of it remained elusive. It meant no more intel would be making its way to other nations, but now it's too late. Tsunade is an effective Hokage, but Konoha can always have more. Konoha can have a better Hokage than any who had come previously. Konoha may fall, but its tree would grow back with deeper roots than ever before. He is the only option for Hokage. He would achieve his dream, no matter the cost. Naruto vs Sasuke, Yugito vs Neji, Shino vs Sakura, Karui vs Kankuro, Dosu vs Gaara, Temari vs Omoi. Aburame Shibi puts down Konoha's newspaper and a thrum of pride runs through him. It pleases him to no end that his boy has made it this far in what is probably the most difficult Chunin exam held in Konoha since its inception. Genius prodigies and Jinchuriki, and the Kazekage's own children. If he were being honest with himself, he hadn't expected Shino to make it this far. His insect hive inside of him buzzes in response to the positive hormones running in his body. Unfortunately, the other parents of participating Konoha Genin are not so pleased. They were gathered at a tea stall not too far from where his clan compound is. A very rare occurrence that their schedules aligned enough to have a meetup. Not present is one Hyuga Hiyashi. He never deigned to just chat. He hoped his daughter wasn't going to be on the receiving end of some negative treatment, but even he should understand that Neji is not just a Hyuga, but a talented and hardworking boy on his own. Hiyashi could take some lessons from his brother about positive reinforcement, in Shibi's humble opinion. And Hazashi generally spent most of his spare time with his son, not often making it to their little functions. We were right. Sume holds her forehead between her thumb and finger in frustration. Shino was the only one out of all our kids to get through. He supposes he can understand. He'd watched the tapes given by Inoiki's friend. Kiba had been completely destroyed by Yugito. It hadn't even been a contest. The Inuzuka hadn't stood a chance against that level of speed and agility. Precise strikes between Kiba's attacks had him and Nakamaru down for the count. Shino had fought strategically against this Zaku from Oto, only sustaining some minor bruises from the concussive energy of sound waves. The Akamichi boy had been beaten soundly by another Oto Genin. No surprises there. Ino had been thoroughly decimated by Kakashi's Genin, something that seemed rile Inoichi up to no end. A civilian girl, beating my Ino. Inoichi slaps his forehead and bemoans. One taught by Hitaki Kakashi. Shikaku points out, but that is their whole reason for pushing the nomination, wasn't it? They'd slowly collected bits and pieces of information from their kids about what they were being taught by their Junin sensei and had been left wanting. They had hoped that the Chunin exams would be an appropriate wake-up call to make the sensei start to take their responsibilities as teachers seriously, seeing as they seemed content on raising a new generation of friends instead of shinobi. Shikaku's boy probably had the best chance along with Shino, but he'd gotten the misfortune of being pitted against Uchiha Sasuke. That might have a chance turned to no chance very quickly. Shino understands the risks better now. He has already approached me for additional tutelage. Shibi states, reveling in the fact that his reserved son at least trusts him enough to seek help from him instead of struggling on his own. Ino is sulking. I'll see what happens when she gets over it. But I'm still going to have words with Asuma about this. Inoichi does not seem pleased with the lack of progress over 6 months. Sume stands up and throws down some change for her share of the tea at the stall. And I'm going to beat some skill into my boy. Later, Sume stops before leaving. Tell Shino, good luck, for me, won't you? I think he already knows. Shibi hides a smile. Shino walks around the corner after basically being called out by his father. He'd clearly been waiting patiently for him so they could continue training. Thank you, Sume-san. Sume ruffles his hair fondly before she and Kuramaru run off. The Ino Shika Cho trio stands and makes their way to pay. Shibi puts his money down and turns to his son. Shall we go, then? Shino nods as eagerly as he is willing to express. Sasuke grips his shoulder in discomfort as he leaves his apartment. That seal will only be as strong as your own desire to refuse it. Kakashi gives him the rundown on the evil sealing method. For as long as you contain your own desperation, that mark will remain suppressed. It brought up the value of having strength, so that he wouldn't be in that situation. He'd gotten packed the night before and is setting out to meet Kakashi for some private training. If he is strong enough on his own, then he won't need to resort to the tainted power of Orochimaru's curse mark. Especially against Naruto, who has yet to reveal his full strength to anyone. Sasuke, are you alright? The woman from the young couple who owns his favorite bakery asks him in concern. Homari, he remembers her name as if it were written on his hand. I'll be fine. Sasuke follows up his half-truth with a deflection. Just a bit beaten up after the exams. That's right, I saw in the paper that you made it to the final stages. Congratulations. She reaches over to tussle his hair. Sasuke manages a smile. This makes her immediately pull on his cheeks. He bats her hands away and huffs. She doesn't take it personally, one of the many things he likes about her and her husband. They'd been there for him for a long time now. Even after they'd just gotten married and were in the process of opening their bakery, they would often see him pass on his lonesome and invite him over. Very slowly, they earned his trust enough for him to give them his keys whenever he left the village for extended periods. It was them who taught him how to live on his own, seeing as he didn't have anyone left to do it. And out of the kindness of their own hearts, never expecting a single ryo in exchange. How could you be willing to put people like this at risk? Sasuke wonders, asking Naruto in his mind regarding the selfish words he'd heard in the forest. Civilians are always the easiest targets in shinobi warfare. It's a disgusting practice, taking out supplies of food and tools so that shinobi would be less prepared for battle. Innocents should be left out of the affairs of killers. Is that Sasuke I hear? The lesser half of the couple walks through the door flaps to the bakery. Look Yuito, Sasuke made it to the finals of the Chunin exams. Hamari gushes again, pulling Sasuke closer and embarrassing him. Hamari-san, he most certainly does not whine. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd do it. Yuito claps a hand on Sasuke's other shoulder. All those nights of staying up past your bedtime have paid off. We'll be rooting for you in the finals. Sasuke's unintentional smile falters a bit. Yuito and Hamari notice immediately. Sasuke, it's nothing, just my first match is against Naruto. Naruto, Hamari taps her chin in thought. Your teammate, not just my teammate, he's probably the strongest out of every single Genin and Chunin in the village. And he hasn't even shown his full capabilities yet. Even stronger than you, but weren't you the highest graded in your class? Yuito's brow furrows. Sasuke wishes his outlook was still as simple as that of the civilians. Naruto is on a whole different level. But, don't worry about me. My sensei is training me personally for the next stage. He said that he's arranged trainers for Naruto and Sakura, but there's something only he can train me in right now. I have faith. Yuito closes his eyes and nods determinedly. You'll damn well give him a run for his money, even if you don't win. That's right. Hamari adopts the same look. Sasuke is overwhelmed by their open support of him. He would often receive, of course he can do it, he's an Uchiha, but no one besides Kakashi and his teammates would ever think he could do something of his own merits. Naruto, if you ever put these people at risk, I will do everything to end you. The couple tactfully pick up on Sasuke's struggling expression. You know, Sasuke, we've got some pretty important news too. Yuito starts off slyly. Sasuke looks up at them curiously. Hamari cannot contain the bursting emotion. We're having a baby. The Genin looks gobsmacked. Sasuke shakes his head. That is the last thing I expected to hear today. Congratulations. Yuito laughs and Hamari pulls him into another hug. Hamari has deigned to let me name it if it's a boy, but I can't think of anything that I like enough. What about a girl? Sasuke asks, not really sure what else to say. Well, we were thinking Tsukimi. After my grandmother. Hamari instinctively rubs her belly with a sheepish expression. That's a good name. Sasuke approves genuinely. Yuito grins, but pauses a second later. Wait, before you go. He rushes back into the empty bakery and comes out with a brown paper bag with a couple of buns in it. Here, for your training. He puts the bag in Sasuke's hand. Sasuke admires their generosity. Thank you. Good luck again, Sasuke. We'll be cheering you on. Sasuke turns and waves them goodbye. You disgust me, weakling filth. Jiraiya watches with wide eyes as the fiery redhead from UZU knocks the teeth out of a Genin boy. Apparently, the girl was being targeted by bullies and took matters into her own hands. When one of the bullies went crying to his niece-san, the girl put him and his friends in their place too. The girl hasn't even graduated from the academy yet. She's amazing. Minato, his little protege and all-around skilled brat, looks down at the violent girl dreamily. I hope you don't get that from me, kid. Jiraiya thinks to himself with a sweat drop. Oh, is she your girlfriend? Jiraiya asks teasingly instead. Minato goes red and sputters out a no. Maybe you should go introduce yourself then. Jiraiya pushes him over the guard rail. Sensei, his student crashes into some bushes right next to the redhead. That's cruel, Jiraiya. Tsunade shakes her head, who has tagged along with him on a not date. Nah, kid's got guts. I don't mean getting him to ask out a girl he likes. I mean putting him in Kushina's way. What? The redhead, Kushina, turns to the bushes and invites out its occupant with a menacing aura. More trash. Come out and face me. I am not here to fight. Minato stumbles clumsily out of the bush, white jacket covered in leaves. What do you want then? Kushina's gaze is unrelenting. Even Jiraiya almost feels nervous looking at those scary violet eyes. Will you gonna date with me? Minato burst out his question with a completely red face. Ha, Kushina replies eloquently. Minato recomposes himself enough to not rush. Will you go on a date with me? Kushina looks dumbstruck. From their little perch, Tsunade comments something to Jiraiya. I don't think Kushina has ever been given positive attention from a male that wasn't her father. But still, Kushina is not anything close to a normal girl. Back on the ground, the silence in the wake of his question has made Minato ghostly pale. Fight me, Kushina demands, looking like she's holding down an embarrassed reaction. If you're strong enough to beat me, I'll go on a date with you. Minato looks stunned, but he clearly likes Kushina enough that being beaten up a bit is a calculated risk for this situation. Alright, Kushina hands his ass to him, but she is not disparaging of him like she was with the bullies. You're not strong enough to date me, but I like your courage. Minato wipes blood off of his chin, looking up at her with unholy determination and fire in his eyes. I swear, I'll get strong enough. I'll get that date. Jiraiya slaps his forehead. Yep, he gets it from me. Some years later, Minato and Kushina, age 17. It was almost like a sporting event at this point. People would come to watch Minato vie for Kushina's affections. Jiraiya and Tsunade watch the most eagerly, putting bets on them and egging on their respective prospects. Tsunade has been betting safe for the first time in her life, something Jiraiya is rather sour about. He's losing a lot of money watching this freak of nature pulverize his apprentice. But today is different. Minato's dedication to his training has made him a formidable force, even elite Junin cannot compare. Jiraiya thought it a little sad that Kushina had no other love interests. Not a single boy is brave enough to even attempt what Minato is. But Minato's bravery and valiant efforts are rubbing off on Kushina. She becomes more interested in him each spar and Minato gets closer to the end goal. Settle it, brat. Go get her. Jiraiya mentally cheers. And they go hard at each other, fighting with such vicious power and strategy that they had never done so before. Jiraiya and Tsunade wait patiently over the course of the 5-hour fight. At no point is it evident that either one of them is getting the upper hand over the other. But they persist, their unnatural stamina prolongs the match and some spectators are outright frightened by the sheer skill and power. Futon ninjutsu blasts off the concrete walls of the exam stadium, Katen scorches the ground. Minato's raten and precise wind leave scars everywhere in the arena. Kushina is fast. Minato is faster. The habanero throws up a barrier through her chains and prepares a final Katen. Minato dashes at the barrier with his brand new jutsu, the Rasengan, and smashes the powerful barrier to pieces. And then, for the first time ever, Kushina lands on her back. Her clothes are caked in clumps of dirt. She is heaving for air desperately and her golden chakra chains lay around her slackly and form a glowing halo around her head and long hair. Minato has her at the point of one of his signature kunai, but he is still standing. His clothes are shredded and burnt, his face is bruised and his wounded body is on display. The stadium is in dead silence. He holds his hand out to her, in a gentlemanly gesture. Will you go on a date with me? Kushina takes it, looking more girly than she ever had since Jiraiya first set eyes on her. Minato helps Kushina to her feet and she buries her head to his chest, looking up at him with shy violet eyes. Why yes, Jiraiya is the first to spring up and cheer, and the entire stadium follows him. That's my boy. Karen has hearts in her eyes at Jiraiya's story. Wow, she looks entirely overwhelmed and has speckles of tears at the corners of her eyes. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard in my life. Must be an Uzumaki thing. Jiraiya thought dryly, but smiled at Karen's appreciation of his storytelling. Naruto sits crossed-legged, palm in his chin and wearing a close-eyed smile. Monako is asleep near him, on a perch made from dining room chairs, blankets and pillows that they'd made while playing. No one's ever told me about what they were like. Thanks, old man. Jiraiya would normally puff up at being called old man, but reciting the story has him feeling nostalgic about his relationship with Minato and he comes to realize that he doesn't mind. He ruffles Naruto's spiky hair instead. A knock on the door draws Jiraiya's eyes to it, and he quickly notices how dark it has gotten. Ah, Minako's mother. Jiraiya comes to the right conclusion when Naruto nods. Yeah, we were just babysitting while she trained my teammate. Naruto confirms. I'll let her in on my way out. Jiraiya offers, giving Naruto's shoulder a light bump. Be ready tomorrow, I'm gonna put you through your paces if you wanna learn the Rasengan in time for the final stage. I will, and thanks again. Jiraiya slips on his getter and opens the door. Jiraiya-sama, a woman who'd only been a young girl the last time he saw her, is standing outside. Shizune, Jiraiya is surprised. That kid is yours. The woman stammers slightly. Why yes, Monako is mine and Kakashi's daughter. We live next door. Well, I'll be damned. I had no idea. Jiraiya grins. A guy like Kakashi having a kid. Looks like you both really did grow up. Shizune looks sheepish but still proud. Well, I'll be on my way. Say hi to that Kakashi brat for me, won't you? Jiraiya steps down the walkway and makes his way out. Of course, Jiraiya-sama. Have a good night. Shizune bows politely in respect to him. Later, he waves over his shoulder. What a long day. He wishes all days were as simple as this. The blonde Jinchuriki is in bed after receiving orders from her sensei. You are to kill Uzumaki Naruto, no matter the cost or collateral damage. We cannot have another Uzumaki Kushina sweep the nations. Matatabi insists differently. Yugito, please, listen to reason. You saw what that lunatic did to his fellow Konoha shinobi. If that's what Konoha does to its own people in an exam, what do you think they're going to do to us in order to keep us working for them? Kumogakure has sinned, but at least we don't treat our own people like that. It will not be that way if you surrender voluntarily. Your home continues to drive itself towards destruction by angering the sons of the sage. You do not understand the nature of man as I do. I have seen over a millennia that peace is only a temporary stasis of conflict between factions. Kumogakure is, as the phrase says, punching above its weight. Instead of guaranteeing its existence, they seek to greedily consume all around them, and it is hurting them. They are manufacturing a conflict that they cannot walk away from. You defy even your father's teachings. Kumogakure has collected you and the tools of the sage in order to bring peace to the world, under one mighty rule. Hypocrisy. The Bijou thunders its accusation. I do not agree with father's teachings anymore, but what you say is the exact opposite of the purpose that his children and those tools were created for. We were created so that we could harmonize with humanity, and spread the word and religion of Ninshu to everyone in this world. To bring peace through cooperation, not domination. Those tools are only a last resort to defeat those who would destroy humanity, and now you humans use them to do exactly the opposite. I am done listening to you. Yugito unintentionally says aloud, but unheard in her hotel room. Then this is goodbye, Yugito. You were my favorite Jinchuriki, but you have failed to acknowledge the world as it is instead of what you want it to be. I wanted you to grow, but you will be another dead autumn leaf that feeds the ever-growing tree that is the Rakudo's bloodline. I warned you. Yugito is struck with chills, making it difficult to sleep. I wouldn't do that if I were you, kid. Dosu whirls around to face a giant of a man. He'd been planning to kill the guy from Suna who could control sand, that boy being instrumental in the upcoming plan to destroy Konoha. He is feeling rightfully bitter about him and his teammates being thrown at Uchiha Sasuke, freshly tagged with the strongest of the curse marks. Jiraiya looks down at the Oto kid in the moonlight. If you want to get back at Orochimaru, I can think of a few things better. Dosu is eventually convinced that throwing his life away like this might not be a good idea. In the fight against Orochimaru, information would be a bigger player. Jiraiya is nice. Karen comments sleepily. Yeah, he seems alright. Naruto replies, but clearly in thought. She's resting her head against his shoulder while in her pajamas that he'd given her money to spend on. She seemed to like being given the agency of buying her own clothes instead of being forced to put up with tacky hand-me-downs like she's gotten in Kusa. Whatcha thinkin'? Karen rubs her eyes, glasses discarded for the moment on the arm of Naruto's old two-seater couch that was enough for them to sit on but not long enough for either to sleep on comfortably. I was fully prepared to betray Konoha to keep you. He seems a bit conflicted. There are good people here, like Jiraiya, my father, and my mother, the orphanage matron. I was ready to turn away from that in order to protect you. I don't regret saving you, not even a little. But I can't help but feel like I'm in the wrong somehow. I was taught to treat Konoha as disposable, but I guess I've grown to like the people here more than I thought. I've made bonds and haven't been betrayed. Don't be a worrywart. Karen flicks his nose. It's like the story with your Ka-chan and Tu-chan, you just need to prove yourself. The choices you make will be looked on better if they're for everyone's benefit. Isn't that why you need to learn this Fuinjutsu scribble? Yeah. Naruto rests his head back and waits for Karen to conk out. Then don't worry. Zhu gets stronger. Her head slides into his lap. She's asleep by the time she stops moving. Naruto is reminded of the time he learned about how shinobi react to power. When he fought those Chunin at the ramen stall. You're always treated better when you're powerful in the shinobi world. He can have what he wants, so long as he has the strength to affirm his might to anyone who might dare to oppose him. His Sharingan memorizes Karen's sleeping, delicate face. Family is wonderful. Naruto quotes his orphanage matron. Uchiha Naori pets Tsunad's hair delicately. The 10-year-old Senju girl looks up at one of her role models. She spies one pale white eye hidden under a smooth curtain of purple hair. But why won't anyone tell me? Tsunade does not ask, she demands to know why everyone refuses to speak of Konoha's boogeyman. Madara-sama was an enigmatic man, but even as he grew distant from us, he always held purpose in his heart. Naori's smooth and calming voice is motherly towards the hot-headed girl. That doesn't mean anything. Tsunade is frustrated. Naori's lips twitch into a smile. Let me finish, dear. Tsunade pouts and sits up on the bench next to her. The other Senju say she's mad for speaking to an Uchiha, but Naori has always been a nice lady. What I mean to say is that Madara-sama always had a reason to do something. Naori looks like she's reminiscing about the man in a fond way. He was always the devil's advocate, or voice of reason, as he used to call himself. He had a mean reputation, but everything he did was for a purpose that he found satisfactory for the benefit of the Uchiha clan or the village. Tsunade wisely chooses not to say anything at the weary drop that Naori's face takes. He tried to tell all of us that the Uchiha clan were going to be discarded, and that we needed to save ourselves by fleeing this cursed prototype of a village and look out for our clan. The Uchiha clan were too weary to listen and cast him away. Madara-sama left Konoha and us behind, and attacked Konoha at the cost of his life. But that raises the strongest question to anyone who knew what he was like. What possible reason could Madara-sama have to destroy Konoha? Perhaps he never wanted to destroy the village. Perhaps he attacked to send a message. To us, perhaps. That he would martyr his own life just to teach us a lesson. What lesson? Tsunade asks quietly and near fearfully. Naori places her hands in her lap and looks down at them. That perhaps, he was right. Tsunade gulps. Someone dying on purpose, to help their family. Naori tries to settle her with an uneasy smile. There is only one thing that I want you to learn from me, honorable granddaughter. It is the nature of man to seek out the most beneficial outcome for what they find important. People are willing to go far to secure what they want, through steady vigil in peace or the terrors of war. The bright flame of that ambition can be used to create an inferno, or be snuffed out quietly in the darkness. It is through understanding this reality that you can make the best of it. Tsunade takes this lesson to heart and carries it with her for decades. She sympathizes with the Uchiha clan when they finally explode after decades of segregation from the village they helped to create, but the damage of her forebears had been wrought. Their nature had been suppressed for years. They desired a secure fate for their blood, and being increasingly separated from Konoha was slimming those chances. Eventually they'd have abandoned the village, which would have caused them to be hunted down as traitors. Or, they could try to take back control by force and risk civil war, but have a slight chance that they'd have a few in their family survive. And those decisions unfortunately fell upon one boy, Uchiha Itachi. A boy whose burden was too great for anyone to bear. Sasuke and Itachi sit under a tree in the middle of the day. The shining sun sends streaks of light through the branches, but they are shaded for the most part. Little Sasuke is ever curious, and the only person who gives him straight answers is his Ni-san. Their dark eyes meet. Ni-san, yes, Sasuke, what is Uchiha? Sasuke knows that it's his name, the name that he and everyone in the clan share. But what makes their name so special? To-san always speaks the name, Uchiha, like it's a word with many meanings. Like it's less of a bond that binds them all together, and more of a code or a promise. Like it's something they should always strive to live up to. What an interesting question. Itachi leans back against the tree trunk, looking relaxed for once, instead having tense shoulders and dark bags under his eyes. He looks like he's asking himself that question too. But Itachi is smart, and he can come up with something from what he's seen. Being an Uchiha, To-san says that the heart of a person never changes. That no matter what guise they wear, we'll always be drawn to act a certain way. He says that the Uchiha are all bound together, and that we have a disposition and personal duty to always put ourselves before everything else. To love the Uchiha to such a degree that we would rather see the world burn than have none of us left at all. Sasuke listens carefully. He knows that Itachi won't stop at quoting their father, especially when they often disagreed. That is what an Uchiha is. Someone who places their family above everything in this world, damned the consequences. But I believe that while our blood plays some factor in how we interact with the world, it is our decisions and personal responsibilities that truly define who we are. You and I are not the same person, despite being from the same clan. We have different perspectives on the world and the people who surround us. Some people are destined to be despised for the choices they make, and others are to be revered. And their blood plays no part who they are as human beings. Sasuke doesn't understand. He voices as much. Don't worry, oh Tuto. Itachi pokes Sasuke's forehead with an easy smile. It's not something little kids should be thinking about. I hope that my choices make sure that you get to make those self-defining decisions, instead of letting your blood or your creed warp your mind and make those choices for you. There is something about how Itachi speaks that sets his mind at ease. Make friends, work hard in the academy, find things that are worth something to you that don't involve just a fragile little pocket of the world like our little clan. Find something worth living for, so that when your clan and your family cannot be depended on, you already know for yourself just what kind of person you are in your heart. Sasuke doesn't like people, but since it's Itachi, let your decisions define you, not your blood. Never let anyone force you to betray what you hold dearest. Uchiha is just a name, and it's up to you to determine if that name is good or bad. Naruto and Madara stand apart in their underground hideout. The only light in the darkness of the training area is coming from the sconces mounted to the support pillars, and they are lit ablaze from their katan. Little Naruto knows that his Ji-san is the only person who will tell him the truth of how things are. Their Sharingan meet. Ji-san, yes, my grandson, what does being an Uchiha mean? Naruto knows that it's his name, one that he can't use yet, but what makes that name special? Ji-san speaks as though the name itself has power in it, and that the word itself is a defining statement. What a strange question. Madara sits down in his dusty throne, looking like a puppet that cut his own strings with how quickly he settled in relaxation. He looks like no one has ever asked him that question before. But he of all people knows what being an Uchiha means. To be an Uchiha is equal parts objective and spiritual. Our blood and ability define us, and the name, Uchiha, represents that blood and legacy. But that talent has been cursed since we first gained the ability to harness it. It creates a seeping darkness in the light of your heart. If we Uchiha define love as light, we would cast hate as dark. Uchiha have been ruled by this dichotomy, never in balance with it like normal humans are. That is what an Uchiha is, to be left ignorant by basking in light, or be left in despair by fear and hatred at the world. Naruto listens carefully. He knows that Madara wouldn't stop at a clinical analysis of his own blood. That is what an Uchiha is, but I believe there is a difference in being a Uchiha and being the Uchiha. A Uchiha is someone who fits the parameters of what I have just said. Someone who is unable to find control in themselves, and to master the curse of hatred within them before it consumes them and everything they love. But to become the Uchiha is to meet that fear and that hatred. Instead of burying it, it is to become one with your power and the legacy of your clan. To be one with reality and to change your circumstances in accordance with your own desires, instead of being controlled by your power and instinct as if you were some wild animal. He didn't really get it. He voices as much. Not to worry, my boy. Madara leans his head back in the throne, looking tired after training him. That is why I have high hopes for you. If you're lucky, you'll never experience that curse, and any mistakes you make will be of your own accord, and they can be things that you learn from instead of being uncontrollable instances of the vile weakness in our Sharingan. Madara's voice is confident, which makes Naruto less nervous about this cursed fate that may await him. Talk to people, do things, find out what you love in life so that when misery befalls you, you will be able to define yourself. So that you will know yourself when your body betrays you, and makes you believe that all you are is hatred. Naruto does like people. He agrees with this advice. Define yourself on your own terms. Never let anyone or anything force you to betray yourself. Uchiha is a state of existence. It's up to you to determine what kind of existence that is. It's the academy entry day. All of the students are lined up before Hokage-sama as she delivers her speech. The parents of the prospective shinobi are standing behind them all. Sasuke chances a look behind him and sees that most of the adults are looking at another boy. He is tall, and he has spikier hair than he's ever seen before, but it's the same color as his own. The adults are giving him weird looks, like they're confused or maybe even a little scared. But it's clear that they don't like him much. Young Naruto's dark gray eyes are openly distrustful to every one of them. But he meets their gazes, and his nerve seems to unsettle most of them, and they all turn to their own children instead. Over the next few years, Sasuke receives endless support from the villagers of Konoha, especially in his most trying times. But that has helped him learn that to be treated that way, you must earn Konoha's love through dedication to it. There are wonderful people who are nourished by Konoha, and without Konoha they might not exist. Every mite of support he is given is repaid by his service to the village. And when someone puts themselves before the village, they are not treated with the same kindness. Naruto narrows his eyes at the adults who dare to stare him down. They've probably all heard the story about his mother, the woman who put her child before an entire village. Someone who was not enthralled under the spell that is the will of fire. It's his blood. They disdain him for his blood, and his innate power. He serves himself and his family. Ji-san, Tsukimi Baken, the nice lady who works for the Hokage, and the silver-haired guy who gives him shurikenjutsu tips whenever they happen across each other. These people are his, and he gains power for his and their sake. Konoha can't stand people who don't put it before their own personal desires. but there would be no Konoha without people that have ambition and power. He comes to understand that the only thing that they will tolerate is power for their sake. So long as his growing power is in service to the great tree, his selfish tendencies would be indulged. But because he would not openly declare his desire to protect Konoha over all others, he would continue to be treated as an outcast. He would always be the outlier that dares to want something for himself. When someone's being is not wholly dedicated to the system, then they're not treated with the same respect that everyone else receives. Unless their will and power are absolute, that is. Sasuke stares at Haku's body in horrified silence. This boy, he could have had so much more. If only he had dedicated himself to something greater than one man. He could have had an entire village at his back, and now his body is cooling in the misty winds of Nami's unfinished bridge. It's a grim confirmation. Those who put their selfish desires before a greater good are destined for defeat, heartbreak, and death. Naruto frowns at Haku's body. What a waste, he says, while Sasuke is seemingly stuck in thought. A strong shinobi, this boy was. But not strong enough to protect himself and his loved one. Perhaps if he'd have been smart enough to flee or train to become uncontested, then this disaster wouldn't have happened. It jiggles a puzzle piece in his mind that was set not long ago. Those who are weak are destined for death. Those who are strong can have all of their desires, regardless of what is put in their way to stop them. Sasuke clenches his fist while looking at Naruto and Karen from behind. The new redhead girl is clinging to Naruto, and she tosses her headband to the cold forest ground. You would betray your home. For one boy, one distant family member, instead of earning the support of your home, you leave it behind for the easy solution. He looks at Naruto, and sees another Itachi in the making. Someone who will cause endless destruction and death for no reason other than their own selfishness. Naruto lets Karen hold his arm while they slowly trek to the forest tower. This is what he lives for. The reason that he is obsessed with power. To protect his family from all who would mistreat them. He will become strong enough to defy the entire world if he has to. It's within you too, Karen. Naruto thinks fondly while looking down at the redhead. You are willing to defy your village to be with your family. We're alike. Even Sasuke doesn't have that kind of fire in him. She is weak for now, but that can be rectified. Family stands the best chance together, and they'll decimate all who oppose them. It's the day of the final exam. Sasuke looks at himself in the mirror before leaving, and peers into his Sharingan. He's wearing an off-white, high-collared zip coat that is near typical of an Uchiha, complemented by a purple open-front apron that is decorated with diamonds on the hem, not unlike his father's attire before the incident. His clan crest is displayed proudly on the back. He thinks about the wonderful people in his life who wouldn't be there if he weren't part of Konoha. Yuito and Himari, Kakashi, Sakura, the kind people that speak to him without condition in the streets. Tsunade, who has handled having people teach him to be on his own. Konoha is full of kind souls that put others before themselves. This place cannot be allowed to fall. I'll end you if you dare point your evil at my home, Naruto. Naruto looks in the mirror, and Karen cutely sticks her head out from behind his back. She sees something she's never seen before on him, the Sharingan. Whoa, lookin' good, I know. Naruto gives her a smug look. She pokes her tongue out at him and goes to wait for him at the door. Naruto felt it only fitting that he wear his Uchiha pride on the outside too. His traditional black Uchiha coat that reaches his knees and with its characteristic high collar and clan emblem on its back, makes him truly feel like he is returning to normality. His dark grey pants stand out only slightly as contrast to the black upperwear, with the shins wrapped up in bandages. He throws on his new sandals, and black fabric headband that is nearly indistinguishable from his hair. He thinks about the people in his life that he needs to be strong for. So long as they are alive, then he could find or rebuild a home in the face of adversity. So long as he grows in power, Konoha is just a tool for the sake of protecting his loved ones. Yes, he would serve Konoha, but it's a means to an end. Naruto thinks he's reached a middle ground. His service to Konoha is just about the same as the next average Konoha shinobi. Konoha is the outcome of his desire, not the motivation. I will protect all that is precious to me. Even against the world, Konoha's arena stadium has never been more packed. Every available seat had been booked out as soon as the event had been announced. Foreign dignitaries, which included daimyo scouting for capable young shinobi to take on various missions, were placed the most luxurious of boxes to spectate. The sky is cloudy and dark, but the excitement for the most spectacular lineup of prospective chunin ever made everyone forget about the ominous weather. But there is silence, in spite of it being the most looked forward to event in Konoha's history. Those with dojutsu can see it for themselves. There's a rudimentary camera set up to a big screen for spectators that are unequipped with enhanced vision, and everyone now sees the same thing. Naruto and Sasuke stand in opposition to each other. They are the only two in the arena, and they are both wielding the Sharingan. Sasuke is shaking and nearly looking ready to break out in a cold sweat. Naruto looks as calm as can be in comparison. I hope you're not going to shake in your sandals for this whole match, Sasuke. Naruto addresses him smoothly. How is this possible? Sasuke demands wildly. Who was your father? It's not my father who I get my Uchiha blood from. Naruto admits, a faint smile ready to break out. My mother was half and half. Her mother was an Uzumaki and her father was an Uchiha who left this village a very long time ago. Sasuke glares, thinking it's a lie. Every Uchiha old enough to be your grandfather would have been hunted down by the village or the Uchiha clan for becoming a traitor. All but one. One too strong for the Uchiha clan, and one too cunning for even the Shodai Hokage to completely defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen grips the arms of his chair. That's impossible. He looks at the close-up of Naruto's face on the screen and cannot deny the resemblance between him and the terror of a man that nearly brought all of Konoha to destruction on his own. He wouldn't rear a child. Hiruzen mutters. He's unable to see anything but the monster that frightened him as a boy. The man that made him believe that the Uchiha's curse of hatred was a tangible and real threat to the safety of the village. Hiruzen-sama, the former Hokage, can't think of a reply to his young clanmate. She's clearly only asking if he's okay, but Naruto's oppressive and dense chakra is revealed. As if a veil over it has finally been released. Uchiha Madara, faking your own death to get a chance to ruin us again. Your cursed blood plagues this village again. Tsunade shuts her eyes when the moment of clarity hits her. The other Kage seated beside her lean forward in interest. Madara truly was powerful and sly to fool even her grandfather. It's really no wonder that Ji-sama and Tobirama were fearful of him. Naruto's behavior, appearance and power all converge into something that finally makes sense. Madara's teachings culminating into one boy. Now I know why you kept it secret. She thinks, knowing that Madara had rightfully instilled distrust for Konoha to Naruto. This boy has manipulated the public around him well and become near untouchable by factions in Konoha that would try to obtain his power. Openly making friends with civilians. Defending people against drunk vagrants. Defeating the combined killing intent of many foreign nations shinobi all at once. Proving himself as a trustworthy and dedicated agent of Konoha by being seen getting taught by Kakashi and Jiraiya. Most people are on this mysterious Genin's side, and if news gets out now that someone was trying to keep this power to themselves, a good part of Konoha would be up in arms to protect their new hero. And now the daimyo in neighboring nations are watching too. Good grief. I'll admit it, Sasuke. You weren't my first choice for opponents in this stage. The power I want to use would kill you, the Jinchuriki up there have a better chance of surviving. Naruto explains his discontent, and the matter-of-fact way he said it ground on Sasuke's nerves. I hope that this month has been kind to you. I still need to show off a little bit. Sasuke glares viciously. My resolve has become stronger, I won't let you win so easily. Knowing that Naruto is clearly superior in taijutsu and the addition of the Sharingan would make things infinitely harder, Sasuke attempts to use his expanded repertoire of ninjutsu off the bat. He shoots through a number of signs. Katen, Hosenka no Jutsu. A huge flurry of mini fireballs are spat from his mouth to cover a large area, creating a cone of effect that would ordinarily be hard to dodge. Simultaneously, Sasuke dashes with high speed to one of Naruto's sides and launches a storm of shuriken. He'd used this tactic before against Naruto, but it seems he put a Sharingan twist on it, along with strategically thinking that the typical cone of effect from Katen and Futon ninjutsu that Naruto uses wouldn't be enough to block from every side. Shuriken Kage Bunshin. Naruto's Sharingan tracks the trajectory and movement of Sasuke's attack. He sees something off about the chakra creating the Shuriken, but he opts for the simplest solution, with only one hand seal. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Naruto's fireball is fired at the approaching Hosenka, obliterating it and forging a path in which Naruto could move through safely and at speed. Sasuke doesn't remain idle. He runs up the arena wall and tries to gain a high ground advantage. He pulls out a folded Fuma Shuriken from his pouch and multiplies it. He throws them one after the other, using thin cables to control their path and keep a hazard between him and Naruto. The Fuma Shuriken sling back and forth with precision and skirt the arena walls and ground. The Uchiha on the ground looks up at Sasuke and sees that he has a movement advantage. At this distance with Shuriken being pelted around, Sasuke could dodge by running along the wall. Knocking the Shuriken off their path wouldn't be effective seeing as they're attached to cables that would bounce them back into life. And he didn't want to kill Sasuke, so he'd have to make some use of the tool he was here to show off. He looks Sasuke in the eyes. Sharingan, Fusekoi, malfeasance. Most genjutsu were applied subtly, but not this one. Its singular function was to strip control of the victim's body instead of tricking them. Less subtlety, more power. The victim is fully aware that they aren't in control but being incapable of stopping it without extreme effort of the mind. The Sharingan can see external illusions in the environment, but something attacking them from the inside requires skill and will to defeat. Sasuke's chakra control slips up and he is struggling to stick to the wall. The Shuriken all whack into a surface, the replicants of them dispelling. Naruto leaps deftly up the wall and attacks Sasuke with taijutsu. Sasuke manages to throw off the genjutsu, looking quite strained but reels back from Naruto's strikes instead of meeting them. Their Sharingan helps their coordination while fighting on a vertical surface significantly. Naruto chases Sasuke along the arena wall. To the spectators, their fighting styles are telegraphed clearly. Sasuke is intelligent and resourceful, while Naruto is an unstoppable force in motion. Suddenly, Sasuke whips out an exploding tag on a kunai and stabs it behind him to deter Naruto's pursuit. Naruto picks it up and rips the tag off of the kunai. He chases down Sasuke daringly and slaps the tag down on the side of Sasuke's open front apron. Sasuke's eyes widen, hearing the hissing tag, but he thinks quickly and throws off the article of clothing, and weaves some signs that he copied from Naruto in his fight with Lee. Sogo Kawarimi no Jutsu, mutual substitution technique. The real Sasuke is replaced with a Mizu Bunshin. Naruto sees the deception. One of the Fuma Shuriken earlier transformed into a weak decoy in the ground to be used as efficient substitution material. Quite a range of ninjutsu. Naruto mentally approves of copying Zabuza's technique. Naruto raises his arms above his head. Futon, Shinku Tobakomu, wind release, vacuum dive. He pushes down with the wind chakra accumulated on his arms, making a huge crack in the arena wall and sending the detached apron flying. It explodes, leaving another web of cracks further along the wall. The entire stadium is erupting in cheers. Kakashi watches with a wide eye as his students duke it out. Everyone in the stands can be heard speaking about the spectacular showdown. Forget Chunin. These kids fight like freaking Junin. You can do it, Naruto. Go, Sasuke-kun. I never knew that Uchiha was so gifted. The power of Uchiha ninjutsu. Fufufu. Konoha has quite a few talented shinobi this year. I wonder where Tsunade Dono has been hiding them. He assesses Naruto, who is clearly no worse for wear. And Sasuke, looking frazzled but still in peak fighting condition. Those attacks from Sasuke had exemplified the precise nature of the Sharingan, as well as Naruto's seemingly insurmountable power by comparison with the way he smashes through his opposition's attacks. Kakashi, Shizune asks worriedly from the seat behind him, while Monako looks on with wide-eyed awe at Naruto's pretty new eyes. Kakashi senses the unspoken question. It'll be alright. Kakashi isn't entirely sure anymore but puts it on to ease her worry. The Sharingan. Shizune breaths out in shock. He was an Uchiha this whole time. He never gave us the slightest hint. Kakashi understands that Shizune may be upset at not knowing. Naruto had kept this secret for years. The only thing that could have been construed as a hint is his appearance, but everything else had been in the realm of possibility and somehow, a child had managed to keep a Kekkei Genkai hidden from everyone. That most likely meant that he was trained and taught how dangerous it would be to show off that power to the wrong people. It unsettles him that a young boy has the force of will to keep such a thing to himself, and it makes him question if he really knew Naruto all along. It's not a nice feeling. Sasuke recomposes himself. So long as he controls the distance between him and Naruto, he'd be able to slowly whittle him down with smart ranged attacks. Too slow. He hears right next to his ear. He whirls and swings a kunai at empty air. Sasuke looks back at the wall where Naruto had been perched and sees that he's still there. Genjutsu. Sasuke spat out. Using genjutsu on a wielder of the Sharingan to prove their prowess with it is greater. Quite the kick in the teeth. He tries to make use of the distance he has and prepares another combination technique. Katen, Hosenka no Jutsu. The small fireballs travel slower, being created with a smaller amount of chakra and purposefully with less velocity. He keeps spitting them out until most of his field of view is covered in the small fireballs. He then whips out another jutsu, one he copied from Naruto. Futon, Taifuika, wind release, passing typhoon. A gust of wind whips around from his mouth. His control over Futon is weak in comparison to Naruto, but the tailwind he creates behind the fireballs infuses them with wind chakra and causes them to rapidly expand. In an instant, each of the tiny fireballs becomes the size of a Gokaku and create an area of effect that is impossible to escape from without feeling the arena, which Naruto would be disqualified for. With his Sharingan, Sasuke sees Naruto smile. You really are resourceful, Sasuke. Naruto thinks that Sasuke is wise for making use of his Sharingan gift. There's no point in being able to copy jutsu if you aren't going to use them. He weaves a horse sign, and infuses a massive amount of chakra into his lungs. I hope you can avoid this one, Sasuke. Karin senses the upswing of chakra instantly. I guess he means business, she says, mostly to herself. It amazes her that Naruto's chakra could be so dense and powerful. It was like he is a monster in human skin. And Naruto had been getting testy with himself. It figures that he'd want to express the efforts of his years of hard work instead of holding back. What's he doing? Shizune asks of her, knowing the story of her similar sensing ability to Naruto. Karin shrugs nonchalantly. Dunno, but whatever it is, it's gonna be huge. The fireballs are closing in. Naruto doesn't need to dodge. Katen, Goka Mekyaku, the stream of flames is a katen to end all katen. It launches from his mouth, the force of it making his hair and coat billow around. It expands rapidly to cover half of his vision, and it completely swallows Sasuke's attack as if it never existed. From the spectator's point of view, it looks like imminent death. The jutsu is so massive that it would take at least 10 proficient Suiton users to block it. No one would be able to interfere. No time, Sasuke weaves signs and throws away any regard for chakra control, only pumping as much of it that he could into his next jutsu, one from Kakashi this time. Doton, Doryuheki, a wall with earthen cat heads on it sprouts out of the ground. It is made by exchanging width for thickness, to try and prevent the concussive force of Naruto's inferno. The flames smash into it, and much of it crumbles. The terrifying blaze coming from either side of the wall is scorchingly hot, but the flames do not touch him. It takes up a good quarter of his chakra, but Sasuke knows he saved himself when the wall falls only at the end of Naruto's jutsu. He could end it right now if he wanted to. Kazekage Rasa comments with a praising tone. This Naruto boy is letting Sasuke show off his own power, it seems. A bold move. Tsunade agrees with the assessment. To the trained eye, Naruto is making a statement on the gap in their abilities. If the person who is losing is this powerful, then what further depths are there to the power of the person controlling the fight? Two of the most powerful Genin Konoha has ever seen. Tsunade is nearly rubbing her hands together at the thought of the impending contracts from other nations. The Raikage makes no comment, and the leader of Otogakure, who is veiled in wear similar to that of a cage, also remains quiet. His face and body are covered, but he has made too many clumsy mistakes for Tsunade to be fooled by who this man is. You'll get yours soon enough, Orochimaru. Tsunade clasps her hands together in a relaxed manner. Naruto contemplates the merits of just doing the same thing. It probably wouldn't look smart, but it'd show off how much chakra he has to the sensory inept in the audience. Suddenly, he hears what sounds like chirping. It multiplies dozens of times, and a glow begins to emit from Sasuke's direction. In his palm is lightning. Is that the Chidori? Naruto has never actually seen it before. He only knows the stories of Kakashi's unique jutsu. He didn't witness it get used on Zabuza, seeing as he'd been preoccupied. Sasuke walks slowly into the middle of the arena with the Chidori active in his hand. He claps his hands together, causing the Chidori to spread to the other hand. Naruto grins at the challenge and leaps down to the ground. Guy has something to say about that little jutsu. It's completely irresponsible to teach a Genin a jutsu of that level. Kakashi isn't having any of it. You're one to talk. The 8 gates you taught to Lee could have killed Naruto, for no other reason that he was jealous of my talented Genin. At least Sasuke has proven thus far that he's a loyal and dedicated shinobi to Konoha and its people. He could very well kill Naruto with the Chidori. Kakashi doubts that. Sasuke may have been doing some unauthorized training to perfect the Chidori to the degree that he could walk around with it instead of requiring linear high speed, but Naruto clearly confident enough that he would be able to take it on. Seeing that Sasuke is controlling the Chidori without any wasted chakra is something of a shock to him though. If Sasuke can manage to master the Chidori in a mere month and is now using it as taijutsu lethality multiplier, he has no doubt that the boy could eventually surpass him. Naruto better have something up his sleeve that can match it. Blocking palms full of lightning requires a different set of skills than conventional taijutsu. It may very well come down to the Sharingan being the deciding factor in this fight. Naruto thinks that this may be the most dangerous taijutsu battle he'd ever participate in. Sure, it may border on the line of being a nin taijutsu fight, but that's a technicality. It would be a dance to remember. He pulls up both hands and focuses his chakra. 2 Rasengan the size of his head form in him, hovering slightly above his palms. Naruto and Sasuke begin to approach each other. It starts out as a walk, then a jog, and then a rush at high speed. Rasengan and Chidori slap off each other. Sparks become streaks of lightning chakra that whip into the ground and leave scars. Naruto's Rasengan does not waver. Unless Sasuke hits it directly instead of clipping it, then there would be no lock of chakra. Naruto swings his left arm out loosely, making Sasuke reel back at the wrecking ball of an attack. Sasuke makes rapid jabs in Naruto's direction to prevent him from pushing the offensive, and it works long enough for Sasuke to ground himself. It didn't take a genius to realize that getting his by either of these jutsu would be very bad. Their wild and swinging attacks at each other looked clumsy on the surface, but each action is a combination of Sharingan precision and raw battle instinct. Their footwork and ability to weave around, attack and defend while calculating the next best move is evident to high-ranked shinobi spectating. Naruto slides on the ground with futon-enhanced propulsion, making a double-handed slamming motion to Sasuke's core. Sasuke rolls over it and lands on his hand, creating a small storm that wrecks the ground. He deliberately decreases the chakra flow in order to not sink down by way of penetrating power. Chidori Nagashi. Once Sasuke pushes his right lightning palm off the ground, a wave of lightning springs in Naruto's direction. Naruto makes a bowling sweep with his left hand and causes the Rasengan in it to collide with the ground. It creates a massive shockwave that rips the ground up and hurls an increasing wave of compressed chakra force that barrels through the lightning and comes to a standstill. It vanishes, but not before leaving a massive chasm in the ground. Cheers erupt at the display, but Naruto and Sasuke steady themselves for one final blow. The Rasengan in Naruto's right hand still glows brightly, and Sasuke's Chidori begins to chirp louder and grows in intensity. Naruto and Sasuke break into a sprint. Their jutsu slam together, causing a shriek to emanate and the chakra clashing between them to become increasingly unstable. A light blue shroud forms around them as the Rasengan and Chidori howl and demand victory over the other. The chakra shroud becomes increasingly dark before it's no longer see-through. The bubble of chakra explodes, causing a massive explosion of lightning chakra in the middle of the arena. Karen jumps in fright at the thundering crack. Naruto, she whispers to herself in concern. The arena is so polluted with dense chakra that she can't sense through the veil. The dust from the explosion had yet to clear. My god, Shizune-san mutters at her side, and Monako in her lap is cowed into silence by the noise and is trying to sink into her mother's embrace. The dust begins to settle, and the dense blue lightning-infused chakra begins to rise and dissipate into the sky. Dark clouds become stormy. Sasuke looks worse for wear. Naruto is uninjured again, but breathing deeper after the relentless assaults. I hope this is enough to end it, Sasuke says to Naruto, raising his left hand once more, and a thin web of lightning that is nearly invisible reaches into the sky. That was the last of your chakra. Naruto recomposes himself and the breathlessness fades away. It would be wiser to surrender now than to attempt anything else. You know me better than that, Sasuke retorts, Sharingan fading into the featureless black of his normal eyes. I do, Naruto agrees. Despite their disagreements, Sasuke admires Naruto's strength and will. He looks up at the sky that looks ready to rain any moment. His unwavering training regime at controlling lightning has left him with the opportunity to test out his prototype ninjutsu. One that summons natural lightning where none is to be found within him. Sasuke has big dreams with this jutsu. A shame he didn't have time to complete it. Chidori Jinrai, Thunderclap. A massive bolt of lightning shoots down and hits Naruto. Naruto really admires Sasuke's talent and inability to give up. He can sense the storm, but the density of chakra in the atmosphere is still deflectable. He could whip up a blast or tornado to diffuse or at least deflect the incoming attack. But he respects Sasuke, to come this far without resorting to using that manipulative curse mark. To not demean his choices in front of an audience. To compose himself quickly and be willing to fight against a long-lost relative to the very end. To create and master these terrifying jutsu, and to make use of his gifts without restraint. He wills his eyes into their superior form. Sasuke deserves his defeat to be at the pinnacle of Uchiha power. Susanoo, the lightning bolt struck the dead center of the arena where Naruto had been standing. A slight drizzle followed the deafening crack, and the dust that had once been the ground was still wisping around where Naruto should be. Everyone in the stadium watches with bated breath. Some of them are sure that Sasuke's attack would have killed Naruto. Naruto's voice booms throughout the stadium and an ominous chakra reverberates in the atmosphere. Susanoo, a pair of glowing golden eyes can be seen clearly through the dust. A light blue glow becomes increasingly visible around the eyes and forms into something humanoid, albeit massive. Yasaka no Magatama, several blue blurs launch out of the dust cloud, leaving long streaks behind them. Sasuke tries his best to dodge but ends up being hit by one, sending him flying back into the arena wall. He coughs up a bit of blood from the impact and tries to right himself. He tries to reach to the sky again and call down another bolt, but the remainder of the chakra sputters in his hand and dies out instantly. An inhuman growl comes from the massive being. Grouk. Sasuke chokes back his fear as best he can. He pulls out a kunai with a wire and lines it with explosive tags. He throws it desperately at the shrouded figure. Subsequent explosions are loud but seemingly have no effect on the construct. The construct raises what appears to be an arm, and it sprouts a sword in its hand. It sweeps its arm down and causes a shockwave that dissipates the dust surrounding it and launches invisible force at Sasuke. Sasuke leaps with all his strength to get out of the way. He stumbles on the ground, and takes in the appearance of this being of chakra. This skeletal thing is somewhat humanoid, a torso that glowed with light blue chakra and stood several stories tall. Ominous yellow orbs peer out of a jagged toothed skull, adorned with two pointed horns from what would be its hairline. Nearly there, Naruto says to himself, clenching his fists while his hair flicked around wildly. The creature begins to form muscle and skin, the shroud of chakra emanating from its body and building more onto the Susanoo. The head of a dragon, not dissimilar from his chains, swallows the horned head like a hood and further constructs its face. The Susanoo begins to look more alive, though its horns and two arms on each shoulder joint give away its demonic nature. Sasuke trembles with his back to the wall. He shakily stands while he takes in the terrifying monster. It lights up the dark arena, and the puddles created by the rain reflect the brightness of Naruto's fiendish creation. Mangekyo Sharingan, who did you murder to get this power? Sasuke asks fearfully. The mark on his shoulder shoots pain through his body. Not now. Naruto takes no note of his agony. I didn't murder anyone to obtain this power, Sasuke. My grandfather made the ascension for me. A black flame pattern emerges from Sasuke's curse mark. He tries his best to force it down, but with no chakra of his own to suppress it, it spreads with little restraint. Rage and hate fill his mind. He knows that it is not his, but the mark affects his mind too greatly for him to understand. It is a subtle thing that preys on his inner turmoil. He weaves his signs again. Chidori. Naruto frowns at him, his strangely patterned Sharingan copying Kakashi Jutsu. Sasuke uses all the strength and chakra that the mark has given him and launches a final assault. The darkened Chidori slams against Naruto's Susanoo. It does nothing. He looks Naruto in the eyes and fear overtakes him once more. You're my family, Sasuke. So let me help you out a bit. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke wakes in a realm of pure white. He is completely uninjured and his curse mark isn't affecting his mind, seemingly. Welcome to Tsukuyomi, Sasuke. This is a world of genjutsu, in which I control everything that you can perceive. He turns more calmly than he expected to the voice behind him. I have been its victim once before. Sasuke spits out, my brother used this to show me how he brutally murdered everyone in the Uchiha clan. Then you may understand a piece of its potential. Naruto is unaffected by the vitriol, and keeps a cool manner despite it. It's not a torture jutsu, it's the most flexible genjutsu there is. With this, we have some time to speak privately. You have much to learn about the nature of the Sharingan, and how I came to be. The surrounding white turns into something more organic, and Sasuke sees a man nearly identical to Naruto shake hands with the Shodai Hokage. Like all genjutsu, Tsukuyomi implants chakra into its victim. It's like a timer. Once that chakra is used up, the genjutsu will release. If I cancel this jutsu early, however, some of my chakra will remain behind. Since it's not yours, it will be eaten up by your body very quickly. I'll finish this so that my chakra will overcome the curse mark. After that, it's back in your hands. In the real world, Sasuke collapses in a faint and the curse mark completely recedes back into its normal state. Naruto's Susanoo dispels slowly into blue flecks, dissipating into the atmosphere. You are worthy of the Uchiha name, Naruto says to the unconscious boy. The proctor leaps down from his safe hiding spot and declares the victor. Winner, Uchiha Naruto. Tsunade watches the uninjured Naruto follow the medics who take Sasuke away to the stadium infirmary. Mangekyo Sharingan. She thinks with a sense of foreboding. A very rare power that is not easy to control, and yet Naruto had flaunted it as if it were child's play. Hiding the Sharingan was a bit unnecessary. Hiding the Mangekyo is a different kettle of fish altogether. Naruto has made a statement today. He has shown the world that the Uchiha clan is not so easily defeated, and that the cursed blood runs stronger than ever. She turns to the Kazekage. Well, that was quite the opening match. Tsunade keeps the smugness buried. Indeed, Rasa says thoughtfully, I would hazard to say that those boys are well above what a Chunin would ordinarily be capable of. That Naruto won even more so. And you, Raikage? Tsunade questions the man who's been quite thus far. A frowns, not giving away anything other than annoyance at the prospect of conversation with superior Kage. The day is young yet. Kumogakure has time to show its prospective Chunin off. Of course, it's not every exam that a Jinchuriki competes. Tsunade happily gives away the fact that she knows about Yugito's Jinchuriki status. The Raikage's brow twitches, but he says nothing more. In the arena, the examiner summons the next participants. Ni Yugito and Hyuga Neji, please come forward. Dosu makes a signal to the shadows behind him, unseen to the other exam participants. He subtly takes off his Oto headband, and replaces it with one denoting allegiance to Konoha. His signal has made sure that his teammates do the same, and to let them ready up for the impending conflict. The three Suna siblings exit the same way that Yugito did. Across the way in one of the spectator stands, Jiraiya taps Karen's shoulder. That's our cue, time to go. Karen takes a shaky breath. Yugito bites her lip as she watches Naruto walk away with the medics. Her task is clear, but she doesn't know the stadium halls at all given the increased security in the facility. The signal is set to come any minute now. She can't afford to let the opportunity slip up to destroy the Uchiha. I surrender, Yugito shouts, and leaves through the contestants' box entrance. Hayate nods, and summons the next contestants despite the roaring, boo. Aburame Shino and Haruno Sakura. Amaterasu. Black flames erupt on Kabuto's body, making him scream in agony. The other medics cringe at the volume but continue their work on converting as much of their chakra that they can into Sasuke's unconscious form. Jiraiya-sama was right. One of them tries to keep her cool over the fact that the leak had been in plain sight all along. Naruto doesn't let them ponder it for too long. Keep moving, unless you want to fight a Jinchuriki in this enclosed space. You know the plan, Sasuke and I are the bait. Once we're out in the open, you four will return to the medic station and prepare for more injured Konoha shinobi. Right, the medics chorus, getting back to work to heal Sasuke up back to full strength. If he'd paid closer attention, he would have noticed that the facial skin of Kabuto core had shed and revealed an already dead and pale Anbu. A genjutsu befalls the stadium, the clear source being the spectating Oto Junin. Tsunade and Rasa turn and give each other sly smiles. It seems that Orochimaru understands he doesn't have any time left to act. 10 Oto Chunin follow the Suna siblings. Their only order is to agitate the Ichibi enough to make it go on a rampage. They do not notice the bells nailed to the walls. All of them drop to their knees when their ears start bleeding from a horrible shrieking noise. Their senses are so rattled that they are rendered completely immobile. Zankuha, brutal airwaves shred the skin off their bodies, and they are left to die a quick and bloody death. The stadium quickly dissolves into a mess of skirmishes when the genjutsu knocks out the civilian and daimyo populace. Sakura and Shino are accosted by the other two competing Kumo Jinin. Oto shinobi move to back him up. With so many skilled Junin present it has become an impossible task. Kakashi and Guy are the first to defend him from a wave assault, holding everyone back with ease befitting their known abilities. Sakura, Shino, get out and assist the evac teams. We'll hold things down here. Kakashi orders. Right, Sakura nods, taking Shino and running up the walls and out of the stadium. Orochimaru and Raikage deftly move to the main rooftop with Tsunade and Rasa in pursuit. Kakuku, I see you're somewhat prepared for this, my dear teammate. Orochimaru sheds his disguise and stands before the cage in all his sickly-looking self. And you haven't learned that mistakes against Konoha will always come back to bite you. Tsunade glares him down. You are going to die today, Orochimaru. All of your ambition will serve as fuel to show the world that Konoha is eternally unassailable. You will find that I have a few tricks up my sleeve, Tsunade. Orochimaru smiles, and a powerful purple barrier emerges on the rooftop. The roof is submerged further into darkness. Kuchiyosa, Edo Tensei. 3 coffins rise up from the tiles. They read Shodava, Nidami and Yondava. The coffin lids open, and 3 perfect puppet copies of the deceased Hokage fall out. The Kazekage notes that the Yondaim's hair is just a mop dipped in yellow paint. Rasa chuckles, gold dust leaking from the roof and swirling up around him. My boy has quite a talent with puppetry. Orochimaru is taken aback by the development. The wicked gleam in Tsunade's eyes intensifies. That's the problem with betraying your subordinates. Sometimes, they find a way to bite back. Naruto senses the squad of Kumo Junin pursuing him through the streets. Sasuke is hobbling but conscious. He's not in fighting condition but they still need to rendezvous with Karen and Jiraiya. Sasuke's chakra has been restored to full on Naruto's orders, knowing that his ninjutsu would be more effective than his taijutsu. He has Sasuke guide the civilians through the evacuation routes while he keeps the Junin occupied. He's a dojutsu wielder, you know what to do. One of the 5 Junin makes the decision to go through one of their anti-dojutsu protocols. Keep going, Naruto barks at Sasuke. All 5 assailants weave their signs at once. Their skin begins to glow brightly. Reiten, Raikotsu. The bright flash forces him to close his eyes and rely on his sensing power, but he knows that the light will hinder the untrained civilian runners. He uses a jutsu that he just copied from Sasuke, slapping his palms down on the road. Doton, Doryuheki. A wall of earth emerges from the ground, adorned with various dragon heads similar to his chains and kata ninjutsu. It blocks the light in the street, but the Nibi Jinchuriki has arrived sooner than expected. Naruto leans back to avoid elongated claws and is forced to continue dodging them. His Sharingan allows him to see the strikes and move around them with precision. He notes that the Jinchuriki's eyes have changed color. Her right eye is yellow and the left is green. Naruto can feel the Nibi's chakra cycling through her quicker than before. Yugito's attacks are as vicious as one might expect. "You're gonna die here, Uchiha boy." Yugito hisses, with red chakra bubbling out of her rapidly. At least he has the motive for the attack now. She's after him, meaning that he can take her away from evacuation pathways. Unfortunately, he still has to worry about the Junin on the other side of the wall that will try and impede his sight. The earth wall begins to crumble rapidly, catching him both by surprise. It dissolves rapidly until it's nothing but sand. The sand moves with a will of its own and swallows up the Kumo Junin. "Sabaku Q," a malicious young voice calls out, and the Kumo squad becomes a shower of gore that drops out of a giant ball of sand. Ichibi Jinchuriki. Naruto counts himself lucky for the intervention. It would make getting to Karen that much quicker. He leaps deftly and dashes across the rooftops of Konoha at top speed. Yugito's demonic chakra has enhanced her enough that she can keep pace with him. Naruto is forced to dodge giant blue fireballs as he kites Yugito away. He wants to take the battle to her, but he has his task and can't afford to fail after he openly gave away that he would leave the village if Konoha didn't allow him to keep Karen. He must seal the Nibi, and with as few casualties as possible. Full squads of Oto and Kumo joints forces try to halt him, but he burns them away with liberal use of Katen and smacks him down with Susanoo fists. More fireballs are forcing him to strafe in order to avoid them, making him slow down. He's only at the halfway point between himself and Jiraiya, but so long as he avoids the claws and the flames, he'll get there eventually. Or would have, if a shinobi hadn't burst out of some roof tiles and started firing bone projectiles out of his fingers. Naruto's brow creases in anger. Karen senses Naruto's rage through his chakra, but she and Jiraiya are tangling with giant snakes. "Old man." Karen starts to stress out. Jiraiya makes his own noise of annoyed exertion. "Kuchiyoza, Yatai Kuzushi no Jutsu." Karen is suddenly aware that she's several stories higher than the surrounding buildings, and a three-headed snake is suddenly underneath a gigantic toad. More snakes appear around them in clouds of white smoke. Karen spots groups of Oto shinobi using combination summoning to churn out as many summons as possible. "We're stuck." Karen is nearly hyperventilating, realizing that their part of the plan is in shambles. Jiraiya grabs Karen's smaller frame and slides down the back of the toad. They land on the ground, hidden in the shadow of the giant beast. The redhead feels Jiraiya's chakra swell enormously. "Kuchiyoza no Jutsu." Jiraiya slams his hands down on the ground, and two more massive toads appear. "I leave it to you." Jiraiya shouts to the toads, picking her up again and making a getaway. "Tell me where he is." "That way." Karen points to where Naruto's violent chakra is coming from. Naruto feels the Kaguya's chakra grow in power, nearly identically to the way Sasuke's did when using the curse mark. He assesses Yugito's seal with his Sharingan and sees that it's wrenching chakra forcefully from the Nibi. "I can stop them from getting stronger if I negate those seals." Naruto sprouts light blue chains from his back and sends them directly at his opposition. Yugito's outright cat-like reflexes and agility cause her to dodge with little effort, and she continues to rampage across the roof. He is about to leap away when he finds himself stuck. The Kaguya has pinned down a chain using bones and runs directly at him. Naruto weaves some signs to get at least one of the immediate threats away from him. Futon, Die Topper. A shockwave hits Yugito head-on, but she digs her elongated claws down to stop herself from flying away. Naruto extends the end of the pinned chain and has the dragon head pull out the bone. The chain tosses it back at Kimimaro, who deflects it with bone protrusions from his back without stopping. Naruto retracts his chains to preserve chakra and forms a Rasengan in each hand. He waves his Rasengan at Kimimaro, and the Kaguya's eyes widen when the jutsu smashes through the hard bone. He's forced to create more out of his ribs to put as much resistance between his body and the destructive jutsu. The Rasengan connects with the bone shield and sends the white-haired Oto shinobi flying across the roof. Yugito pounces while his back is turned, but Naruto drops on his back and lets the claws fly over his lying self. His remaining Rasengan sweeps under Yugito's legs, who nimbly leaps over it and spins in the air, launching another set of claws down at his vulnerable position. Exactly how he planned. Naruto looks Yugito in the eyes and paralyzes her with the Sharingan. In the split second it takes for her to break out, a chain is already wrapped around her legs and chest and suppressing the Bijou chakra. Kimimaro is running to hit Naruto while he's distracted, but it is cut off by Sasuke wielding his Chidori. Drit, Naruto, Sasuke shouts, keeping the Kaguya momentarily occupied. Burning kanji form on the tips of Naruto's fingers. Gogyo Fuin, he pushes his fingers on top of Yugito's seal and completely halts the flow of Bijou chakra. Yugito keels over in agony and her eyes return to their normal dark state. She faints on the spot. Yugito, her Junin leader, is on the scene, but Naruto has had enough of the interference. Uchiha Kenjin, a huge fiery barrier separates Naruto, Sasuke and Kimimaro from the rest of the village. Sasuke, keep the Jinchuriki safe, I'll handle the Kaguya. Right. Sasuke nods, letting his Chidori sputter out to conserve his chakra. Pillars of bones are erupting out of the roof, but Sasuke tracks the moving tiles with his Sharingan to determine where they spike out from. With Yugito on his shoulder, he finds a safe spot in the barrier to hide. Damn it. Sasuke hears the Kumo Junin curse from outside the barrier. I knew we should have brought B. Everyone, work on taking down the barrier and kill Yugito so Konoha doesn't obtain the Nibi. Naruto runs straight at Kimimaro and forgoes any restraint. He overhears Darui and needs to act fast. Susanoo, Naruto's initial ribcage form with arms, is summoned and whirls around with a blade in each hand, mowing down the field of bones. Bones are poking at his feet, causing him to jump and give Kimimaro a shot at him while he's airborne. Sawarabi no Mai, Kimimaro's skin darkens when the curse mark fully overtakes his body. A huge lance of bone from his arm slams into the ribcage, causing it to crack. Understanding that this curse mark has clearly enhanced the Kaguya to an insane degree, Naruto realizes that conventional ninjutsu will not be effective. Amaterasu, black flames burn away at the lance and spread to the main body. Kimimaro howls in anger and pain but doesn't cease. He sheds a layer of bone from his body, letting the unholy black flames drop off of him at the cost of a significant amount of chakra. He's not trying to catch me alive, Naruto thought, knowing that the boy wouldn't have intel from Orochimaru to capture him instead so he could get another Uchiha. You're persistent, Naruto praises, landing and forcing his Susanoo to repair and grow. And you're an obstacle. Kimimaro snarls with blood flying from his lips. Naruto manifests his half-body Susanoo and smashes his blades down at Kimimaro. The Kaguya blocks as best he can, but he's already low on chakra and the twin attack shreds the bone off of his body. The Kaguya makes one last stand. Come, Naruto beckons with respect. I will give you a worthy death. His battle cry would be remembered by Naruto, even as he bisects him horizontally with the bright blade. A is not an adept sensor, but even he feels when the Nibi chakra dissipates. Orochimaru, A is on his back foot from Tsunad's outright relentless punches. Drop the barrier. The snake Sannin sees Sarutobi Hiruzen waiting outside for it to drop. The old man is dressed in full battle regalia, and there is very little of a weary old man in that visage. He looks like a man with his heart and mind concluded. We are both dead if I do that. Orochimaru refuses, retching out a sword from his mouth. The Kusanagi extends towards Tsunade, who catches it between her hands. Her superior strength stops her from being moved. She whips her hands to the side and forces Orochimaru to swing around. The Raikage launches at Tsunade, but a tornado of glimmering gold dust pummels him away. Orochimaru is forced to let go of the sword, and it clatters at Tsunade's feet. A huge plume of smoke emerges in the distance, and a loud natural trumpeting of a rare summon echoes across the village. Orochimaru smirks. Looks like Danzo has too much at stake not to act. On the outside, Sarutobi recognizes the creature immediately and abandons his watch of the barrier. Jiraiya and Karen are suddenly swept away by a massive wind vacuum. Rinjishigami no Jutsu. Jiraiya's hair whips around and extends in different directions, grabbing hold onto anything he could while keeping Karen on his back. But the wind force is so great that the buildings themselves are dismantling and being pulled towards the source. The elephant creature eats everything and shoots out the dust through its trunk. Jiraiya realizes that if this thing moves, it will eat the surrounding Konoha shinobi that are trying to escort him to Naruto. He needs to immobilize the creature to protect them. Doton, Yomi Numa. Several buildings have their foundations turned to mud, but the swamp created completely submerges the legs of the Baku. Ji-san, there's someone, Karen tries to warn, but there's another old man behind them using hand signs. Futon, Shinku Renpa. Colossal force slams into them, and Jiraiya's hair jutsu isn't enough to stop them from flying straight towards Baku's mouth. ENMA, Hiruzen arrives on the scene, and he throws a staff into the Baku's teeth. The staff transforms into a cage, trapping Jiraiya and Karen inside of it but being too large to fit in the gaping maw. Jiraiya seizes the opportunity and uses Katen to great effect. The Baku can't stand the fire mixing with wind and dispels to fight another day. The staff cage lands in the mud. Sarutobi pulls them out by using the mud for another jutsu. Doten, Doryuden, a mud dragon picks up the cage, dumping it behind Sarutobi before launching in Danzo's direction. The staff transforms and lands back in Sarutobi's waiting arms. Jiraiya curses his luck. Shit, this is bad. Indeed, Sarutobi's eyes narrow at Danzo's Sharingan, seeing one in his right eye and another 10 in a pasty white right arm. Kill the girl, Danzo orders, pleasantries forgotten. Jiraiya charges a Rasengan in his hand and throws Karen off of his back. Before he can hit her, Hiruzen uses Enma to send him flying behind some building debris. You ingrate. Hiruzen snarls at his oldest friend. The Toad Sannin leaps back into the fray, to Karen's nervousness, but he seems right of mind this time. As soon as I was out of his sight, I snapped out of it. Jiraiya assesses the power of Danzo's Sharingan, and he didn't use it on both of us at once. Hiruzen nods. And he's not using it now. There is a cooldown period in which he can't use it again, and he can only use it on one person. Get to Naruto, Jiraiya orders Karen, who nods and runs away immediately. As expected of you, Sandemi Hokage. Danzo's grizzled voice is bitter. After only seeing it once, you deduce the weakness of this Koto Amatsukami. But you will find that reality can be changed to suit me, and my reality is that I will be Hokage before this day is done. Hiruzen scoffs. Over my dead body, Naruto deactivated his Sharingan to conserve what chakra he has for the ceiling. The barrier he put up had taken a significant portion of his chakra, and consistent use of the Mangekyo Sharingan to create controlled black flames hadn't helped in the slightest. But as powerful as the barrier is, it is not invincible. It is primarily a Katen Jutsu after all, designed to burn away at physical attacks. Rantan, Razor Sarkashu, Darui's blue lasers pelt the barrier and make it crack. Karen is so far away, they'll break through and kill the girl before I can seal. Naruto thought with increasing frustration. Those lasers would penetrate any physical object they put between them and the attacker, and letting the girl die before sealing the Nibi isn't an option. Options are becoming more and more limited the longer he has to wait. Trying to control the Nibi after releasing it would leave the risk of it being sealed again by the Kumo squad. Sharingan-induced control did not grant immunity to sealing. Senju Hashirama proved as much. He doesn't have enough chakra left to counterbalance the Bijou chakra. He would die if he sealed it in himself. The barrier will break soon. Think. Another crack. We're almost there. Darui inspires his men with his efforts, and they already up with a cheer. There is only one person in range that is suitable for the task. Only one with enough chakra to seal the Nibi in time to save themselves. Sasuke, come up here. His Uchiha clanmate does so, dropping Yugito's unconscious body between them. This is bad. Sasuke observes the cracks in the barrier. Look at me. Naruto's voice is deadly serious, more serious than he'd ever been in his life. Sasuke straightens, and looks him in the eyes. Are you willing to do whatever it takes to protect Konoha? Out of my way. Karen's fighting ability is limited, but she kicks away an assailant with surprising strength for her size. Hyuga Neji and his father by her side in an instant. Quickly, young Uzumaki. Hazashi pushes the air itself and makes a shockwave that annihilates Kumo and Oto Shinobi alike. Right, Karen is already running as fast as she can. What is that? Neji points out a chakra mass in front of them. Karen's eyes widen. Hiruzen and Jiraiya manage to exhaust Danzo's supply of reality-bending Sharingan at the cost of many injuries and nearly all of the combined chakra. Having to constantly push each other out of the way and block Danzo's line of sight has exemplified their student-teacher bond and teamwork. I am putting an end to this, once and for all. Hiruzen sneers in disgust at the massive Makuten tree that was once Danzo's arm. As am I. Danzo pulls one kunai out and calls up razor-sharp wind. The Bijou chakra is becoming an oppressive heat in the atmosphere, but the veterans do not falter for a second. They charge each other and in an instant, they are both disarmed of their weapons. Hiruzen stabs him through the heart with Danzo's own discarded kunai, picked up with the little chakra he had left using his foot. Ura Shisho. Danzo's final act is one of mutually assured death. Gogyo Fuin. Jiraiya stops the ceiling, but Danzo pulls out the kunai as with one final roar, cuts straight into Hiruzen's side. The old Hokage keels over, looking at the body of his old friend. Sensei. Jiraiya rushes to his side. My boy. Sarutobi coughs up blood. Protect. I will. Jiraiya chokes up, and moves to rejoin Karen. Sarutobi smiles in content. He fades from the world of the living, knowing that he has died lucky and knowing that he has protected the great tree. Yugito is strung up by thin chains behind Naruto. In one great pull, the entirety of the Nibi emerges from her body and gives a howl. Sasuke stands at the ready, but his eyes are wide in fear at the monster. The chains expand and wrap around the Nibi, halting its movement for a mere second. Naruto is rushing through all the signs before the Nibi is even out. The barrier shatters. Kill them. The Kumo Shinobi charge. Drit now, Naruto. Sasuke screams at him. Haka no Fuin Shiki. There is a pause, and the blast of Bijou Chakra whips around and stops the Kumo Shinobi's movement. Fuin. Naruto is completely spent from the ceiling, but the Nibi shrinks and becomes one with Sasuke. He collapses and looks at Sasuke, trying to see if he would be in any condition to protect them. Sasuke's red Sharingan is active, but his sclery match the heterochromia of the Nibi. The seal on his shoulder tries to spread, but it burns from vicious blue flames and vanishes from his skin. Sasuke weaves the signs for the Gokakyu and howls. Katen, Kasha Gokakyu. A massive blue fireball is the answer the Kumo squad receives for their efforts. Naruto leaps away as soon as giant blue fireballs and flamethrowers start cooking the Kumo nin alive. The one with the Ranten Kekkei Genkai has fled, clearly understanding that an Uchiha Jinchuriki may be too much to handle at present. He is in top physical condition, just without any chakra. He'd be able to fend off incoming enemies, but it always helps to be able to use ninjutsu. Naruto, Karen has finally arrived, with 2 Hyuga and a battered Jiraiya. You're too late. Naruto shakes his head. I had to act. You didn't. Jiraiya realizes what's happened when he spots Sasuke ripping enemy nin to shreds with long claws. Naruto nods stoically. Sasuke was the only one nearby. He could die. Naruto. No. He is strong enough. Jiraiya and Karen watch as Sasuke uses the Bijou Chakra to great effect. The seal is only partially open. Enough to put him into an initial Jinchuriki form, but not enough to be possessed by the Nibi. I need to find a medic right now to restore my chakra, so I can repair the seal remotely if things get out of hand. What happens now? Karen asks Naruto, clinging to Naruto now that they're reunited. With you, nothing. Konoha has its Jinchuriki. What we need to focus on right now repelling this invasion. Karen rolls up her sleeve and offers her arm to him. Naruto gives her a look that makes her feel guilty for trying. I sent my medic team to one of the evacuation exits. We'll head there and convert some of your chakra to me. Medics can do it more efficiently than through a bite. The group of 5 watch Sasuke use Chidori Nagashi in every direction, making it known just how much the Nibi is increasing his power. And besides, you don't have enough chakra to fully restore me to the point that I can defend everyone against that. Let him have his fun for now. I'm gonna check on Tsunade. Jiraiya goes his own way instead. Naruto thinks he must have been a bit rattled by something on his way to the designated ceiling area. Naruto and the remaining squad members do not falter on their way to the medics. If I may ask Naruto-san, why are you so low on chakra? My understanding is that you normally have as much as Hokage-sama. Neji quizzes him, not understanding how that chakra could simply vanish. Now is not the time, my boy. Hazashi reprimands lightly. It's fine, Naruto would have waved it off if he weren't running. Bijou are entities of chakra. You probably didn't see the 4-story flaming cat just now, but it takes a heavy toll to control chakra with chakra. Sealing one of the most powerful beings in the world has drained me dry. I had to fight some powerful shinobi to even get that to the point that I could safely extract the Nibi from its previous Jinchuriki. A creature of that power, Hazashi mutters. Now in the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. He will be a formidable shinobi. The 4 soon arrive at an exit near the Hokage Tower that leads through the mountain, only to find a large number of dead Konoha shinobi and civilians. What happened here? Neji looks angered at the innocent casualties. They see a squad of 10 Anbu in unidentifiable masks, showing no allegiance to any village. They are all outfitted in similar black gear, sporting short-tipped tanto. And an uninjured Yakushi Kabuto. I killed you. Naruto narrows his eyes. Kabuto smiles slyly. Even your legendary senses can be fooled. And now, you're quite vulnerable. The Hyuga parent activates his Byakugan. Unfortunate that he is under my protection then. The worst nightmare of any medical ninjutsu specialist is someone who can take their chakra away from them. And you will find that I am not so easily defeated. Orochimaru-sama taught me personally. Then more valuable will my victory be. Naruto wants to jump in. He knows that his superior taijutsu ability will be of use, but he also has to be mindful and defend Karen, whose combat capability is lacking. He instead waits for them to come to him. I really think that you should bite now. Karen insists fearfully. A conflicted scowl crosses his face. He knows that despite this Hyuga man's skill, he and his son will eventually be overwhelmed by the numbers. Naru, Karen's voice is softer now. This is the first time I've ever done this of my own choice. For your sake and mine, please save us. Anger is bubbling up in him. These invaders have forced him to do something that he didn't want to. They have robbed his family of agency. I will find a way to get rid of these damn scars. Naruto promises, eyes flaring with a signature crimson glow before fading to grey. I know. Karen offers her arm. Don't let him heal. Kabuto orders the Anbu. Naruto bites into Karen's arm. She reels in pain, but forces as much chakra into the wound that she can manage. The Sharingan comes back in Mangekyo form. Light blue chakra flares up around him and begins to form his Susanoo. Karen's chakra is drained and Naruto is back at quarter strength. A wide sweep of his ethereal sword demolishes the Anbu with ease, and he begins a pursuit of pure hatred against the man that dared to put Karen at risk. His Susanoo begins to grow taller, and it soon becomes dramatically more mobile with the addition of legs. The Raikage does not heal from his wounds like Tsunade does. What little advantage they might have had instantly vanishes when Tsunade unleashes the seal on her forehead. It heals her wounds in seconds, and it does not matter how many times that Orochimaru cuts into her with that telekinetically controlled sword, she is back at him tirelessly. Rasa is playing support instead of engaging them. He lets Tsunade take them both on while intervening when it matters the most. The heavy gold dust is far harder to burst through than they expected, and it never fails to stop him in his tracks. His linear fighting style is ordinarily too powerful to counter, but Tsunade is far stronger than he expected. This whole invasion was meant to be easy. The fact that Tsunade is nearly taking on 2 cage-level shinobi nearly on her own is infuriating to A, and he refuses to take responsibility for Orochimaru's failures. He sees now that the Sannin has used his efforts for a more subtle and small-time end instead of a grand conflict to finally bring down the giant that is Konoha. So he needs to get out of here before Tsunade kills him. At least then he can fight another day. Kumogakure can't afford to lose another Raikage to this cursed village. Even Jiraiya is circling the barrier, though he's seemingly reserving his strength for when it drops and is hiding from everyone else on the outside. Once I get out of this barrier, I can take some trophies on my way back. At least Tsunade won't be able to stop me once I'm out. Collecting some Hyuga or Uchiha on his way out of the village would be beneficial at least. They could be broken into servitude to Kumo. He could speedily collect some of them and order the retreat while Konoha is occupied with Orochimaru's forces. Hopefully Yugito has left one of them alive. It seems that I've overestimated our chances of success. Orochimaru has not worn his sickly smile since his failure to reanimate his trump cards. No matter, I will still have what I want. I have eternity to achieve it, after all. Running when the going gets tough. I should have expected as much from your kind of filth. Orochimaru forms a snake sign in response to Tsunade's vitriolic words, and the 4 shinobi maintaining the barrier begin to undergo a transformation. Tsunade sprints at him and punches him in the chest, and the sheer force rips his upper body off of his legs. There is not a drop of blood. Orochimaru's body puts itself back together with snakes, disgusting creature. Rasa's lips curl in a mild sneer. On the outside, Darui stops his rant and jutsu when the Oto spy arrives on the scene. Yakushi, why are you here? Kabuto doesn't look confident when he points in the direction of Naruto's full-body Susanoo, taking casual steps over the buildings and generally giving off the air of him being a predator that's playing with his food. You led it here. Darui demands an answer from who he perceives to be an idiot. This whole invasion is a bust. It's time for our ship to set sail. The Susanoo arrives and stands in the middle of the stadium. Yakushi. Naruto's voice booms, and the Susanoo raises its sword and gives a great hammering slash at him. A stream of blue follows the blade, smashing down into the barrier and causing it to gain an open scar. The Susanoo sword melts from the strong energy of the barrier, but Naruto simply wills another one in its place. The barrier heals, but the destructive power has been noted and Orochimaru agrees that it's time to cut their losses. Barrier down, Orochimaru orders, weaving signs and leaping to the side of the purple haze that would give him the fastest route away from the village. Kuchiyosa, Sanju Rashomon, 3 gates are summoned between him and Tsunade, giving him and his squad the chance to flee. Naruto summons another sword into the left hand of his Susanoo and gives a double slice, making a crumbling blast of force. When the Rashomon have disappeared, it becomes clear that Orochimaru and his posse have fled through a large tunnel created by a snake that burrowed its way under the village. The Raikage and Darui follow immediately once they realize that there is no hope of completing any extra requisition plans they might have had. Damn it! Tsunade howls in fury. Naruto, kill every Kumo shinobi you see. Naruto's righteous anger motivates his undying hatred of the invaders. He and Karen are nested in the stomach of his imperfect Susanoo, and many watch on worriedly as his rage grows. Tsunade summons Katsuyu to dispense aid across the village while Jiraiya delivers her the bad news. To the common shinobi, the repelling of the invasion was a massive success. Naruto and Tsunade disagree. Too much was lost and not enough was gained. There will be retribution.
Thank you for listening. I hope you all enjoyed this what if, and Anyways, it was quite a long what if, so I'm pretty sure all of you had to like stop here and there and take a little break. But anyways, I hope you still enjoyed this what if. And part 2 will require 100 likes, and then after part 2 I'll probably do a full story in 2 parts as well. Well, actually I can't really do a full story because it'll be way more than 12 hours, which is the maximum I can upload on YouTube. Anyways, my ducklings, you're all dismissed, and peace.